DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming an essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Morning everyone, welcome to the live show direct from the floor of NAB 2017. It's already been an amazing show. Right now there are some announcements being made. I'll talk about them in a second, but there are already some fantastic products and enhancements that we're just hearing about. My first guest, Emery Wells from Frame.io, is with me. We'll come to you in a second.
Sure.
But first of all, I just want to mention a couple of things that have caught my attention. Blackmagic, well-known company, and their software Resolve is everywhere, and they've announced an incredible update to it, which is essentially that it's around 10 times faster than it was before. That's going to vary depending on what you do with it, but essentially a 10 times speed increase. We obviously haven't tried it yet. I've had a quick demo. It seems very fast, but it means things like you could use a computer that's 1/5 as fast, and Resolve will still run twice as fast. The other thing about Resolve is that Blackmagic bought the audio company Fairlight a mere 6 months ago, and they're just announcing this morning that the entire capabilities of the Fairlight audio engine is now built into the software. So, and that's even in the free version. So that means you've got an incredible multi-track audio capability that's editing is sample accurate, and it's just almost beyond belief that all of that capability is now in Resolve, even in the free version. So we'll obviously be looking at that quite closely in Red Shark News, but if you want to go right now, keep an eye on the screen obviously, but if you want to go right now to redsharknews.com, you'll read my article about that. Just one other thing I want to mention is that yesterday we went to the Sony press conference, and as always there's some great stuff on the Sony booth, but what really caught my attention was that the entire backdrop was an 8K screen made from LEDs. Now, this is a screen, I think it's called Cledis, I don't know how you pronounce it, but the LEDs are tiny and they have a massive amount of black space around them, which means that because they're LEDs, when there's a black image, it's completely black. So that means the contrast on this screen, this 8K HDR screen, is unbelievable. And I think it's just a glimpse into the future, because it means that this is the kind of thing you and I will be having in our living rooms in maybe a decade. It covers the entire wall. Absolutely incredible. We probably won't be having one just yet, because I think it's rather expensive. But you can expect the price to come down, I would imagine, over the next few years. Anyway, that's just my initial thoughts. Keep an eye on RedShark. We're publishing more articles per day than we normally do because of the volume of information that's coming out of NAB. So anyway, I'm going to move on to my guest, Emery Wells from Frame.io. Thanks ever so much for coming, being our first guest.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I know I've seen the product at various stages in its evolution, and it's just had another jump forward, hasn't it, with version 2. But for anyone who's not familiar with it, could you just give us a very short overview of what it does?
Sure, yeah. Frame.io is a video review and collaboration platform. So it facilitates file sharing, review and approval. It really acts as sort of the central hub for all your video while you're still working on it. So typically, when you're working on a video, first you have a lot of big files you need to share, and a lot of people turn to file sharing services. You're sharing with vendors, you're sharing with potentially clients or just internal colleagues. You might be using Dropbox or WeTransfer. That's fine if you want to send a one-way link to share a file, but if you want to view video online, if you want to say, hey, here's the latest edit, do you have any thoughts, do you have any notes, is this approved? People typically turn to sites like YouTube or Vimeo, upload it, make it private, put a password on it, and then send a link in an email. And then you try to have this collaborative conversation in a static email on moving visual content. So we've all had these conversations like, at 1 minute and 10 seconds in 2 frames, there's this thing happening in the upper right-hand corner that I don't like, and then, oh, that thing he says before should come before the thing he said after that. And it's just really difficult to have a conversation in an email about video. And that whole creation process is extremely iterative. So you don't just go through that cycle one time, you go through it 25 times. So Frame.io kind of gets rid of all of that complexity and mess. And we give you one kind of cohesive workspace where you can upload all the stuff you're working on, invite all the people to this project that need to access it, communicate with time-stamped comments, be able to draw and annotate on the video frame so you can clearly communicate your ideas. And what we find is it eliminates what I call feedback paralysis. It reduces those cycles. Depending on what you're working on, a typical kind of feedback cycle might be days, could be weeks, and you can bring that down to minutes and just kind of work almost in real time.
So I think most people are they can see the potential of working collaboratively, working in the cloud, but as you say, that they're using suboptimal tools like Dropbox, like email, and big file sharing systems, but none of those exist in the time domain, do they? And I think the thing about video is that you need to be able to refer to parts of the video, and that's what you seem to be able to do. And also because the whole thing is a collaborative kind of meta system for producers of videos, it's optimized for video from the ground up, I guess.
Yeah, it's in some ways it's just really obvious. Like you want this first just like a central place to put stuff, and if you're not using a tool like Frame.io, you actually don't have that.
No.
So where's the central place that you just put the stuff that you're working on? Is it Dropbox? Probably not. You don't want to sync files between all these different users that are using Dropbox. We use Dropbox. It's phenomenal. I can't live without Dropbox, but it's not a tool for video collaboration. So I think just that element alone, like, okay, here's this central space where we can put our stuff and invite the people that need access to that stuff. It sounds really simple, but it's actually something that has sort of eluded us in the video world for a long time. So that's where we start. Frame.io acts as a file sharing service, so you don't need to use separate services when you need to send the large R3D file or ProRes file. We have an accelerated uploader, so we have up to 5 times faster upload speeds than Dropbox, and we don't charge extra for this accelerated uploading. It's just part of what you get in the product. So you don't need to use a separate service for sharing large files and then sharing review links. The other thing that is a huge benefit to Frame.io. And so obviously, yes, having the ability to communicate over time, that's huge. But just having the ability to put everything in one place instead of sending an endless number of links, right? Like every time somebody needs to look at something new, it's like, oh, here's a new link, here's a new link. Maybe it has a password, maybe it doesn't. This sort of influx of links that you get when you're working on video is sort of endless. And if you don't kind of take action right at that moment, if you don't sort of notate that, that Dropbox link, that WeTransfer link, that Vimeo link, whatever it is that you're getting, if you don't keep that in some organized place like a spreadsheet, you probably don't need it the second it comes in, but you need to come back to that maybe tomorrow, and then you're searching
by which time
through
there's
your
another
email.
7 versions.
Right, and then you're searching through your email. Well, what was the right link? Who even sent that to me? Because there's a lot of people involved. There's this person from a company that sent me something, and I don't even remember their name. My co-founder and I, we started building Frame.io just for ourselves. I used to run a post-production company. I used to do post-production on all the Saturday Night Live digital shorts and commercial parodies, and we just needed a better solution for the stuff that we were working on.
So if we look at an example, I mean, I just think about an example where somebody might be responsible for keeping an eye on rights infringement, that kind of thing. So you might have a tracking shot like that, and a Coca-Cola bottle comes in, and you might not want to have that for some copyright or trademark reason. So you could presumably, if I was that person who was responsible for that, I could say, right, from this frame to this frame, there's an issue.
You can actually just circle it. You can just with the annotation, you can circle it. I can't tell you how many different forms I used to receive. So I used to do commercials all the time, and we would get emails that were we would get a link and then an email with time codes of like where there's something that needs to be painted out, like a logo or something, and it was so confusing. Sometimes they would actually take screenshots, take a still, bring it into Photoshop, annotate it. They usually didn't do that. They usually just took stills. But I mean, there's so much confusion, and we would have clients that we would waste so much time going back and forth just trying to understand what needs to be done. Not even doing the work, just trying to understand what needs to be done. So, with Frame.io, that's no problem. You upload it, you mark it up, you annotate, directly on the video frame of what needs to be done, and it's 100% clear.
And how does it handle multiple versions in the sense of, distributing, where you might want to have different languages, you might want to have, different streaming platforms, the actual diversity of distribution is massive now, isn't compared to what it was. Does it keep track of that as well? If you want to have multiple versions that people need to comment on?
Yeah, so we have two ways you can handle that. First, we just have you can create your own folder structure. So if you have a bunch of different deliverables that are gonna you're gonna have one with an end tag, one without, you can just sort of organize stuff however you'd like in a folder structure. Then we also have something called a version stack, which is this is kind of meant for the iterative process while you're working on the next version of the same video. So you typically have several, maybe 20 versions before you reach the end product. And a version stack in Frame.io is kind of like a special folder. It's a way to kind of say, hey, these are all the same video, they're just versions of one another. So you just drag the new version on top of the old and you create a version stack. And then when you're in the player, you have things that you can do with versions, like you can flip between them. You can go back in time and say, oh, what did this look like last week when it was version 2? Or you can compare versions side by side, so you can actually see what changed from one version to the next. Did the feedback that was left actually get addressed in the next version? And you can just see side by side.
Now, what if I'm working, what if I got an 8K file out of the camera? Obviously, I'm not going to send that to everybody. Does the system take care of proxies and...
Yeah, so you can upload anything you'd like. You can upload 4K, 8K. We support hundreds of video, audio, and still formats. So that's the other thing. It's, the video process also requires working with audio and still assets. So you can upload hundreds of video, audio, and still assets to Frame.io. We always store the original version. So whatever you upload, if you upload, 8K R3D files, that's what's stored. Now, there are some file formats that we don't support previews of. R3D would be one of them. But if you uploaded a 4K ProRes file, for example, we would store that original 4K ProRes file so somebody that needed the full res could download it, but we generate proxies. So when you're watching on the web or on your phone. We have an iPhone app. You're watching an MP4 proxy.
Okay, fantastic. So where can people go to find out more about Frame.io?
You can go to frame.io, and we just launched 2.0 2 weeks ago, ahead of the show, and it's most certainly our biggest update yet, with over 100 new features and improvements.
Just give us the headline new features.
So probably the headline feature that people are most excited about are our new review pages. So review pages allow you to send a link to a client or stakeholder, and they don't have to log in. They don't have to create an account. That was certainly one of our most requested features. So they can immediately just start watching, start commenting without having any sort of account. We also have things like enhanced workflows with Final Cut Pro and Avid Media Composer. We have publishing to Vimeo, and it's actually faster than publishing directly to Vimeo natively. It's happens server to server. So if you have the content on Frame.io, you hit publish to Vimeo, boom, it's immediately on Vimeo. It's really slick workflow. There's a bunch of stuff, but those are a couple of the headlines.
Okay, so that's now, without giving away any secret sauce. Where do you think Frame.io could be in 5 years' time? What's your vector for that?
What I could say is that I think when you have a software company, a tech company that has a good market and is generating revenue, it's such an amazing collection of people that you have to assemble to do this. And I almost feel it's a responsibility to continue innovating. So, what we're doing today is video collaboration, but in 5 years, I don't know what we could be doing. We want to keep innovating. We certainly think that this is just the very, very beginning of our journey. All the best tech companies in the world, like Facebook and Apple and Google, they just continue pushing the boundaries and innovating. So we're going to explore a lot of stuff. Okay,
Emery, that's really interesting. Thanks ever so much for coming today. And everybody check out frame.io. We'll be back soon, have a short break, and then we'll be back soon with another guest. Bye.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a Razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
All right, we got 5 minutes.
All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company. We do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times.
Hi, welcome back. We're broadcasting live from the NAB 2017 show floor. We're in a giant glass box. We can see everything that's going on around us, but the most exciting stuff is happening in here because I've got Dr. Andrew Cross from NewTek with me. Hi, thanks ever so much for coming in.
Well, it's my pleasure. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Dave.
That's very nice. And of course, we have to talk about the new TriCaster TC1. I was blown away when I saw the details because, and yet it wasn't a surprise because it's entirely IP based. It's a new architecture.
That is
All
correct.
the I/O is essentially over a network.
That is correct.
Cable.
I mean, I think it should be clear from anybody who's watched us that we believe that IP is the future. Well, I don't believe it. I know it. I think that it is just so clear to me that IP is where this industry is going. That we've really built our business around going there and helping being the leader in that space. And so TriCaster 1 just helps put together all these pieces that I think have been that's the vision. This is part of the the beginning of the product line that start to really move to IP as the future. And that's very much what we've done.
And just to reassure people who say, well, I haven't got a network socket on my camera or my monitor or whatever, how do they use conventional, should I say traditional digital video cameras with the new TriCaster?
Well, so we have, the TriCaster itself has SDI inputs, and we have basically expansion boxes that you just put onto the network that have, basically get you to, in effect, as many inputs as you want. And the other great thing is that lots of people think, well, I'm going to need to rewire my facility, or I'm going to need new 10 gigabit everything, and you don't, because that's one of the key things we've done is designed all of this to work on existing infrastructure. So this is fully capable of doing many streams of 4K on regular gigabit Ethernet, which is what people have. And so this is very much a product that you can start with what you've got today, and you can grow into whatever level of production you want. And so I think that at IBC we use the marketing term, and I'm not a marketing guy, but we use limitless production, and I think that that's just really true, and that's part of the vision of IP, is that's where it allows you.
There are no hard limits, and I think this is also illustrated by the fact that the new generation of TriCaster differs from the old generation in that, and the old generation for anyone's equipment, in that with SDI and with conventional processing, it's all effectively hardwired. It's very deterministic, and I think people understand that if you're going to use the same desk for same conventional production system for 4K as you were using for HD, then you're essentially going to have 1/4 of the capabilities, whereas that no longer applies strictly when you're in the IP domain and with the new TriCaster.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, the IP gives you scalability and gives you flexibility beyond what you're ever going to get with regular cabling, and it just changes everything. And it is funny because I was actually talking to a guy who's built one of the first all IP trucks around one of our systems, and he actually said at the beginning, he was saying, look, so it didn't feel like such a big shift. I've still got SDI. I'm still taking SDI from the stadiums where I'm doing the these broadcasts and so on. And so I said to him, okay, so if you asked your operators to go back And he said, there's just no way, because even though he was still using a lot of the same stuff that he had been previously, and he still had lots of SDI feeds and so on, the flexibility in terms of the truck operation that was given to him by IP. So not even just the inputs, the fact that you could pull up any source on any machine, and that you could pull up your replay within your laptop, and so many new things were possible, and the flexibility were what really made it. And that's really the biggest part of IP. It's not about changing a cable, because who the heck cares about cables? I mean, only geeks do. It's about that it gives you so much more. It's about the flexibility that it gives you, and I think that that's really the goal as much as anything else.
And in a sense, it's all about virtualization, because if you have, let's say you're building a new facility and you put fiber in there and you set up VLANs, you're never going to have to rewire again, because you just set up the pathways that you want from a set of menus. And also with I/O, you're no longer bound to a fixed number of physical I/O ports.
That's exactly right. And even beyond that, when you start thinking about, so one of the things that I get asked is, okay, so how do I really bring 4K into a system right now? Because it's, it's not as simple as it sounds. You've got some people doing 12G, but there are big cabling issues with 12G right now. So you've got the quad split 3G people out there, and then you've got the HDMI 2 people, and I don't know which one is the right one. And if your equipment doesn't have the right one, it's not going to work. But there's one thing I know, which is that eventually those are all going to be IP, or there's going to be ways to turn them into IP. So if you go IP, you just know it's going to work, no matter whether it's HDMI 3 or whatever it is that takes off. And being software-based like we are, you have this huge benefit that no matter what direction IP goes, what standards are used, ultimately IP doesn't know the difference. And so you're ready for it pretty much no matter what, and that's part of the flexibility that software and IP bring you. There's three things that that are the future of this industry. They're the things that we've built our business on, and which they're going to change everything. It's the availability of processing power, software to run on it, and connectivity between devices. Those are the three things that form the kind of the trifecta that give, are going to be the future of this industry. It's been the future of almost every other technology industry, and it's going to be the future of ours. And when you look at NewTek's products, certainly it's very clear that we're taking advantage of those three things, because that's, that's where you need to be. And that's how we see it, certainly.
And for people who are just taking this on board, hearing about this for the first time, I mean, one thing that impressed me about NewTek technology is, for example, the speed at which you can encode frames of video in software. You kind of imagine, like, that's going to be a really slow process, but in fact it's unbelievably fast. I mean, have you got any kind of figures just to illustrate how fast that encoding is?
So if you're a company like NewTek and say, hey, we're all about doing software, you better be pretty good at it. Yes. so we dedicate a lot of time actually into doing that, and so we can compress 4K at about 2,500 frames a second on a typical PC, just pure software, no hardware involved. The wonderful, and this almost seems surreal, and I've been debating whether I should even bring this up, but one of the surreal things is that when you can encode the video much faster than real time, your latency actually gets down below what traditional latency is. Because when you think about it, like on an SDI feed, it's going to take 16 milliseconds to scan out every frame, and there's just nothing you can do about that. So if you want to transmit video from A to B, it has to take 16 milliseconds.
It's a built-in delay.
It is. It's a built-in delay of 16 milliseconds. If you can run much faster than real time, that gets compressed down to the 1 or 2 milliseconds it takes to compress. And so ironically, as much as everybody says, yes, IP, longer latencies and all of this stuff, it actually has the exact opposite effect.
It's a little bit like when you listen to Spotify, you're getting near CD quality down like a 100-year-old piece of copper.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's like we live in the future somehow, isn't it? Yes.
So, amazing stuff from NewTek this year, and I'm sure the flow of innovation won't slow down. So, thanks ever so much, Andrew.
My pleasure.
We'll come over to the booth later and have a good look at all the new stuff.
Awesome. Can't wait. Thanks so much.
All right. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
We'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
Dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get moving. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Live in 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Make it a good. Got it. Videos online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
Alright guys, Dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get moving. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Live in 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Make it a good. Got it. Videos online.
Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are
we're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
All right, we got 5 minutes.
All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera moves. Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Welcome to NAB 2017. We are here in the Teradek broadcast booth. Today's session is actually how not to screw up when you crew up, and we're sponsored by Production Hub. I have with me Dave. Well, this is going to get confusing. We have Dave, David, Andrew, and Michael. And I'm going to actually let each of them give you a little bit about their background, but I haven't worked with them. Right. So I look back a year later, I'm like, who is this person? You know, who's Joe? I don't know who Joe is. Yeah. But it's one of those things where, you know, if you get hired tomorrow to fly to Cincinnati, you've never been there, you know, what do you guys do if you don't know anybody? There isn't a recommendation. You put it on Facebook. Anybody know anybody in Cincinnati? Crickets. What do you do?
Yeah. Well, you can jump on Production Hub, that's for sure.
Yes.
So we use Production Hub an awful lot. We still really rely on direct referrals from other crew that we've worked with before. We keep a database like you do. And we crew in about 5 different cities on a regular basis. And so it's really, we're in a constant state of maintaining our crew list. It never stops, it never ends, and it's completely evolving till the end of time because people drop in, drop out, change cities, and it's something you have to really stay on top of all the time. We'll go into that strange city occasionally and go out on Facebook and give that a try, but we just ask a lot of questions on the phone, and we try to get 3 referrals. And people who don't have resumes, that's never a good start.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You just said resume. Yeah. We're in the visual business. Do you actually ask for resumes?
I like to see a resume because that means they're being thoughtful about what they've done in the past and kind of where they want to go. Maybe they have a 5-year plan. And also when we're calling people, I have a kind of a litmus test. If they don't have an outgoing message on their voicemail, I put them in one bucket. If they have an outgoing voicemail message on their voicemail, then I put them in another
you call
bucket.
And it just says you've reached phone number blank blank blank.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
You and I get along. I can't stand that.
I can't stand that.
So part of that too is almost like when somebody doesn't have a picture on their profile too. It's like, what are they trying to hide? You know?
They're not detail oriented. If they're not detail oriented, then they can't be on my set. You know?
I'm gonna defend the person without. I have profile pics, by the way. But there's a lot of us. There's a reason we chose to be behind the camera. So there's a lot of people I know that are really talented. That are really. You take out a camera and they're like, nope, please. So they should put up a piece of art or something if it's not themselves. But yeah, I do agree with the detailed part. So
yeah. Production Hub, like you mentioned, is a great tool when you're going to a city, that you haven't worked in. I mean, that's obviously where we always start. But obviously the referrals and going back, and I would say one of the problems too is when you get a repeat job and you think you can
accrue it just like you did last year, and then you find that somebody moved here, somebody moved there, so it went from what you thought was an easy project to now having to kind of start over. So
the one that you thought was a bargain that you only paid $500, suddenly they're up to $1,000. Like, well, I can't afford you. Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
So let's take, you're a freelance director. Do you just direct, or are you a hybrid director DP?
Just direct.
Wow, that's impressive. So you want to get, you moved to where are you based out of?
Chicago.
So Chicago. So you moved to Chicago. You don't know anybody, you don't have a network. You call up him or you call up these guys. Like, are people calling you? Like when you said that you're keeping this database, people like, how are you guys actively, taking solicitations if there is such a thing?
Well, people that solicit us, 9 times out of 10, we're not interested in them. I don't know why, but that's just after doing this for 20 years. That just kind of seems how the fallout goes.
I stopped doing that very early in my career because it was like I felt it was dead end. But I'm sitting here with you guys, and if that's working, great. I want him to tell us what he does on top of that.
Yeah.
Other than just have a Vimeo reel. And
would you say it doesn't work out because you're just not looking for that person at the time, or you've used them and it doesn't work out?
We've used them and that doesn't work out. Or again, it's a matter of these emails are streaming in. You take the time to put them in the database. You don't know who they are. They're not vetted. Etc. And we kind of like to go out and be a hunter-gatherer opposed to people coming to us.
Yeah, I would say the same for us too. I mean, unless somebody just happens to send an email on that moment that we're looking for that position, that email just gets
it's not efficient.
Trash. Yeah,
it's not efficient at all. So
I don't know. I think it's like, for me, it's like 1,000,001 coffees. Meet as many different people as possible, and like I think you have a coffee, you get to know the person, you get the sense of their vibe, they're just like their energy that they bring to the meeting, and then you go, I think I want to hang out. And if that's super important to me, is like, if I'm going to be on set with you and working with you under strenuous circumstances, I want to also be able to be like, have a give and take, hang out, be chill, you know what I mean? Like,
be work friends.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be working with people that are going to be like, God, you stress me out, you know what I mean? Because it's like...
That's like Dave was saying, people where it's all about the money, those aren't the kind of people I want to work with, If it's just about the money, then we're not a good fit with our company at all. So that stops right there if they're not negotiable or at least really, really nice about the fact they don't want to work for any less than the rate.
I think it starts kind of where, like, I look at myself when I think of the people I want to work with and that not about the money for. Like, if Andrew calls me and says, hey, I really want to shoot this short, I want to play around with this idea, I'm going to say, yeah, of course, let's do it. And my first thought isn't going to be, well, how much money do we have? It's going to be, well, what do we need? Where are we? What's our locations? What are you thinking as far as the gear, this and that? And then eventually down the line, it's going to be wait, do we have any money? Do we need to find a way to get stuff on, people to help us out, or what are we doing? Like it kind of happens in reverse in a way, because you think that you should be thinking about the money, but you want to be in a position where you're like, oh, I'm so excited to do this.
Yeah.
I think that's what
you gotta have the spirit of it for sure. Like, I got into this world because I wanted to make stuff. Like the money thing is like, it's a tool. You know what I mean? It helps you make more stuff.
Yep.
And you know what I mean? Like, if you can find a sort of a band of brothers that kind of have the same spirit, and they like show up on set that are like, yeah, let's go make stuff. I don't care if there's not a ton of money. Like, great. You know what I mean? The money will come eventually. It's just, like on another project, maybe this one you want to do something smaller.
I totally agree with that. So what I did, and what I still do, is I put together a group of people as kind of your band of brothers. Like, these are the people I want to work with. But what happens is I find a lot of people, they'll get in the industry, they'll find their group, and they ride that group until it kind of falls apart. And then later in their careers, they're kind of like, not really getting enough work. I don't know any young people. The people that used to hire me are retiring. And I tell people, and I would like to hear your feedback, is I tell people with the passion projects, what you do is you have to find people at different age groups than you. So that maybe you're farther along and you've been directing now for X amount. Find someone who's trying to put together their passion project, move down to work with them. So then you're this big rock star that comes into their world. You didn't take money, but now as they all start to grow and get these bigger contracts, they come to you saying, hey, this is just outside of what I'm capable of doing. I'd like to hire you in. And you kind of spread that band a little bit bigger. Is that something you guys have done, or how do you guys keep your, that window big enough where you don't get caught, where you lose one client or your one guy that you shoot with all the time, he's gone, and you're like, I don't know what to do now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think you almost have to force yourself to get out of your comfort zone with crew and try new people. So if you're a director and you're constantly working with the same DP, and all of a sudden he's not available, and then your biggest job of your career is right in front of you and he's not available or she's not available, that's not the time you want to be trying out somebody new at that level.
Right.
So you do have to get out of your comfort zone and you have to try new people. I think that's really, really important as it relates to, below the line crew. For us, going back to the passion project thing, in Miami, we'll have somebody come in and work in our shop for half a day. So if you want to gaff for us, right? Oh, well, you're new, you're very young, you could be a capable gaffer. You might have a resume, you might have some good independent features on your resume, but we want you to come in and sometimes we ask them to work for a day free. And when the answer is yes on working for a day free, or for half of the rate, just because we're leery about them to prove themselves, when they say yes to that, that's a game changer. Then they have the right attitude, the right mindset to be working with us.
Right. No,
So-
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think even in that, like, to your point of like stepping down, like I just did a project with a director I work with a lot, and I'm his second unit DP, and I'm kind of his, like, if the project's right and his main DP's not available, I can slip in, and it's great. It's a great relationship. And he calls me and he's like, "We're gonna do the short film, and I want to." It was total passion, just wanted to fund it himself, and it's like, I'm doing this just to practice, and it was like, okay, and I know, and there's no second unit work on this short, and I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I'm a part of the crew, we'll figure it out. I helped pull in a lot of different people, and we did a lot of things together, and it was like I ended up pushing Dolly for most of that short. It was fine. Like,
On
I'm
his
there to
resume,
help.
he now just added dolly grip.
Yeah, it was but it was like one of those things, like, we couldn't afford to go find a full union dolly grip, somebody that's like, yeah, but there was, and we looked at the script and we figured out, like, okay, well, there's only 4 or 5 dolly moves anyways, and most of them were just like, and push it, something like that. It was basic stuff. It wasn't anything super outrageous, so it worked, That's it.
I think for us, a lot of times we take the path of least resistance, and then you find out that that person's not available, kind of like I spoke to earlier, and then you have to go out and find this new person. And I'd say 3 out of 4 times when you meet that new person, you kind of found like a new jewel, and now you have something else in your toolbox to use for next time. So it seems like it usually does work out when we have to find somebody new. You kind of, in the back of your mind's like, oh, now I have more work to do. I thought I could just call X and, we'd be good to go. But, I would say it's fun to work with new people.
I love it. I mean, I've had happy accidents where someone I work with isn't available, or they get booked on a big job, and you take a risk on someone else, and you find out I actually like this person better than the person I thought before.
Sure.
I mean, you can have all that change, but I think I'm more familiar with what you two are talking about. We're working on jobs. Friends, recommend people, and it's kind of like you have somewhat of your own spider web. But when it comes to production companies or agencies or whoever is actually doing the hiring, I don't know when he's at that pain point where he needs work. So how is it, if we solicit you, which I don't do, but I send you an email, I send you something, and that doesn't work, how do you actually engage with those of us in that world? Like, how are you guys looking to find, how do you build that database without knowing us, and if we're not sending you directly here's who I am? Can we call you up and take you out for coffee? Is it something where we need to come in and work for a half day in your office? What has worked?
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, our database builds because of survival. So we're always playing catch up, and we're always running mean and lean in our business. So, our base is built on us trying to find crew, and when we find them, they go in the base. Occasionally, we do have people that solicit us. They'll end up in there. Or we'll hear about maybe somebody on social media. Maybe we'll see a DP. Like, on that level, the directors of photography, if I see like a Vimeo award with somebody, we'll go ahead and put them in our base in that case. But when it comes to gaffers and grips, it's really about relationships. And I think that social media is a great way to build out your base, particularly Vimeo. I mean, that's getting better and better all the time. And I'm using my personal Facebook now.
Does that work well if you're not the director or DP? Like, if you are like a gaffer or grip?
No.
I mean, is that something? I feel like there's a lot of people in our business that don't have, you can go, yeah, I do great work. Well, what is it? And you're like, well, it's, it's kind of this nebulous. You can show videos, but, how do you know if you're a great gaffer if it looks good? It could have been a nightmare, and vice versa. It could be the ugliest thing ever filmed, but you're a fantastic.
And gaffers and key grips and camera assistants aren't necessarily the best, self-promoters.
No, they're not.
Right. No.
I think that's why people come up to me all the time, like, well, how do you work up? How do you get that work? And that's why we're here. I think being in a database and being seen, but I'm always curious because I feel like I've been coming here now since, I think I've been here every year since 2010. So was it 8 years in a row? And it's changed dramatically. And our business keeps changing all the time. And everyone's like, well, what's it like? And you're like, well, what was like 8 years ago is not what it's like now. So I think this is why learning and being on panels and talking to people is finding out what has changed.
I mean, ideally also when you're traveling and all of a sudden, you're in a city where your first 2 picks aren't available, and you just try to keep that person on the phone and say, well, who do you recommend? Can you give me 3 people that you really, really like, and just beg them for help? And,
so have you guys ever had to give a recommendation for people that you're, all of the people that you know are out, and they're like, you got to know someone else, and you're kind of like, well, I know people, but I haven't worked with them, and then the conundrum of, do I actually recommend them, or do I not? Knowing he's desperate, and you want to help out, where do you guys fall on that? Will you actually...
You can make the recommendation with the footnote of, I've never worked with this person before, you know.
I think you have to be honest.
Yeah.
So is that an attractive thing if you have a database of people you trust, but they could give you a name, but they've never worked with them and you don't know anything? Is that better than just looking up on Production Hub or just Googling a local film board website? Does that add value to you or not?
Well,
really?
If they have a great Production Hub listing and they've been on the site for a long time, and maybe, people that have LinkedIn pages, that again shows that they're reflective on what they do, and they want to share that. So there are key grips and gaffers and camera assistants that have LinkedIn pages now. It's amazing.
Do you guys have updated LinkedIn pages?
Not really.
Yeah, like every once in a while I get really excited and I update, and then it's like 2 years later I'm like, oh man, I should update that. So it depends on when you visit my LinkedIn page, whether
personal branding is crew members is really, really important. It's like, how much do you want to work? If you want to work a lot, you have to become a master of self-promotion.
But isn't that part of the problem? The more you work, then the less time you have to do social media and updating everything.
But I think every market's different as well. Obviously, Dave's coming from the Miami market, which is its own entity based on Andrew and I are coming from LA, and then you're coming from Chicago. I think every market has something that everybody kind of knows too that works well of how to connect with people and how to reach people. I think that to me is always a really difficult thing to give advice on. Like, I'll travel and might work with somebody different, and they're like, oh man, it's great to work with you, and it's like, I don't usually work with people that are so nice or that work really hard, and they're like, what do you think I could do here? And I'm like, oh man, like we're in Ohio, like I'm trying to think like it's like what do you you start to talk about it. It's like, obviously social media is a big part of it, and you talk about things like, well, what about all the different sites? How did you get this job? How did we find you? You start there and you kind of work your way backwards. But that's kind of the the tricky part about it all is it's so different based on every market.
And it's really risky if it's a one-day job and you're trying somebody new.
It just jumped off.
Yeah. If it's excuse me, if you're trying new people and it's a one-day job, it can go south really quick, right? Yeah. But if it's a 2 or 3 day job and somebody doesn't work out on day one, at least you can replace them. But it's definitely nerve-wracking when you've traveled to Ohio, for example. Although there's really good crew in Ohio. Yeah. But if you're in that,
everybody in Ohio right now is just commenting
letters. Dave, I hate you on Facebook. Yeah. No, in Ohio, maybe you're like there's great crew in Cincinnati, for example. But maybe you're 2 hours from Cincinnati. That can be an issue.
Yeah, I think one thing we haven't talked about. And I think we're a little bit different than Dave, is the demo reel, I think, carries its weight in gold. Yeah. I mean, if somebody has a solid demo reel, that right there, I think, speaks volumes for at least what we're looking for. And then you talk to them on the phone. Is it a person you think you could work with? Are they just, here's my day rate, twice as much as yours, take it or leave it. From there, you can kind of go and figure out whether or not it's going to be a fit.
So the question is, how do you run across the demo reel? Is that something that people solicit? Is that stuff you just happen to have an afternoon to check out Vimeo and you're like, oh, I really like this?
Well, we know not to email it to him because he's going to put it in the trash bin.
Apparently I got to take him out for a beer and have my demo reel on my phone or something. I don't know.
That would work. I think when we're hiring full-time people, resumes obviously are good. But for freelancers, it's really all about the demo reel. And I actually run our post department, so I am a little bit familiar with like the crewing. But like I'm hiring motion graphic, 3D animators, editors sometimes, and it's all about the demo reel right there. And that's almost a little bit different than kind of what we're talking about today, because personalities are definitely much different in the post world. But
how many people that you hire, if you're hiring a motion graphics editor, how many of those people also do production? I'm finding more and more people are starting to cross into the divide, and I don't know.
At least not in the Chicago area.
Okay.
That's not. I'm not running into that. I mean, they're pretty much strictly motion graphics. A lot of them do motion graphics and then dabble in editing. I think just for like their own projects.
Yeah.
You know. But
I guess I want to ask you, almost like you just asked him a little bit. Say, for example, I'm in LA, you're in Chicago,
Mhm.
and I find your company, and I'm like, I would love to work with those guys.
Mhm.
If somebody's trying to do that, like, what's going to be the step for them to make that connection? You think it's literally getting to Chicago and finding your local pub and being like, oh, hey. And I think because my dad's been in construction for 40 years. And he used to always say to me growing up, like, I don't want you to ever be in this business. And then I got into the film business, and he's like, wow, it's so similar. And the big portion of it for him was, like, the idea of he would go find out where the local foreman was, and he would just show up at the bar, and then he'd be there and go, like, hey, Jerry, oh, hey, what's going on? Dave Weldon, you know, and they start talking, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm not doing anything right now. It's like, oh, we need an extra guy down at the, the schoolhouse. That's how my dad got work in the 70s and 80s. And it was like, yeah, still do that. You know,
still works
like,
today. Yeah,
it does. Like,
it's no
if
better
you're
way.
talking about going to get coffee and stuff like that. Like, maybe I'm not going to the bar so much, but
Well,
like,
I've actually never tried it, but I might actually do it now. I might actually fly to a city that I want to work in more, because I travel all over. But it would be interesting just to take, we come here and, spend 4, 5, 6 days kind of having meetings and doing stuff. Do the same thing. Fly to Chicago, fly to Cincinnati, find people, rental houses, production companies, agencies, and just say, hey, I'm in town working on this thing, and I bet you almost everybody would go out for a cup of coffee and beer. And if they like you and you got good stuff, you could probably pick up a couple new clients out of that.
And I think putting your demo reel at the top of that email, like, hey, I'm a DP, check out my demo reel, and then you can put the fluff below it. I would say, especially if I come in the morning, I will watch the demo reel, sit back, drink a cup of coffee, and watch the demo reel.
So mornings are the best time for you.
Absolutely.
Because I know a lot of people try to get all their emails done in the morning. So usually in the afternoon when they're kind of like, well, I'm done with everything. So that's interesting to find out that for you.
Yeah.
I think I watch a lot of my stuff in the morning. Kind of, it's my resisting of getting going in the work.
Yeah.
It's like I can postpone real work for a while. I'll watch this video.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm considering learning something.
And when you do see something cool, you do pass it around. At least that's what I find. We pass it around like, hey, check this out. You know, this was pretty cool. I know you have a job next month. Maybe you should reach out to this person. So I shouldn't say it's 100% like, we get rid of it, but, definitely putting the demo reel up on top, I think is key, at least for us
it makes sense.
To look at it. Yeah.
You want people to just like, bam, it's right. It's like a letter.
Yep. Well, even when our clients, when we produce videos for them, that really where they want it is the website, we say put it right on the top of the homepage. I mean, if you want people to watch the video and learn about your company in 2 minutes or less, put it right on the top of the webpage. So I think it's the same for all of us. I mean, really, we're trying to solicit ourselves. And, I mean, if you take the time to produce a video, why not put it up on the top of the webpage?
Makes sense.
I don't know. I think social media is kind of like the new way to kind of scout for people you want to work with and just find interesting projects and stuff. Like, most of my work has come through Instagram and Facebook.
Okay.
After just meeting with people and just connecting, you kind of build your circle of people. And after 6 months to a year of watching somebody grow, you see kind of how they're shaping, you know what I mean? Like what kind of work they're interested in making, and does that align with what you want to do? And then little things like, you follow somebody on Instagram, and then they post about a project, and they tag who was on that project, and you go, oh, well, let me go check out their work.
Yeah.
And you go look at their work, and that's pretty good. And, and then you start following them, and then you start building that invisible online relationship. And we were just hanging out. We went to go see a movie the other night, and another buddy of ours was talking to a friend of his, and we started chatting. Nice to meet you. Cool, all right. And we're walking away. He's like, oh, you don't know so-and-so? And I was like, no. He's like, well, you follow him on Instagram. And I was like, oh. So I had to go back. I was like, hey, I'm Andrew. Nice to meet you. And we follow each other on Instagram. And it was just kind of like, and then it was like the world immediately became that much smaller. But it was that's, I think it's just a tool. It's a tool that helps you kind of get connected and another opportunity to see more work. And
I think next year we're going to have a panel on how to actually. People always say, "Oh, it's social media," but I think it'd be interesting to figure out how each person actually approaches not only posting, But like you said, stalking. I mean, kind of creating those lists of invisible. Because I think everybody has their own way to doing it. Because I know a lot of people I talk with, they'll actually like to share their work. Here's the work I do. But at some jobs we're not allowed to, so you're kind of not.
Yeah.
So
A lot of jobs.
Mine has come more just silly things, kind of behind the scenes. So like you can kind of tell my personality and be like, okay, this guy will figure stuff out. But another client might be like, well, that's kind of Mickey Mouse-ish. I want so. Whatever you put out there can be both a positive and negative, and I'd be curious to find out.
There's definitely a personal branding element to all of it.
What?
It's like
you're like NASCAR, NAB here, man. He was already asking if anybody here has pants. He apparently wants to swap out his jeans for a couple.
It's funny because I did a panel with you last year. I forget what we talked about then, but I have friends over at Film Supply. I jokingly said to me, like, would you wear a shirt for us? I was like, sure, whatever, okay. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll wear a shirt. And then we saw them last night.
How come they didn't tell me if I wanted to wear a shirt?
I don't know.
I'm coming to your booth.
But they saw me, like, you wear a shirt for us again? I was like, all right. Okay. Nice. I just like the hat, so. But no, I think there's to Andrew's point about how things evolve, LinkedIn and email and social media and just the gambit of all of it and needing to be on top of every aspect of it. Like jokingly you're saying to me like, you got to get your LinkedIn page. You're right. Like, I do. Like, I do need to.
You can put video. You can put video on LinkedIn now.
Well,
it's changing every month.
It took me a while to figure out how to get my demo reel up in that first
section
because it used to put it at the bottom, and people are like, well, I'm not going to scroll all the way down. So I'm sitting here trying to figure out LinkedIn, and now we put video. I'm like, after all that work, now it's easy. Dang it.
You took 6 courses in coding.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying. Let's not talk about that. That and WordPress will be the end of me, I tell you. I think what's actually interesting is no matter how the technology changes. I mean, I'm one of the people that I know that budgets shrink, crews shrink. We're all kind of furious, like, why do we have to do so much with so little? But I find that there's so much work now. It's kind of like you got to look at where you want to put your attention to. But I think every time I hear these sorts of panels, it comes down to people. It comes down to making sure you update your own stuff and tell people what you do, which is why I tell people they should be involved either in creating their own passion project or working on one, because a lot of us work and we don't tell people what we do.
Yeah.
Like everybody else, like you go to a family get-together, everyone knows what people do except for us weird people in the video and film world. They're like, I don't know what they do. They just do some stuff over there. And we don't talk about it. Like, we do cameras and we work with people, and we don't talk about it. So if you actually talk to people here, out there, in your hometown, taking people out for beers, you actually have a website, your social media, and you have some stuff to show, and you're willing to show up for free or cheap and just say, hey, I know I'm worth it, and once you see it, that network builds pretty quick. But I think a lot of people either, if they are working, they don't take the time to build those assets to show, or they're, not comfortable enough talking to people or taking them out to drinks, or whatever the case might be. And I think it kind of keeps in that same thing. If you do good work, you're not an asshole, and you are basically out there telling people what you do, that matters. And no matter what changes, and no matter how big or small a crew is and how much the day rate is, those are the things that keep you working year after year.
Yeah, it's super, super organic, that cycle.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But everybody has downtime. So,
shouldn't.
Everybody...
Downtime should always be updating your stuff and working on projects.
And that's what you should be doing during downtime. You're aggregating content, you're aggregating relationships, you're aggregating photos, you're a key grip, you're aggregating beautiful rigs you've done, right?
Yep.
And then when you have that time off, you get a subscription to lynda.com, for example, and you learn all about social media, learn about LinkedIn, and organize your work.
Well, I think now more than ever, education. Like, I'm a person, I didn't go to college, so I always say I'm uneducated, but I'm constantly learning, whether it's getting a new piece of gear on the weekend, testing it out and running it through, or learning something that I didn't know before. I find that that's the sort of thing that when someone calls me like, hey, we got this weird setup we want to do with a GoPro attached to this thing, and you're like, who would ever do that? And you're like, I kind of rigged up something like that in my garage last weekend. Sure, I can do it. Yeah. And I think that matters. And so I don't know, how much of you guys spend, whatever you call learning, whether it's actually watching a lynda.com thing or watching demo reels and getting an idea of, how visuals are changing now on different stuff. How much of your week would you say you guys are doing? 1%? 5%? Literally, I just shut down the whole discussion. Everybody just became clueless.
A lot of like self-reflection all of a sudden. Oh, that's
Everyone's
right.
like, I
that's
don't
right,
do it
that's
enough,
right,
so
right.
should I lie in public? I don't know.
I eat, sleep, and breathe it. I mean,
Yeah.
I make dinner, I sleep, and then I wake up and I do it again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm either watching work, I'm watching how they made their work, I'm talking to people, I'm meeting with people. Like, it's 24/7. Like, and it's not because it's work for me. It's
it's what you want to do.
I love.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like, you know, when I discovered when I was like when I first started like editing my own work and like forgetting to eat, I was like, I think I should do this for a living.
I think I found what I'm supposed to do with my life.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, like it's all in. It's a whole thing.
I think it consumes you. It's like, I think about, it's funny you talk about like eat, sleeping, and breathing. And I'm like, yeah, what did I do this morning in the hotel room? I got up, looked at my phone, just went to the sites that I normally go to. I'm on my phone doing it, and I'm looking at people's different films or looking at the different people that I follow online to see what maybe they've posted of their recent projects or something like that. And then if I wasn't going to be here today, I probably would be sitting at my desk, pulling on my laptop, throwing up a project, watching other people's stuff, seeing what's going on, looking at my own stuff, making notes. I might sit down and watch a film and think about that film and try to, you know, honestly, I probably wouldn't do an extensive breakdown like, you know, a director might do, but break down and look at maybe like, okay, well, what do they use on, you know, Independence Day or something, or what do they shoot with, or how do they move the camera, or, you know, just trying to just study, really, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's constant.
Yeah, I read. I'm really interested in technology, and I think just looking at technology from kind of a high point of view is really helpful in this business because it's so technology based. So I read the MIT Review. It's bi-monthly, and then I read Wired every month, cover to cover. I just took a class with Babson College and Goldman Sachs for 14 weeks on entrepreneurism that I was accepted into. That's the first formal education I've had in 15, 20 years. Besides weekend seminars and that kind of thing, but that was really intense. And then I'm very interested in social media and very interested in marketing and sales and branding. So I read everything I can on those. I belong to the South Florida Internet Marketing Association, and to do really well in this business, you have to be a master of self-promotion. You have to know how to advertise, particularly if you have a business. And so I focus on those things. Tim Ferriss's podcast. I'm a huge fan of Tim Ferriss. Just came out with his new book, Tools of Titans, and it's all about high performers and what they do the first thing in the morning and how they've achieved their success. And it's not all about money either. It's about personal success. And so I follow Tim Ferriss a lot, and the things that Tim Ferriss's guests, the lives they lead in their respective industries translate and dovetail really well into the film and television business. So
I think you talked a little bit about marketing from a company standpoint. I think it's becoming more and more important for individuals to do it and learn how to market yourself, advertise yourself, and how to we joked about branding, but it's the idea of you almost have a brand for yourself as an artist, and understanding what that brand means to you and what you think it means to the people you're trying to catch the attention of.
It's almost like you're aware that we're going to be doing another panel talking about, do you brand yourself as an individual or as a production company? Because I know there's a lot of people, I'd say that my brand is more myself. People know who I am, what I do. But it's the sort of thing where you go to a certain level of company and they're kind of like, well, we should really have a production company behind that, not just you.
Yeah.
I can serve as the same thing, but it's a perception issue. But then if you're going to go ahead and do promoting a business and yourself, you're splitting your amount of time. Is that as good as just switching over? And these are real world problems. And what I think what's actually interesting from sitting in this panel is the fact that I used to think that I created beautiful images and coached really great performances. But then I'm also a marketer, and I'm also like a networker. And it's like basically we do all these different tools, and which is why I think I really like people in this industry, is because I feel like, those shows where you can run around the world and you got to figure out how to do stuff on the The Amazing Race and stuff. Yeah. I feel like if I could take almost anybody in this building and pair up with them, and we could take over the world, because all we do is solve problems all day. Yeah. Like, it's literally the world's falling apart at every given moment on every job, no matter the budget range. Right. And it's basically how do we keep calm and how do we get it done? Yeah. And I feel like it's kind of a really interesting group of people that willingly go into this day after day and go 24 hours a day, I'm in. And you're like, really? Yeah. You could have a job where it doesn't fall apart all the time, but yet we choose to. I think it's really fascinating.
Yeah, that's it. That reminds me of.
That would be really boring. I agree.
That reminds me. I heard this story years after the Katrina hurricane in New Orleans, where producers and production managers and every known category in film and television helped with the recovery efforts in New Orleans, and they were really effective because we basically erect little cities every day when we go on films, and we have to feed people and we have to give people shelter and we have to coordinate our resources, and that's what disaster recovery is. And a lot of the film and television people led the recovery during Katrina. So, to your point,
I used to not tell people that we dealt with disasters because I thought then it would make it sound like just my jobs fall apart. But I've talked to enough people now where, in private we'll be like, oh man, this car didn't show up, the electricity blew up. So we are definitely disaster specialists. There's no question about it.
We like to say we make dreams come true. So.
We try to make our own dreams come true. That's what we're doing. I guess any other question or any other things? I know we got a couple minutes left, but is there anything that's kind of triggered that I don't want to ask all the questions if you're
I got one thing.
on something?
I guess when it comes to like Facebook and social media, I guess one thing we see that separates maybe a freelancer from other people is when they're engaged in your project and they ask for permission, like, can I post something from this project, or even behind the scenes photos, or say like, hey, I worked with you guys. And when they do that, it kind of, I guess, separates them from maybe somebody else. That shows that they're really engaged in what we're doing and that they were happy to be part of it. So, I mean, I would say that's kind of one takeaway.
It's a certain etiquette that I think is lost right now. People don't know what they can and can't do. So,
well, I think it's simple. Can I, do you mind if I post something on Facebook or whatever? And yes or no. So, I mean, we have some projects that they can't do that on, unfortunately. But and unfortunately for us too, because we like to promote our own work as well. So.
Always the cool ones. They say, "Don't show this." Like, come on.
It's always the cool.
If it's two lights in an ugly white room, post that away. But you build some set, and they're like, "No, we don't want this."
Yeah. Or you're like on the control tower at O'Hare, and it's like, "Nope, can't do that." And it's like, really?
We had a job this last year with a UK company, and it was for the UK lottery.
Okay.
Now you can buy tickets online. And so
that's a good idea.
The concept was evolution, right? So they had we had the chimpanzee from Wolves of Wall Street. We crewed that job, by the way. We had the chimpanzees from Wolves of Wall Street. He was walking, left to right and turned into Neanderthal man and modern man. And so it was a really cool job, very effects driven. And I was like, we're not going to get any social media out of this. And so I just mentioned to the advertising agency, I said, what's the policy on social media? Like, do as much as you can during the shoot. Yeah, because they wanted to get this effort on its way of people in the UK being able to buy lottery tickets online. And so we social media the heck out of that thing. We had the chimpanzee from Wolves of Wall Street right there.
This is what shows us weird about our business, is the UK lottery comes to Miami to shoot and asks America to do promotion to tell people in the UK they should go buy online lottery tickets. That sums up.
Well, the chimp lived in Florida.
Okay, well,
and he wouldn't travel except on a private jet. He has standards. No green M&Ms.
Very needy.
And only private jets, first class on American, is not good enough to go to the UK, so they had to come to him.
Well, I'm going to give you guys some promotion. If you guys want to give a Facebook or an Instagram, so anybody that was interested in what we're talking about, go ahead and spout it out to the thousands of people that are watching now. So go ahead and...
Our website's a great tool to find us, solidlinemedia.com. And you can find everything from there.
Just don't send them emails.
No, that's fine.
Everything for me from Facebook, my website, Instagram, it's just my name.
Just your name?
Just my name.
Okay.
Just my name.
That's good. You got the brand control from top to bottom. I love it.
Mine's kind of the same. It's just David C. Weldon Jr., just the JR at the end, from the website to social media.
If you don't put Junior, then you're going to be in a construction thing with your dad.
Yeah.
So just make sure that JR at the end is very important.
I don't think it's the same guy.
Yeah. You can find us at movingpicture.com and cameracrewmiami.com, and then on Facebook we are under Moving Picture Rental. On Instagram I'm under David Wells Directs.
Cool.
Yeah.
And if anybody's looking to either promote themselves or to find crew, you can always go to productionhub.com. I'm Barry Anderson. If you want to follow me on Instagram, it's just Barry Anderson. Just remember my last name has 2 S's. Otherwise, I want to thank the panel and thank Teradek here for joining us on the opening morning of NAB 2017. And I guess we'll wrap it up there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks for having us.
Have a good one.
For having us, man.
Cool.
right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move.
Got it.
All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Snap.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action. Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX, and we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, guys, gig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check.
Running title.
Switching to camera one. Video's ready. We're live.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having a system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move.
Got it. All right, back to one.
Select things.
Quiet on set. Tap.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, We were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, guys, gig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get to. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video. Live in 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Making it good, I can hear you. Got it. Videos online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
All right, welcome to NAB 2017. We are streaming live from the Teradek booth. I'm Sarah Radel with Immersive Shooter.
I'm Robert Hernandez.
With Immersive Shooter.
Immersive Shooter.
And we have a really great first panel to celebrate the fact that this is our website launch and we're doing it live. We're here to talk about Live 360 with 3 really amazing guests. We have Alex Clive from 360 Designs, Louis Smithingham from 30 Ninjas, and Kayam Wakil from Live Planet. I remembered it before I read it, I promise you. So we'll just jump right in to the panel.
Yeah. There was a Hacksaw Jim Duggan reference earlier. There will be wrestling, I'm told. There will be fights.
Maybe we should put this table away. Move this table closer to me.
So let's jump to it.
Yeah, so I guess my first question, the big news, Alex, comes from you. Last week you guys launched the 6K live streaming drone. I guess tell us a little bit about that.
So yeah, it's called Flying Eye, and it's a 6K live streaming VR drone. Broadcast quality, near uncompressed. It's amazing.
And why did you guys decide that that's what you were going to do? Tell me a little bit about why it's important to show people what it's like from the air.
Well, I mean, I have a personal interest in drones. I used to build and fly drones like a few years ago before they started selling them. So it's always been an interest of mine to put 360 cameras, but because I'm so interested in live, I wanted to solve that problem. So we built a 6K streaming system.
How do you not make your viewer throw up? Shooting drones, it's always shaky and not the most steady shot. How did you solve that problem?
So it depends on. So it's choice of shots. So some shots, it turns out, work really well in VR, which is a straight up and down. It's the simplest shot of all. But actually, that is the best shot.
Okay.
It's kind of, you look down, you don't see your feet. It's this kind of out of body experience. But stabilization, either mechanical or, what do you call it? Processed. Yeah. Live processed, yeah.
And what about when people look up? No, you go first. You're
I'm
more
just
important
curious,
than
like,
me.
with this signal, so, because this is cool, first of all.
You want to know how it works?
Well, I want to know what's going.
I'm not telling.
Well, no, but I want to know where, so, camera is flying. You stitch that camera, right?
I'm not saying.
Okay. At my switcher, what am I getting?
6K. or
IP,
4K. You can do
SDI.
NDI 6K,
Okay.
SDI 4K, or you can do 6K HEVC.
Okay.
Hey, Lewis, can you stick around a little bit? I think I'm going to go get a drink.
I
love it. I love it.
So
Do it.
So you said, okay, you processed it. For those who don't know the acronyms of what you just asked, what just went down right there?
Okay, so yeah, Lewis is asking how do you get the signal out. So 6K is a very valid question because SDI tops out at 4K.
Yes.
So, I mean, SDI has obviously been around a long time. It's very robust. We use it a lot for our live VR streaming. But if you want to push to 6K, you've got to look at something else. So that's NDI or HEVC.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you approve?
I know Kayem loves
cool.
NDI.
I approve of all of these things. You need them all, right? You can't just
They keep
have
the
one.
planet live.
Yeah, they keep the planet live.
Talk about your platform.
We came up with a really interesting design, very, very small. It's a stereoscopic live streaming camera, so it does the encoding and the stitching on board the camera. You know what? It's over at the metal booth. I forgot it. But it literally is 4 inches around. It can sit in my hand. And so
2 lenses?
16. So it's a cylindrical array, and so there's 16 around. So it uses 16 lenses to capture your 4K for your left eye. It uses 16 lenses to capture the 4K for your right eye, giving you a depth map, and then that way you have stereoscopic. So the example I always give is all of the 360 that's been out there, it's been made for pirates because they have an eye patch and they have no depth information. And when I look out at NAB, I don't see one single pirate. So I'm curious why we've been making video for pirates. Now we get to actually view it like we would normally view it. You have 2 eyes, you get that depth. Stereoscopic is where you got to go.
Don't judge me. No VR.
No VR.
No VR.
I am going to poke the hornet's nest because, Alex, I know that you have strong opinions about monoscopic and stereoscopic and what to do for 360.
Yeah, look, stereo is really hard. At the moment, it's just in one axis.
Good stereo as well.
It's, I did a panel not long ago where I had a slide, the 10 reasons that stereo is really hard and not to do it. Sorry.
We figured out the hard part, so that's why we got it going.
There you go. See, good old. Yeah, so, I think fundamentally at the end of the day, for me, as far as live is concerned, stereo requires 50% more bandwidth. And that isn't going to change.
Well, that depends. Viewporting is always a fun thing.
Okay, but at a theoretical level,
absolutely,
it's 50% more bandwidth, and that means that because bandwidth is limited, and will be whether it's 4G, 5G, 10G, you have this upper limit, so you're always going to get better quality with mono. It's going to be 50% better. So that's a fundamental kind of equation that I can't quite get past for me.
And I'll speak to that. I agree. Like, you have a better quality on that mono. It's a little bit less. And that was one of the things that we considered. It's great to have a camera, and a lot of people are like, hey, what about that camera? I go, that's a great steering wheel. Where's the rest of the car? How are you going to get from point A to point B? So that was one thing that we realized very early in creating a stereoscopic camera that live streams and stitches on board. It's very difficult to do. Maybe 6 months ago it was, it wasn't possible 6 months ago, but now it is. Thanks to NVIDIA's Jetson TX1, they'll be coming out with a TX2 that's built for AI. It's basically the GPU processor that enables this to happen. And so looking at the bandwidth, absolutely correct. You're doing 2 4K streams down a pipeline when you can only usually get a 4K. So a lot of, tactics and strategy was put to use in our cloud. So we viewport our stereoscopic, so we can actually reduce that down to 80% of what it actually is and get it less than what a 360 is. And then because you're viewporting, we're getting 12 streams per 360. So you're viewporting a very high quality. So it could be arguably equal or better than just a monoscopic. However, we're in a world where we got phones. No one's got a headset in their pocket. So mono is going to be the catapult. Yeah. But my idea of like the conversion, the impression is the view. Hey, I looked at the 360. My conversion is I put it in a headset and I put it on my head. And so that's where you're going to start getting that. Sure. You have everyone kind of pushing towards, hey, wait a second, we got mono. Let's look at stereo. You got Facebook making announcements on stereo stuff. So it will slowly move there, and the technology is catching up to enable that quality.
Yeah, so you're working a few steps ahead. And Robert, I know you had a question about Facebook Live.
Well, in terms of that, you just kind of Facebook is doing more live stuff. Have you integrated? Are you looking to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're a great ecosystem to.
That's the gateway drug to everybody else. I feel like
with our cloud, we do a syndication. So you put up one rectangular video, And then you click a bunch of buttons, and it'll go to Facebook, it'll go to Periscope, it'll go to YouTube, wherever you need. So instead of having to go into all of those accounts, it's all in one CMS where you can just click and choose where you want to put it. Or even if you want to put it to your app in an SDK, you have the ability to do so. So it's one video file goes up, we do the multiple encoding, so it can go to all those different platforms. I mean, that's the hard part. We do that manually now. It should be done by a cloud that's got all the GPU processing to do all of that stuff.
Well, I've actually got a question about Facebook Live. So right now, a lot of people are sort of just putting up a camera and like expecting people to engage with their 360 content. How can we sort of elevate beyond what a lot of people are seeing on Facebook today so that it's actually interesting?
That's something we deal with. So we deal with a lot, and we're pretty vigorous about that. We won't do a job if we can't get good camera positions, because with 360, I've seen some really promising content with a camera position 300 feet away, and so this incredible, famous, historical person is this 3-pixel blob, and then they don't denoise, so now he's a noisy 3-pixel blob, and we won't do it. Like, we straight up will turn it down. That particular job we turned down. But we had a piece recently for World Economic Forum that we worked with Facebook Live on. And we'd gone out to China with them the year before, shown them the camera, gotten everybody used to it, gotten the security team used to it, gotten the AV team. Everybody was used to seeing this camera. This is what it is. This is what you're going to expect next year. So the next year when we show up and it's Shakira, and Shakira's here, and our camera is here, nobody's going to freak out. And it's in all the other camera shots. And so now we have a shot where when you're in headset, you're 3 feet from Shakira. And it's just Shakira talking about clean water. I'm not going to pretend it's the most exciting thing in the world. Like, it really wasn't that exciting, but it was well color graded, it was denoised, and you're 3 feet away from Shakira. And we hit 36,000 people watching at one point, which, as far as I know, there aren't that many other videos that have hit that at that point. And I love my team. My team do amazing work, but I really blame my client for that, because they let us get that close.
Yeah.
And it's just so crucial.
Well, so once you get compelling content and you got all those viewers, one of the questions is, you've got to engage with that audience. If you've ever periscoped or even 2D Facebook Live, you have to acknowledge the people coming in. You've got to talk to them and keep them going. And then there's the trolls. With these platforms, when you're live streaming, now you're live streaming in 360, how are you doing social engagement, and how are you dealing with comments and someone saying something perhaps Shakira didn't want to hear about? Like, how would what are you guys' approach and infrastructure for that?
Our Silent J and Bob approach. You just go up to the doorbell, you knock on the door, open it up, and then they're the ones who said something bad. You knock them out.
So via your platform, so compelling,
yeah, no, I'm just teasing.
How do you handle it, Alex? Have you thought about that infrastructure of social engagement and trolling?
Well, I mean, we haven't faced that, to be honest. So, I mean, I think this question about how do you make it engaging is really key. It's like you said. I mean, it's not enough to put a camera up on stage next to an artist, and expect people to watch it for more than 5 minutes, unless they're like a really big fan, So I think this takes us into multi-camera. Our view at 360 Designs is you've got to do the same production standards as traditional broadcast.
Yes,
that's what people are used to. That's what people are used to. So, we're here at NAB, surrounded by the best broadcasters and companies in the world, and I feel strongly that the broadcast industry, which has been doing this stuff for so long, knows how to make a really engaging sports live broadcast or award show live broadcast. And that's what people are used to, and you have to give them that in 360. The technology alone, on its own, is not enough to make it interesting.
It's often worse. It often makes it worse.
No, it's very true. I mean, if you put one camera up that's capturing that concert, I can only spin around in a circle for 10 seconds, maybe. Yeah. After that, then I'm done. But it's very true. You need to create that production value, and you're not going to get it with one camera. You're not going to get one camera on the side of the stage. You want 6, 5, 7, whatever it is, so I can switch between it. So now you're moving into the live switching, where you either have the user being able to tap in between the drummer solo, or watching Beyonce walk away from you, or whatever it is. Or then you have, let's say, the production team. They want to put a minute delay so they can curate where you want to switch to. And that's very akin to how we see a halftime show. You know, Beyonce may be walking away, that's a great view, but then all of a sudden she's coming to the other side. I want her coming to me, singing to me. So I may not have the wherewithal to go, oh, wait a second, I should be the director and switch. I'm just going to be stuck in that thing. So being able to curate a delivery of a live show in a production value that we're used to in a 2D sense, that's where you have to get. And not camera positions in the nosebleed section. It's right there.
Well, that's one of those challenges in terms of, with 360, we are giving control to the viewer to look wherever the hell they want. And now if you're doing multi-camera, do you give them control to look in the wrong camera place at the wrong time?
It depends on the
or
shoot.
Do you want to be the narrator and be like, no, go look at this
I'm a gamer, and I'll relate this to gaming. So like, when there's a great game out right now, Horizon Zero Dawn, and I was reading an interview, and it's a big open world game. But as you're playing it, you very clearly realize that you're following a path. And so with any experience, you just design the theme park.
Yeah.
And then they're going to look in the right place. And you give people the option, and you can give them the option to choose. I like being able to choose with live bands, because there are certain bands where I don't care about anybody except for the drummer.
Sure.
Or the guitarist or whatever. But it's, interactivity is fun, but you also want to have the option of being able to let go and ride this roller coaster through the space.
Yeah.
And people do look where you want them to look if you give them something interesting.
Yeah.
If it's boring, they won't look at it and they'll wander around. But if you give them something they want, they'll always look there. And we found that consistently.
So I think Lewis is right. Giving people ultimately choice, is probably the best answer. It, adds a lot of complexity to what you're doing. I do think that, television, if we look at television and the movies, there is a long history of people trying to do interactive television that hasn't worked. You choose the camera angle. Nobody wants that. Everyone thought it was a great idea. Oh yeah, we'll follow this guy or follow this guy. But at the we watch entertainment, visual entertainment to relax. We watch television to relax.
Yeah,
it's a passive experience. It's worked for 60 years. One thing I've learned in my career is it's very hard to change people's habits. They're like 60-year habits. So I do believe that a directed experience is probably going to be the most popular. But it's.
If we are living in the future where we can fly a drone with multi-camera shots live, why not have both?
No.
Yeah. Right? Why not have the directed shot and the guide and no, I got this. Let me jump around and just stare.
And Kayam's right about the UI. It's a tap on the side of the head to change,
Yeah. No, I agree. It depends on what you're shooting. For live music, however, those are brands, multi-billion-million-dollar brands. And when you have that brand on stage, that's the only thing that you should be looking at. No one should be looking at their shoes or the nadir on the ground. And that detracts. So it's great to give all of the control, but it's also great to give the option of a curated experience, because now I just want to press cruise control and kind of kick back a little bit. After I played around and I'm like, ooh, this is fun. Now this is a better experience because someone's directing it for me, and it's like I see a halftime show, and now I get that production value.
It's a thing. So before I did this, I was a tour videographer for a really long time. And when you tour with a band, you're doing 6 months with them. They do the same set every night, and when you're hitting that switcher, you know what they're going to do at every instance. And there are things that if you're not an ultra super mega fan, you're not going to know this person's going to do solo here, this person's going to do this here. And so having that curation really does help. But 360 gives you the feeling that you're making the decision yourself, when in reality you're likely doing exactly what you want you to do.
Yeah, just a little bit of both. And we touched on boredom. So what sort of engagement are you seeing? How long are people sticking around in these experiences?
Data, metrics, what you got?
Ooh. Yeah.
Come on.
You got more.
Yeah, we got
share it all.
Conan, we had an interesting experiment where we did Conan live direct to a booth at Comic-Con, and the headset was occupied 8 hours a day for 5 days straight. And then we also did a web live stream, and that was, we were in the millions because that's a known brand.
Yeah.
And his fans are voracious and frightening and amazing at the same time.
Team Coco. Was the main distribution YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube Team Coco. We did World Economic Forum. Shakira was our highest number we've gotten, which was 36,000 people engaged, for 30 minutes. Well, it started at 6,000, and then Shakira tweeted about it, and all of a sudden it just went to 36,000.
Now, but specifics, how long were they there? How long?
30
were they
minutes.
There? 30 minutes for Shakira and for Team Coco?
For Team Coco, it was 5-minute chunks, and people would watch a bit and then pop out. But we're finding if the content's worth watching, people stick around.
Yeah. Compelling content is still compelling content, whether it's 360 or
For some
flat.
reason, 360's not been focusing on that. I think also to speak to Al's point, engaging with broadcast tools and using things like, I see a lot of 360 content. For some, I did tour videography and then I did bullet time. The only reason why I feel remotely qualified to be doing 360 is because of my bullet time work. And I still find it really hard. And I think I see a lot of 360 that for some reason people are ignoring the basic things that we've all been doing for a long time. Like, wait, you didn't grade that? Like, no, you just did a quick thing in FCPX? Like, what? No, this is hard. You need to put professional tools in every way of the pipe and use them the way that everybody else has been using it forever, because we already are at a disadvantage. No matter what, our stuff isn't going to look as good because the headsets aren't as good, phones aren't as good, projections aren't as good, our sensors aren't as good. It's not a red camera yet. And until that point, we have to, in order to meet the standards that everybody else is used to, we're going to have to really improve every other part we can.
All right, you guys have been agreeing. There's been too much agreeing, so I'm going to push back on that.
Well, I'm going to go back on something on him, too.
Okay, so let me push back on that. Like, when we're in the spectrum from IMAX 3D to cat videos on YouTube, and those cat videos on YouTube are producing more views than more highly produced things, does that quality production really matter?
Well, that's the Cassavetes effect, where it's like, if something's fucking amazing, if something's amazing,
there you go.
It's gonna.
That's the first one.
It's gonna be amazing. Explosions are cool no matter how you shoot them.
Cats are amazing on.
No matter how you shoot them. Couldn't
piano.
agree more.
Yeah. I have a presentation in an hour where I have a cat video in it.
There it is. There it is. So, but I think one thing I learned, I would observe with this is that production gives you one hell of an advantage. It does not cover up the lack of content and storytelling and being compelling. It does not do that. But if the content is compelling enough, people are forgiving on the production value.
Don't let yourself be second fiddle. I see so many live 360 shows end up being second fiddle.
And by that, what do you mean by that?
So like it's like,
not the focus.
We're going to add a 360 thing to this.
It's an add-on.
Just make sure you don't get in the way.
Yeah. Don't have it in my 2D shoots.
Don't get in the way.
As long as your camera's not anywhere near what I need to shoot, it can be over there.
And so the thing that that's not cool because you end up with crappy shots. And so the way we approach it is we go up to the union crew and we say, hey, dude, we're on the same team. I want to support you. All I ask is you tell me what your frame is. So at the beginning of every shot, they're using lenses. Yeah. So I know I ask, hey, what lens are you on? And they tell me, and I'm like, okay, cool, I won't be in your shot, but I'm going to push right up to the edge. And people just, I don't know, for some reason, because 360 isn't as big yet, and it's the afterthought sometimes, they don't think, and then their client turns to them and says, why does this look bad? Why did nobody watch it?
Proximity is so important with this. You know, and we're talking about, comparison against 2D cameras. If you had a sporting, sports game, these cameras have like 20x, 40x zooms on them. We need to be close with our cameras. And the best production in terms of camera positions that we've done so far was we did this Barry Gibb thing from the Bee Gees.
It's good.
And from the beginning it was only about 360. This was not a 2D production, so we got amazing access. We had the camera right close to Barry Gibb, right, this far away, and one of them, and we had multiple cameras, and it just made all the difference with a host, and the whole thing was done for 360. And it's like Lewis said, like we want to do those kind of jobs. We don't want to be dealing with, those kind of. But I mean, sometimes it's inevitable. We've been doing a lot of sports stuff lately, soccer games.
That's the thing that's really popular. Lewis, before we run out of time. Attack!
You just dropped this thing real casual. You're like, are you creating live depth maps? Did you just say that correctly?
I
heard that
too.
I heard that too.
Yeah.
So let's go. Let's hear it.
No, you're
how accurate?
You're creating depths. You can come over tomorrow and take a look at it.
All right, I'm going to see these live
but
depth
the thing
maps.
is, because you've got stereo, you've got depth.
I
can sit
agree,
there
but
and
it's
take
not
my
a
finger.
depth map.
Well, it's you're getting the depth out of it, and then
okay.
No, full depth now. Okay, we're on record here.
Don't take me literally.
Depth now. You're getting depth.
Yeah.
But the last thing I'll throw in the spirit of unity, so we were just talking about getting close. And the thing I like about your cameras is they fit it really easily into my existing post-production pipeline. I can strap it in any truck over here, put a server in front of it, I mean, it's fine. But it's big.
Right.
They're big.
What are big? The cameras?
The cameras. The whole, it's
You
bigger.
haven't seen the new one.
Your camera's bigger than his camera.
Yeah.
Never have you ever wanted to have the
Little
saying,
teeny
"Oh, it's so much
sensor.
smaller than I thought." Ours is. Mine is.
But the point I'm making is there's an advantage to both of these.
Yes.
And I think about in 360. I think as a creative, I don't switch lenses anymore as a DP. I switch cameras.
Ah, great. Because you are we have like Alex was saying, you have a zoom on a 2D. You can zoom into something. We don't have a zoom. The zoom is a guy with a little stick and moving towards it. That's our zoom. So positioning is really Position important.
Uh,
is key. Crop with your feet, but you can't crop anything. You just get closer.
Yeah. Well, we are almost out of time, so I'd like to thank our guests for joining us. I think we had a really good discussion. I'm glad that we got a little aggressive there for a moment.
No furniture yet.
No furniture is broke. Okay,
First
yes.
F-bomb drop.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, so we'll be back in just a few minutes with Max Richter from Insta360 Pro. See you then.
Cool. That was fun.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
All right, we got 5 minutes.
All right, iPads are up.
Got it.
Camera move.
Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Snap.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speed.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, guys, dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video. Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Hey, can I get that? Got it. Videos online.
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
Welcome back to the Teradek booth at NAB 2017. I'm Sarah Radel with Immersive Shooter, and today, next up, we have Max Richter from Insta360, who's going to be talking about the Insta360 Pro, which just became available for pre-orders on Friday, and I believe ships May 30th. It's pretty exciting news for the 360 industry. So I guess, Max, tell us a little bit about the camera and what
Sure.
you're doing at NAB this year.
Sure. So,
And you know what? We have a little handy
All right.
cam over there.
Let's use
Let's showcase this thing.
Sure.
I had a little preview with it and
Sure.
was enamored with the ports. But
sure.
you talk about it
right.
and I'll show it.
So that's our all-new Insta360 Pro. It can shoot up to 8K at 30 frames per second. If you want to shoot 3D content, means stereoscopic content, you can do up to 6K. So it really is quite versatile. You can also go down to 4K, shoot up to 100 frames per second, or you can do live streaming at 4K 30 frames and 3D 4K 25 frames per second.
So talk about the ports underneath. That's
Right.
something that I'm currently shooting with the Z-Cam.
Right.
And the ports sometimes get locked up if I'm using the batteries. Here
Right.
they're out and about.
Right, so you have quite a lot, and you can see that. I think the most interesting is definitely that you have an HDMI out, which you can see here, a mini HDMI, and this will give you real-time stitched image coming out of this camera, and you can just connect it to your headset or to your display TV, so you have a live preview. Another cool thing is here, obviously you have Ethernet for live streaming, which enables you to have higher bandwidth. Apart from this Ethernet connection, you can also do it wirelessly with Wi-Fi, or you can even use a 4G dongle, which you attach to the USB port. The USB port now can also be used to attach an SSD hard drive if you want further storage.
And Robert, I know that you were pretty pumped about that when you saw it at VRLA.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone that, if you wouldn't mind putting the camera back with everyone who's shooting with GoPros and SD cards, they know that after a certain amount of time or file size, it creates a new file. And so if you're trying to do a time lapse of over an hour, that's multiple files that in Premiere you're going to have to put them back together.
Right.
What you're saying is, I put up an SSD hard drive and it's till
perfectly.
what? What's the limit?
So you're basically limited by the capacity of your hard drive. So let's say you have 500 gigabyte and you want to record 8K video, you probably can record like 1 to 2 hours, basically. Yeah.
So Insta360 feels like it came out of nowhere and it has just rushed the market.
Right.
You brought here the
Nano. Right.
And like you've got now the Spectrum from the Nano, the Air for $130 for Android devices and micro USB, USB-C. And now the 8K,
right,
the 8K Pro.
Yeah, it's really our approach. We want to be like one supplier for the complete range of 360 cameras, starting from consumer product, like you mentioned, the Nano and Air, but also going in higher prosumer professional demands to the Insta360 Pro, which is quite versatile, and not only for professional filmmakers, but I think also for people who have higher ambitions and want to shoot better content and who don't want to be limited by 4K.
Yeah.
One thing that I think is really cool, though, is even though you're launching the Pro, I really like that you're still upgrading the software for the Nano and the Air, because I know you guys just upgraded stabilization features, right?
Exactly. So just 2 weeks ago, we updated the real-time stabilization technology, which will, by the way, also come to the Insta360 Pro, which is quite cool. And I think, these kind of updates and feature that we give, we just want to maximize the user experience, and that's like a key function for me. When I watch VR content, 360 content through a headset, I don't want to have that shaky footage. It's really key to have stabilized footage, and that's just features we continuously update.
Gotcha.
Would you say you guys are a hardware company or a software company or both, or what is?
So at the moment, definitely our focus is hardware, but we also look to extend our software capabilities.
This is coming with a stitching platform, right?
Right. So it's coming.
Talk about that.
So the stitching is actually, basically you don't need any software. That's the cool thing. It all happens within the device. You get a directly stitched image. You get 6 files for post-production, of course, but you always have a stitched image that is either template-based or optical flow-based for even higher and more seamlessly stitched images. But then there's also the Insta360 Stitcher software, which is free to download on our website, where you can do all the post-production by yourself, stitch together. Then we have the Insta360 Studio, which is also already available on our website. You can use it for basic editing. And of course, if you have higher demands, you can always use third-party tools.
That's
right.
And are you recommending that people with the Pro use your software or color? Like,
I think we definitely recommend our software, our stitching software. It's obvious.
It's the best.
It's the best.
Well, it's fine too.
Because the cool thing about our software, it has this optical flow, our own optical flow stitching method, which is quite unique. We have special algorithms, so you want to use that. If you want to stitch.
So let's go back on software. I was commenting to you earlier that I have both the Air and the Nano, and both the apps when I launched them aren't exactly the same. Like we shot something and we wanted to make the really cool animation, little world animation that's available in the Nano, but it's not available on the Air. What's up with the inconsistencies, and will they come together?
So basically, we really try to have the same software capabilities for Insta360 Air and Nano. Why there's 2 different apps is basically because Air is only for Android and Nano is only for iPhone with the iOS. So in the future, you might expect more cameras which will be available for both devices, but I cannot tell you too much about that.
I'm going to just repeat that. In the future, you can expect more cameras for mobile devices.
Right.
But they're in the future. It's at NAB. It's time for announcements. You got this one.
Yes.
That's old news.
Skip ahead, skip ahead.
Right.
But talking about this one, I know that Robert, you had a question about the wind.
Yeah,
Wind.
so I looked at the ports, I drooled over it. Now you've got how many microphones?
You got 4 microphones, so you can actually record spherical sound. If you have higher demands, again, we are very flexible. You can always attach an external microphone.
That's the solution, right? Because internally, it's not too windy here. There's no wind flowing through my locks. But if there's wind by that microphone, it kills the sound, right?
Yeah, we have some limitation. It's basic spherical audio, but there's always the option. You can attach like a Sennheiser or whatever brand to this device, and then you get higher
Now,
qualities.
does your self-stitching software take the audio from the external microphone and blend it together, or do I have to do it separate?
It happens all together.
Oh, that's actually really great.
That's cool.
Okay, coming up with new hacks.
Right.
Trying to see if I can do multi lav mics. Okay.
Right.
That unlocks a couple things.
So you think about
the spatial audio is baked in, muxed in, in camera, real time.
Right.
I look over there. The audio, yes.
All real
I just
time.
want to say it like 3 times.
Right.
Like when Sarah's speaking, I turn my head. That's what's happening.
That's what happened, yeah. And also, I think, what makes this really interesting is like if you are a media or broadcaster and you on the go, you want to have an easy to use device that you just easily set up. You don't want to do any post-production. You just want to live stream to your Facebook account, to your own platform, to your own VR app. You just do it with one click, basically, and it makes things so much more easier.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive.
And I've got a question. So you won't be shipping until May 30th, right?
So actually, we will start shipping mid-May, which is
Oh,
even
wow.
earlier, around May 15th.
15th. What's the cost? What's the price?
$3,499 USD.
So far, who has the camera that we can go see what they're doing with it?
Sure.
Some footage. And
Sure. So you could check out our YouTube account. We already partnered with National Geographic. They shoot some content for us.
In fact, why don't we?
Oh yeah, we have that link to share. If we can get that
can you
shared
roll that video up
for the playlist.
Nat Geo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we actually did a screen capture of 360. It's always hard to show 360 video
Right.
when you're giving a presentation, and let alone in this kind of remote way. But we screen captured the YouTube player to kind of look around. Can we
The one
load
with
up that
National
video,
Geographic. We'll see if we can
Let's
do
see
it.
if it's happening.
You can also just go insta360.com. We have a lot of sample footage on our website if you're
Yeah,
interested.
and immersive shooter, we've linked to that as well.
Immersive
Yeah.
shooter.
So, and I think we can share that in the lower third.
Right.
Well, so Nat Geo, you guys have partnered with them, and who else have you worked with?
So there's more to come. I cannot tell too much, but you can expect a lot more big media houses to use this device. For NAB show, we partnered with Live VR, and they will actually do a live stream from LA to our booth, and you can see how the live streaming works in 4K stereo.
What's been the general response to the cameras?
It's been pretty good. We've been constantly responding to emails. It's been pretty hard times for us, and we're really happy that this camera is now finally ready and we can ship. So it's been kind of tough. We had a lot of requests from content partners to give us units, but now we finally got them, and we're really looking forward to amazing content and what content creators will do with that.
So I want you to look at the camera and say, immersive shooter, you'll get a demo unit when?
Yeah, let us know.
Mid-May.
We were supposed to talk about that off camera.
Right.
All right, so it looks like the sample video is ready, so let's take a look at that with a couple minutes that we have left.
Sure.
That is not the right. There we are.
There it is.
Okay, perfect.
Exactly. So this is YouTube quality. Of course, it's a little bit compromised, but you could also download this footage to your, you can download the real file, the original file, to actually see what the quality is. This here is also not stereoscopic, so we also have the same in stereoscopic 3D.
Gotcha.
So I've noticed you've been more involved with the community of content creators. You've really rushed this industry, especially focusing on nonfiction storytellers, journalists from big and small markets. What is your approach? Are you going to them? Are they coming to you? Is it mutual? What's the best way for partnerships to happen with stuff?
So we really try to be with the community. We have really value their input. So we have the community on Facebook. We're trying to build up our forum on our website, and we really want to be in constant exchange. We not want to be like we make a product and it's finished. You know this from our consumer cameras. we constantly get the input from our fans, from our community, and then we add these features to the product. And that is also when we work with content partners, with filmmakers, there's always the option to get direct support, direct contact with our team based in Hong Kong, Shenzhen. And yeah, we are really looking forward to see what ideas our community has.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like we're about out of time. So Max, thank you so much for joining us today. It's so great to hear about the Pro. I think people have been waiting for it, so it's nice to see it here today. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with Laura Hertzfeld from Journalism 360. Stay tuned.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move.
Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Tap.
Speeding.
Camera speeds.
Marking.
Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. It makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having.
Welcome back to the Teradek booth at NAB 2017. I'm Sarah Radel with Immersive Shooter, and today we have Laura Hertzfeld joining us for our last segment of our show. And she's with Journalism 360, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it so you can have a little background. It's actually a joint initiative from ONA, the Knight Foundation, and Google News Lab to create a community of 360 journalists. They're offering tons of resources, training opportunities, and they just recently closed applications for $250,000, right, in grants for projects that will help the industry learn and grow and just prosper, immersive shooting in general. So my first question is a simple one. How many applications did you receive by the deadline?
We received over 800 applications. I had to tell you, and journalists are really good at procrastinating. By
deadline, just by deadline.
By the Friday before, we were at like 400-ish, and I was like, oh, we'll crack 500. You guys, everybody was like, boom, we got to get that in. So it's amazing. I'm so
full
happy.
Disclosure, immersive shooters amongst the applications.
Yes.
And we were the last one. So in those applications, were there any themes that you saw coming through of what people were wanting to do?
There's a lot. I mean, a lot of ideas around spatial audio, which we were really excited to see. A lot of conversations around sort of like how can stories illustrate new technology and how can we kind of use those. We were looking both for really for content solutions, but I like to see stories that can illustrate that. So there are a lot of those, and a real mix of big organizations and individuals applying, which is really great to see. So yeah,
awesome. Diversity of all types, location as well.
Oh my God, so many international applications. I mean, I don't know what the percentages are because I haven't looked at everything, but I really would say like a lot from Latin America, a lot from Asia, as well as obviously stuff from the U.S. and Europe. So yeah, it was really, really great to see.
And
so the grants are just one of the many things, right? This is a grant that can go up to $35,000 per project?
So the grants go up to $35,000 per project, not necessarily the same amount for each one. We were assuming we'd have between like 8 and 15 funded projects. And we'll announce those winners in July. So we are working on reading all 800-something applications.
So thank you for giving us 10 minutes of your life. We know you're in high demand right now.
That's a nice break.
Oh, good. I had a question about the how people in the industry can benefit from some of the lessons. Like, what are some of the lessons that you're hoping come out of the grants, and how can people in the industry actually benefit from those experiences?
Sure. So like Robert was saying, J360 is kind of a two-part project. So we have one project that's the grants, and obviously it's all related. I think the winners and the projects that come out of the grants will really inform sort of how we structure the rest of the program. But Journalism 360 is very much about sort of figuring out how we build this community, how we create training programs and education initiatives for journalists at all levels. So it's really going to be a much bigger thing. So I think people can get out of it. Eventually, we'll have a very, I think, more regimented, specific training education program, which we're working on. But I think it's also knowing who to call in that community. If you need help on a technology side of things, coming to us and saying, oh, we, know somebody there, we can hook you up. Or this university is doing this amazing thing. Why don't you guys look into working with them if you're an individual? Or, we are only doing this one round of grants, but there's other grants out there, there's other money out there for this, and knowing sort of how to hook people up with the right thing. So
yeah, I think we're going to become best friends because we have some very similar missions. So I think we're going to be like that. So
well, it's right now one of the reasons why I joined Immersive Shooter. I'm, full disclosure, an ambassador for Journalism 360. I'm teaching 360 journalism, VR journalism to my students.
There's nothing in this space that Robert is not involved in. If you guys haven't noticed, period.
I'm busy. But my point was, what's really wonderful is this sense of community that is happening in this knowledge exchange and the diversity of this community.
Yeah.
And that's what really attracted me to take this leap, to put it all in there, to include gender diversity, because you made this comment and I will echo it. If you look outside these glass walls, there's more men. I don't even know what the ratio is.
Yep.
If it's 9 to 1, if that.
80-20.
And I started noticing, I was saying before we started, I mean, my flight, I think there were maybe 20 women on my entire full flight from LA.
And for VR journalism and VR, it started with women. Nonita La Peña,
Yes.
Godmother of VR, is a woman. Someone who first taught me VR, took me under her wing, was Christina from VR Playhouse out of LA. I want the fight to be as inclusive as possible, and I love that these missions of Immersive Shooter and J360 is very much about that.
Yeah, and I think we have a real opportunity in the immersive storytelling space. It's new. You know, you look at the broadcast industry, you look at traditional film and television, and obviously they're doing stuff in this space, but there's a real opportunity to make this look like what we want it to look like. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about.
We're just still so early. We're still forming all of these things. We don't have to confine to what is out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
But you have to be proactive, and that's the tricky thing.
Yeah.
Like, I've already seen a shift in the VR space, and I've written about it and published on J360's Medium post about having to own your seat at the table to speak up for others, but also, you know, we're shy and we're all learning. There's no expert in 360, especially for journalism, for spatial audio, for VR, CG graphics. So we all might suffer from this imposter syndrome that we need to kind of like be proactive in sharing our knowledge. And that requires you to submit a pitch, to apply for a grant.
Well, and that's the other thing with the grant proposals as well, with the challenge. I feel like obviously not all 800 projects are going to, you know, be winners in the grant. But my goal is not to, you know, alienate people who applied that don't win. I think, you know, everybody who put an application in has an idea around this, is passionate about it, is working on projects in this space. And that to me is like, let's make sure that they know that this community is much larger than this one grant program.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess my last question is, what are some of the biggest challenges that you guys hope to have some sort of solution for or tips for by the end of the year?
End of the year. That's
End
good. That's
of
a
the
good
year,
goal.
yeah.
We have a lot of work to do.
I'm giving you some space, you know.
No, it's good. I mean, I think, you know, in my conversations with people, which is really what I've been doing over the last couple months, is just talking to leaders in the space, and it's been so fun for me to kind of hear all the stuff that's going on. But, you know, one of the things that everybody has said is, you know, how do we standardize language? How do we standardize best practices? How do we have this conversation? The AP just started a poll that we're working on them with, which is very exciting to sort of, which is on the more technical end of producing 360, but, you know, it's a great way to sort of start thinking about these things and how do we, you know, make a plan for people to all understand what we're talking about here and then get more involved and not feel, you know, pushed out when they, you know, haven't just started this. So,
Yeah, I think that's great. Any other questions, Robert?
No, again, when is the announcement and where will they see it? Where will it be posted?
The announcement is in July. We will have a release go out, so it will be online, on social, on our
You'll
Medium.
see it here on Immersive Shooter.
You'll see it everywhere. On our Medium blog, which is medium.com/journalism360.
And we actually have a link to share if we can do that.
Yes,
So.
lots of links to share. So it'll go out. And, you know, you will all be aware. And then we'll have some more announcements coming to you about sort of like what the future of Journalism 360 is and how folks can get involved in the next few months. So.
Yeah, we're pretty pumped about the training events, so keep us informed.
We will.
So we're about out of time. So Laura, thank you so much for joining us. It was so
Thank you,
great to
Sis.
have
It was
you.
great. Yes,
Yeah,
course.
and Robert.
This is our just kind of like a lot of announcements that are happening in day one of NAB and Immersive Shooter among them.
Yes.
ImmersiveShooter.com
Congratulations.
launching. Thank you. It's our first day, our first live show.
Woohoo!
Here's
Party.
to 360 more.
Yeah, no kidding. And live show 2 is tomorrow from 10 to 11 at the Teradek booth. Same place. Join us on Facebook. Join us on our website. Join us via Teradek. We hope to see you there.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DGI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is They need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it. Camera move. Got it. All right, back to 1.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Alright guys, the starts in 2 hours. We gotta get there. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video. Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Making a good angry. Got it. Videos online. Get ready for all the parents watching. Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using LiveRaid, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have LiveRaid running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to LiveGrade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, LiveGrade was really more of a studio solution. Before with LiveGrade, if you were using an HD Link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with LiveGrade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and program with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it. Camera move. Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Snap. Speeding. Camera. Camera speed. Marking. Alright, last looks. Camera set. And action.
Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video. Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Hey, can I get back in here? Got it. Video's online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I am a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. It makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having a system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with LiveGrade, if you were using an HD Link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with LiveGrade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it. Camera move. Got it. All right, back to 1.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online.
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company. We do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it.
All right, back to 1.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
That was easy.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
in 2 hours. We gotta get there. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Video's online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. It makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using 2 Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move.
Got it. All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video. Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using 2 Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it.
All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online.
Rolling title.
Switching to camera 1.
Videos ready.
We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
Hey, welcome back to the LiveX Hour on Teradek's NAB Live Show. I'm your host, Rob Baynard, and today I'm joined by Scott Gillies of Skyray and Jay Namath of Flightline Films. Now, as you can imagine, we have a lot to cover. This segment is called Broadcasting from Outer Space. Got some two really talented guys here, and we're going to get right into it. Now, Scott was formerly head of production, engineering, and technology at Red Bull Media House, Red Bull TV, and he's an Emmy Award-winning content creator and founder of Skyray. Skyray is a multifaceted group of businesses focused on consulting, design, and operational execution of complex live events and digital media platforms. And Jay is an aerial cinematographer, an engineer well-versed in various airborne camera systems to produce images for feature films, commercials, and documentaries. In 2007, Jay and Scott, they saw an emergent private space program, and Jay decided to create Flightline Films to not only continue providing high-quality aerial cinematography, but to also provide astro cinematography equipment and services. Jay and Scott have worked together for a long time, and they're perhaps best known for their work on Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull Stratos event and the Red Bull Air Races. They've since moved on to branch out to other areas of production, servicing aerospace and entertainment projects globally, as well as right here in Las Vegas, where Flightline Films is based. In addition to highly skilled pilots, engineers, and specialized camera operators, Jay and Scott work with sophisticated camera systems that far exceed what you might find over at B&H Photo. From Cineflex and other aerial camera systems, these guys work with long-range optical tracking, and automated cameras for situational awareness and aerospace missions. In addition to all the work that they've done in the sky, they're here at NAB to showcase a new hybrid 4K and 360 VR production truck they just built to complement 2D and 360 productions, all from one place. So welcome, guys. Thanks for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we're going to get into all the cool stuff in a minute, but first I want to take a step back and fill in our audience with a little backstory and history on productions in outer space. Let's start with this video. So what you're seeing here is a Thor missile launch from 1959. This is the first known motion picture created in space. It was a 16mm camera strapped to a Thor V2 rocket that went up into the Earth's atmosphere, out into space, and then came right back down. So basically this was the first time they first put it on the rocket so scientists could gather data about what was happening with the systems while it was in flight. But they quickly realized that these were the first views that they had from above of the world below. This is a very important moment in aerospace cinematography, if you want to call it that, although I'm sure these scientists weren't thinking of it at that time. Scott and Jay, what does this event signify to you, and how does it help illustrate our collective fascination with viewing images from space? Let's start with you, Scott.
Well, just watching that, I could just picture back to the time when it was filmed. What they must have thought when they got the film back, and it was a longer reaction time, right, to get it exposed and then project it for the first time. And just seeing that shot, I never get sick of that image of that booster falling away back to Earth, and you suddenly realize the beauty and majesty of seeing the entire globe. I think at the time it must have been a challenge, and they were figuring out a lot of things on the fly, and super valuable and super beautiful, right? You start to really appreciate how majestic it is, and so that's really part of what personally drives me, and I'm sure Jay, that's our passion. It's just the sheer beauty of it, of what's.
And you hit it on the head. That was designed as optical engineering data. The whole point of those cameras was so that the engineers could look: did the boosters separate? Did the fairing break away correctly? They wanted to analyze the vehicle, but they quickly saw the drama and the beauty of these shots and how amazing it was. And I really think that has gone on to inspire so many people to get involved in the space business.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone, every little kid when they grow up wants to be an astronaut, right? Or at least at some point they might say that. And a lot of that has to do with this fascination of the images that they've seen. Obviously, they don't have the perspective of being up there, so they rely on these images that NASA and guys like you have created over the years to, illustrate how small of a world we live in, and there's a real human element to viewing these images from space. Jay, this has been a long time passion for you specifically, and something you're continuing to work with a lot. What drove your passion to get into this to begin with?
It's the marriage of two things that I'm, just super passionate and fascinated with: filmmaking and the space program. And in the earlier days, space was really something that was managed by NASA. It was a government endeavor. Really, there was no private space program. And so aviation was a great blend, and we did a lot of aerial cinematography and still do. But it was 2004. I woke my kids up at 3 in the morning. I said, we're going to the Mojave Desert. And they're like, Dad, why? I go, you're going to see something that you're going to tell your kids about that is going to change the world forever. And that was the scaled composites, their first civilian flight with Spaceship One to the edge of space. And that's where the pendulum started to swing from being a solely government run endeavor to, now the private sector is going to get involved in space. And so as we stood out there on the tarmac with thousands of people watching Spaceship One go to space for the first time, I thought, these people are going to need cameras on these spacecraft. They're going to need crews that can work in zero gravity. They're going to need long-range optical tracking, all the things that NASA and the other government agencies, Roscosmos in Russia, handle. But our approach is not from solely an engineering standpoint. Most of the footage you see of the space shuttle and the International Space Station is situational awareness cameras. They're placed where it made sense. Nobody's really thinking about composing a beautiful shot or trying to be dramatic. And what Flightline Films is about is telling the story of space. We want to immerse people and get them involved in what it feels like to have that overview effect, to experience the beauty and majesty of space travel.
Very nice. Very well said. Yeah, I mean, since the dawn of the space program, there's been this fascination with radio and television broadcasts that have played an important role in the proliferation and funding of these projects and the mass appeal to the general public. It's become a part of popular culture to watch and wait for what happens next, and it's a part of history. Without, some say, one of my favorite photographers, Joel Mayorowitz, once said when he was photographing September 11th remains, he was saying, without photographs, there's no history.
Yep.
And, I think that that's an important aspect of what you all do is, not only are you trying to create these really engaging, exciting, entertainment type projects, but it has its place in the history of the space program, starting back from the beginning with the race between United States and Russia, and now with the privatization of space companies. But is there ever a moment when you're working on these projects where the gravity of history kind of hits you, and you realize that you're making something that's going to be viewed for generations to come? Scott, maybe with the Red Bull event, the Stratos event, you experienced that. What was that like?
Yeah, I would say I'd like to think that while we were working on it, we could envision the reaction that was happening. But for me personally, I really wasn't driven by that. I pretty much assumed people would tune in and enjoy it. What we were most passionate about was really telling the story authentically, capturing real moments, sharing the full story. So full picture, sometimes that's not easy to do. It's easier to cover over the bad parts and do only the shiny parts, but authenticity really resonates with the audience. And so I think we were right on the mark there, and we had people engaged, and a huge credit not just to us or what we worked on, but a large team of people who helped spread the word, have people aware, and follow the storyline of what the challenges were and why we were doing this. This was not a stunt that we were working on. Rebel Stratos was a serious flight test and engineering program that had scientific merit, and there were medical studies that were published based on what happened with Stratos. So again, I think the authenticity was the most important thing, and I'm just super pleased and thankful that so many people did show up and were interested, and it blew, I think everyone who worked on the project blew their expectations of what we were going to see in terms of numbers.
Yeah, and it was something that hadn't been attempted since the record was broken by Kittinger, right? You want to talk about that?
It actually was attempted by a couple of private individuals, and unfortunately, one man passed away from the endeavor. So it was a dangerous endeavor to do without very serious backing from knowledgeable people. Joe Kittinger was fortunate. We were fortunate to have Joe Kittinger as a manager of this program and to guide us in the right direction. Right, he was a tremendous asset and helped Felix along the way and made it a realistic project. And then when Joe came along, a lot of other agencies willing to support us and make sure that we were on the right path to keep Felix safe. That was the number one thing, is keep him safe.
Yeah. Now, Jay, for you, give me a specific moment on the production, maybe a meeting or something, where you walked into, I don't know, where NASA or whatever it was that you were preparing for this, where it kind of dawned on you that this was a little different than your regular production, and you were dealing with the weight of the space program behind you, basically. Talk to me about how that felt.
I think the Red Bull Stratos program was probably one of the more challenging events. Because it was so based on and driven by the visuals, we had to put together a flying TV studio basically to fly on this capsule. Luckily, because it was a stratospheric balloon launch and not a rocket launch, we were able to carry some heavier equipment than you normally would. And so we had multiple microwave paths down, 9 HD cameras, 3 4K cinema cameras, still cameras, routers, switchers, converters, audio embedders for the helmet audio. It was an awful lot of equipment. It was it was almost everything that would be in a 53-foot OB trailer. And but when it started, it was like Red Bull said, we're going to send this guy to the edge of space. He's going to jump, and we want to document this. And then it kind of got bigger and bigger, and maybe the scope creep could have been managed a little bit better, but Scott and I really felt that in addition to getting all these cameras, we also had built in so much redundancy that the system had multiple failure points and could still stay up. And so it was great that we had the time and we had the backing of Red Bull and all the other people on the science team to get that video portion correct and develop new technologies to make all this equipment work in this environment that is not very friendly.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since the 1959 rocket launch.
Yeah.
As far as what you were able to do up there, we were just watching video of all the chambers that you made with the camera systems in place. I think I saw a Red One and a Canon still camera, and then like a little box industrial camera. I'm not sure, but basically, talk me through a little bit of what it's like to develop a camera system that operates in those difficult environments. I know you said you had a lot of redundancy, but what are some other challenges that you face with environment, condition, the void of space, if you will?
Yeah, so most of the electronics that are what we call commercial off-the-shelf equipment don't work well in space. They need to give off heat either through convection or through conduction. And once you get into a vacuum, you have circuit boards where things will start arcing because the air acts as an insulator and it's no longer there. You get things extremely cold in space, but at times they're being hit with solar radiation, and they could be very hot on one side and cold on the other. Circuit boards experience differential thermal expansion that can crack traces. You have condensation issues on the way down because everything is cold soaked. Some of the equipment you can't turn off because it won't turn back on. You've exceeded the low point of its thermal rating. And so some of the stuff like the Red Ones, which we wanted that 4K imagery of this, it just became apparent it is easier to just create a housing that will put this thing in its familiar gaseous environment than trying to space rate this. We just didn't have the time to design systems completely from the ground up. And so we used dry nitrogen inside the housings, let the fans move some gas molecules to take away the heat, and then we would put in glycol heat exchangers that got their cooling from the life support system.
Wow.
It was a constant balance of there was things on the capsule that were too cold and things that were too hot. So we would try to be creative in how we exchanged heat and cooled things that needed to be and warmed things that needed to be.
Yeah, given the mission profile too, a lot of times we're basically on the desert floor before we started up the launch process for Stratos, and so a lot of the equipment's on and baking in the sun, and even though it was early morning, it still gets hot really quickly, and it really wasn't designed to sit on the ground for very long. So
Sure.
Yeah, you can imagine there's a lot of scenarios, but I'd say overall that Jay and his team and science team that helped launch this whole program overcame a lot of challenges, and it's definitely exciting. And it's the best part about it, I think, is that it was. It wasn't a traditional aerospace endeavor where you had years and years of R&D and being able to iterate different products. You know, we had to get to a design pretty quickly. We had to test that design. We had to get it into production right away, and we're, I think, pretty fortunate that we were able to go through a rapid cycle like that. And that's really the nature of, you know, commercial space now. What's happening in private space is that the traditional long-term design and manufacturing process needs to change, right? It needs to. You have to shorten up the timing. The cost and expense of it won't sustain the amount of projects and the amount of time that you have to do these things, right? So
right, yeah, you were telling me when we spoke before this about the planning stages and how long it took to get something approved and put through all of its testing and whatever, and that you had to lock in a design very early on,
right.
That as camera technology, as we are all here at NAB familiar with, continues to progress, you were already locked in to these Red Ones, these whatever.
Yeah, when we started, that was the state of the art. That was the camera.
Absolutely.
And that was the very first edition of the Red cameras. And yeah, by the time we actually got to the final mission, there were updates and processor chipsets that we could have changed out. But when you get to a state where it's tested and ready and proven, you don't want to go and mess with that. So,
and we got great cooperation from Jared Land and the group at Red. They were whatever we needed, and you know, at the time the Epic camera was just coming out, but we had locked in the entire control and command system to adjust all the settings on the Red One. And you know, because you always wonder, like, why do military aircraft, why are they using computers that are 2 years old? You'd think it would all be state of the art, but all that testing and you know, evaluation to certify something to be altitude rated or space rated.
And on the training side, it has to be the same when they go into the next mission or whatever, right?
It takes so long. So ironically, by the time we flew, the Epic camera was out, but it was not possible to change it at that point. We had a command system that controlled, you know, irises and shutters and start and stop of media, and so we had to go with that. And then we had that aha moment of, this is why the military stuff seems like it's always behind the consumer stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now
It's proven,
go ahead.
Right? It's proven.
It's proven, yeah. Well, it was proven by you guys, and it's an amazing achievement to pull all that off. Jay, you're one of only a handful of 0G rated cameramen. Now, a lot of people don't know what that entails, but you know, zero gravity camera operation, whatever. Now, in zero gravity environments, there may be different technological considerations that you got to deal with. You know, I know something as simple as putting an ND filter can cause like too much IR contamination to a sensor or whatever. So, like, what does this do in astro cinematography environment, and what does it mean to be a 0G rated camera person, basically?
Yeah, so there's a reason why they call that 0G aircraft the vomit comet. You find out that even people who, you know, don't get motion sick don't handle it that well. So luckily, just from my background of a lot of high G, low G, it kind of came as a very natural thing. Our first 0G flight was with Buzz Aldrin for Nintendo, their release of Super Mario Galaxy. And so we did a shoot with him, and it went really well, but our crew was fine, but some of the other support people were quickly in the bag and had to go to the back of the airplane. So you know, if you're going to do 0G flights, you want to make sure that the people can handle that. Also, it doesn't really apply for private space, but like I have full pressure suit experience, so any kind of flight that requires a cinematographer to work in 0G and work in a cumbersome suit that oftentimes it causes claustrophobia for people. A lot of even experienced Air Force pilots had trouble transitioning to the SR-71 and the U-2 because of the full pressure suit. So, you know, so that's kind of a unique thing. As far as, you know, the cameras, and you mentioned the ND filter, you know, it's a little brighter in space than it is on the Earth because you don't have the atmosphere filtering out some sunlight, but you also don't have the reflection of the blue sky to fill in shadows. So it's a very high contrast environment, and so you want to choose cameras that have a lot of exposure latitude. And
Don't we all?
Yeah, don't we all? But even more so, at that altitude. And you have to configure systems where, because you have the blackness of space and an extremely bright Earth, you don't want to blow out the Earth and you can't get an average exposure up there. So you have to choose systems that you can either control or exposing for the correct environment.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Let's dive into Stratos a little more with you, Scott. So at this time, you're Director of Engineering Technology at Red Bull TV at that time, and somebody comes to you and says, hey, I want to do this, right? Is that how it worked? And basically, what did it take for a company like Red Bull TV to get involved in this? And talk me through a little bit of the early stages of the project.
Yeah, so just from the history of it, I actually got hired on to Red Bull directly for the Stratos mission.
Oh, wow.
To oversee that.
You were at NBC before that?
I was at NBC, NBC News before that in Burbank. And, this was the second they shared with me the details of the project they were working on. It took me about 30 seconds to decide what I wanted to do. And of course I wanted to join and help them with it. And the history of it was, it was when I first started, 2009, that was the year that they had envisioned completing the project. It would not be the year that we completed it, and there were some challenges that, as many of us found out, it's a lot more challenging than anyone might imagine.
Yeah.
Just very basic things like Red Bull's the only private company to ever have bought a spacesuit from David Clark, the manufacturer of the suit. You can't just
David Clark makes spacesuits?
David Clark makes spacesuits.
We use their headphones. Their aviation headsets. Yeah.
They're very well known for their spacesuits, make all the NASA suits, and you can't just get one, right? Even that process, and I could go on and on about.
And you got to have 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah,
I'm sure,
exactly. You can't just have one. That's not going to work. Right. So there were a lot of interesting challenges like that perhaps weren't fully realized in the beginning, that there were some processes here that need to happen, and if it's even conceivable that they would allow a company to do it. So it's a huge credit to the science team to be able to negotiate that with the government, even going down to the equipment we put together for the J layer. It's ITAR restricted, right? You can't trade and have that go overseas. So there's a lot of really interesting topics, other than my experience in broadcast that I started to deal with on Stratos, and it's a great experience, but it was definitely a challenge. So it tended to push out the due date a little bit before we could realize the actual time that we were ready to go.
I can imagine. We're going to get into J-Layer here in a little bit. It's kind of interesting backstory there that you were talking to me about just before this. But one of the coolest things to me when watching Stratos, and I rewatched it again before this, is the last words over the radio to Felix Baumgartner before he jumps was, "All right, start your cameras and let our guardian angel be your guide." And then he says a few words, gives the okay, and jumps off. But the last relay to him was "start your cameras." And you told me an interesting story about how that came about. I just got chills with seeing, a command given, "start your cameras," right before he leapt off that platform. But there was a very real reason why that command needed to be given, and it turned out not necessary in the end. But maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that.
I think it's a good story for Jay to tell, because that was definitely a thought that Jay had to put that together. But basically. Jay, why don't you tell us?
Yeah, well, so it was paramount that we recorded all of this, and so that the command "start your cameras" was for the still cameras, which they were Canon 5Ds running in burst mode. And on one of the test flights, the capsule had gone so far downrange that we were having trouble pinging it with the command signals, and so I was sitting in mission control and starting and stopping things, adjusting apertures. the video cameras were all rolling, but we were trying to manage this burst. There wasn't really big CF cards at the time. So we were trying to manage this burst to make sure that we would get it, and we had trouble with the command set going. The return back from the capsule was that the still cameras had not started. So Joe Kittinger, who had done this in the 60s, said, well, when I did it, we had a big button, and you just hit this button, and it started the cameras. And so I was thinking, you know, it's not very high tech, but, you know, we can't miss the shot, so we have to have something. So
Big red button.
We got a big red button, which of course didn't work in space. You know, we take it to a chamber and we test it, you know, down to minus 75 degrees and in a vacuum, and all the lubricants inside this button froze
shot
up.
coming up here. So
yeah,
this
there's
is
the
the
button. You
right-hand
can see
side.
it under his right hand, the red button just poking by the rail. And so the lubricants had all frozen up, and you couldn't push the button in space. So we had to take the button apart, clean all the lubricants out, use space-rated lubricants, and make it, and then we tested it in the chamber again to make sure that he could push it. And so that was our fail-safe, that if the command didn't go through, he would hit this button and the cameras would start. Well, once we got the footage back, we saw that the cameras had started. They did take the command, but you know, you have to have a plan B and a plan C. You know,
Sure.
it's
the old belt and suspenders.
This is why they bring us out, is to make sure that we get all the footage and the pictures. So the button was kind of a not high tech, but you know, Felix liked it. He thought the button looked cool right there. And
Nice.
And so that was added onto the checklist. I think there was 31 things on the checklist, and so that was the last thing before he jumped.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think there was 15 camera systems on this capsule itself or something like that.
Yeah,
And,
we try to get an accurate count. It's like every time you count, it seems like it comes
when I
out
say
different,
systems, I
but-
mean the capsules with all the other cameras inside
Right.
of it. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, it looked amazing, obviously. But there's another thing is that he leaves the capsule, right? So Felix leaves the capsule. Now what? And this is something that you helped develop and really pioneer in some ways. But you developed the J layer. The long-range optical tracking system that could follow him down, right? Talk to me a little bit about that and how that development came about. Maybe the backstory to the name as well.
Yeah, so you're right. You know, after he jumps, we have all the cameras on the capsule, but once he leaves, those cameras don't work. You know, they don't have a shot anymore. And so we had talked about putting a microwave transmitter on Felix to transmit the cameras that were on the spacesuit live, but the science team felt that it was a health issue and didn't want a high-powered video transmitter on him. So we said, okay, fine, we'll do long-range tracking. And those systems exist. They're mostly owned by NASA, Vandenberg Air Force Base, White Sands Missile Range. The Air Force has these. And so we had originally talked about seeing if we could rent some of those assets from the Air Force. And the best one that was built by Dennis Fisher, who was the director of optics out at the Western Range for many years. It's called the M layer. And we had talked to the Air Force, and they couldn't really commit because any kind of commercial endeavor always takes a backseat to a military test. And since the date of the Stratos jump kept moving around, it seemed like that wouldn't work. And so we were in a meeting at Red Bull UK, and they asked what's the status on the M layer, and I said that, you know, they can't commit to it. And they said, well, what are we going to do? And I thought, you know, how hard can it be to build one of these things? I go, I'll just build the J layer and we'll be good to go. And I was kind of saying it half joking, but you know, the next 20 minutes of the discussion was, well, how long will it take to build the J layer? When can we deploy it? And I said, well, let me do some research and find out what we can do. So we located two tracking pedestals that were used by NASA to track space shuttle launches.
And how does that track?
It's a servo-controlled pedestal, elevation over azimuth. It weighs about 8,000 pounds. It can carry 1,000 pounds of cameras, telescopes, and lenses. And it's basically, you can auto-track with it, but typically what happens is an operator with a joystick sits in the control room, and it's like playing a video game.
Like
You
a
just keep
fancy
the
PTZ camera?
Yeah, it's an 8,000-pound PTZ camera, but very fine resolution because you're talking about arc seconds, you know, fractions of a degree. It's not big coarse adjustments. It's something that's really, really far away. So they're very.
You've used like high-speed cameras with that as well, like Phantoms.
Yeah, we use Phantom Flexes. We use the Red Epic Dragon at 300 frames per second in 2K mode. And so we got 2 of these systems, and we updated the electronics, we updated the optics, we put new cameras on, built control rooms where the operator could sit inside and get full situational awareness. And we decided we needed 2 of these because there was a little bit of unpredictability in where the Stratos balloon was going to go. And so we would set them up like a goalpost so that we knew the balloon would travel somewhere near them without shooting into the sun. And we've used these for other things. As you can see, the F-22 test flights, we use them for commercial space launches such as Blue Origin. The footage you've seen of the first rocket booster that went to space and came back was imaged with the J-Layers. And they're a very agile platform where we can put any type of camera or optic system. We have shortwave infrared cameras. You can use spectrum analyzers for detecting composition of rocket plumes. So a lot of engineering and optical data applications, but also a lot of entertainment applications. And so for Stratos, this solved the what happens when he leaves the capsule.
Right.
You know, how are we going to see what he's doing? And so we knew that with long-range optics and especially with the shortwave infrared, we could see Felix up to 75 miles away, which is pretty impressive for a 6-foot-tall target.
That's insane, yeah. And it's a tight shot for the most part. I mean, head to toe,
Yeah.
basically.
It definitely heightened the drama, and one of the points I think I'm most proud of in Stratos was just envisioning that moment, that dramatic moment, and as it would turn out in the flight profile as he did spin. That was part of the drama. Spinning was predicted, and it was a part of the test of can a human being not have a stabilization device, and we were able to optically see that was about the extreme altitude that a human could go to without using a stabilization device to not spin because of blacking out or redding out.
Sure.
So yeah, it was a tool that was needed, but it also brought the entertainment value that we wanted. Number one, it was a situational awareness tool, and
sure.
Going
when you say situational awareness, why don't you fill in our audience on what that means a little bit?
So a lot of the parameters for Stratos and aerospace missions are based around the fact that engineers and team leaders want to know what's happening on the aircraft, spacecraft, what's happening to the astronaut, what kind of medical condition are they in, can we tell what's happening, and it just brings an awareness. It's not unlike having a baby monitor for your kid when you're away. You want to be sure that everything's good because you're remote and you can't just get access to it. So that's what drives the design parameters. But for Jay and I, just to advance on that, we've seen a lot, and we've tried to help express this. There's a way to accomplish that very basic mission, or it's not basic, it's complicated to do, but sometimes engineers will settle for lesser quality in order to have just a shot of something.
Sure.
What we want to do is really advance this, right, to push the very limits of broadcast technology. We're here at this show. We want to take the very finest of what's on this floor and be able to put that into an environment where it serves both of those purposes, situational awareness, but also highly dramatic imaging at resolutions that maybe are not even practical now, but in the future will still pay dividends to capturing something. And I don't want to get too much into the negative, but there are aerospace projects that have had unfortunate tragedies, and they always have come back and wished that they had the highest resolutions possible to really break down and detect what happened.
Where it went
I'll give
wrong.
you an example of NASA given the Challenger explosion in '86. They went back and saw video evidence of wind shear that they hadn't really detected before, and only after going back and heightening the resolution of the original film done from an optical tracking vehicle could they really tell that not only was the O-ring an issue, but unfortunately they hit a traumatic wind shear across a different direction of the wind that was beyond what the flight parameters should have been. So it's really important. It's for science, obviously. These things are critical, but it's also for entertainment. You want it there as well, right? So we're seeing that convergence, and that's what we're most excited about, is really trying to get our customers to understand the differences there and not lose the history of what's been experienced on other projects. And we're at a golden era of technology advancements. The sensors that are available here at a very reasonable price is unbelievable. The computing power. So yeah, we want to get these on board and at the highest level possible.
Yeah. Let's talk about that a little bit. Like now with the privatization of the space industry, there's as you put it over the phone, there's a new space race going on with these companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and ULA. All have different goals, slightly different goals. Some of them are similar, but there is now a real value to having high quality imagery to show off what they're doing. Whereas before, maybe the traditional government space programs, they don't need funding and investment dollars or whatever. And while that's not the focus of these companies, is to create marketing videos, but it really opens up new opportunities for people like yourselves to have more options out there to create really engaging entertainment projects. And maybe talk to me a little bit about that, and we can lead towards what's coming down the pike with the lunar challenges, the missions to Mars, stuff like that. I'll kind of interject and follow up there where we need. But talk to me a little bit about how private space industry has really changed. Almost starting with what you guys did with Stratos. That has really changed what's possible for content creators and what they're able to do in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, for me, just going back to Stratos and a little bit of the Red Bull model, which is authenticity and being very open and honest about what endeavors you're a part of. You're sharing a piece of history, and personally, I believe that all of the space challenges that we're seeing now from these private space companies, it's fantastic, because what it does is they all push on each other technologically in the private space. But not only that, it's forced NASA to start looking at their programs again and to go back to the government and try to fund projects in better ways and to be competitive with each other. And what this ultimately does is that the leaps and bounds that have been benefited on the space programs from the 60s have really seen other benefits in everyday life, everyday electronic life. And so looking out to the future, these things will continue to advance and grow. And ultimately, who knows, not our kids' generations, but maybe thousands of generations from now, looking at an exodus away from the Earth, being able to go to Mars and colonize it and to push the limits.
And to live stream it.
And to live stream it, right, exactly.
And private space is driving the technological innovations. These people are already bleeding edge on figuring out how to land boosters and how to do things differently, and don't make this overcomplicated. Faster, better, cheaper, safer. And so the video systems need to be of that caliber and of that quality. And so we have to do this new industry justice by bringing at least 4K, maybe 8K in some situations for IMAX projection, virtual reality inside space capsules. We've worked with one of the Lunar X Prize companies on developing a 3D HD camera system to transmit from a rover on the surface of the moon. We're really passionate about the manned portion of space and the idea of exploring and getting kids excited again about science and you know, space the way it was during the Apollo days. And so, you know, while we continue to support all aspects of video and space, we're especially focused on these next manned flights to the moon, covering those accurately and in the proper way. The first manned flights to Mars, you know, what'll be better than checking in with our astronauts every morning? Let's see how they're doing on their 300-day, you know, trip to the red planet. Like, this stuff really gets us going. And beyond that, eventually somebody is going to shoot a feature film in space. And so a lot of our direction is not only in, yeah, not only yeah, take me, but you know, not only the live video technologies, but also the digital cinema aspects. You know, what kind of cameras are going to be used in feature filmmaking on the surface of the moon or in orbit around the Earth? And you know, so now you branch into what lighting equipment works in a vacuum. How are you going to light things on the surface of the moon? How are you going to capture sound in a vacuum? You know, there's a lot of things that we work on getting ready for the next big push.
Space sound is like, guys, Google space sounds because you will be lost in a wormhole for at least an hour. It's pretty interesting, and I can't imagine trying to record. Well, I guess if you're inside a pressurized suit, it's a little
there really
easier,
is no sound in space because you don't have any atmosphere to carry the sound waves. But inside the helmet, there is sound. And, you know, a funny side story on Stratos is that we were recording Felix's microphone inside the helmet. Turned out that the two-way radio system that was digitally encrypted that came down to Earth was not the clearest system that you could hear, but we had extremely clear sound embedded in the video that was coming down.
Oh, wow.
And so we routed it into the mission control audio, and you could turn up the spacecraft radio or you could turn up the direct microphone, and it was so clear that Mission Control ended up using the soundtrack off the video camera.
That's so awesome. So we've talked a lot about space and a lot about aeronautics and everything, but you know, that's not all you guys do, and I do want to spend the last couple of minutes here talking about some of the other things that you guys have worked on. You are just at home producing shows and features and commercials and stuff on the ground. So you have this new truck that you brought here to NAB, Jay. It's a 4K hybrid 360 truck, OB truck. What was the impetus that brought you to build this, and what are some of the things you're hoping to accomplish, and maybe what are some of the projects that you have on the horizon that you want to use this truck for?
Yeah, so when we built this truck, it was basically to fill the needs for
and I'm sorry, I don't have B-roll of it.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's fine. Yeah. It was to meet the needs of our private space webcasts, and so our goal was that you know, because they're high tech, we want to keep the video high tech also. We wanted to do 4K 60 frames per second, and we wanted to keep it affordable. So we found that the Blackmagic equipment was a really great fit for that. Works single link through 12G so that we don't have to do the quad link dance.
Yeah.
And so the truck's been working great. It's set up for dual production, knowing that VR and 360 was coming. So we've teamed up with a few other companies that are specialists in VR, Supersphere, Subtractive, Big Vision, Scott's company Skyray, Radiant Images, and if you go to inspired.live, you can see this alliance that we formed of the real, you know, kind of technological leaders, I think, in trying to redefine how things are done. So we can produce a 2D 4K webcast. We can also create a 360 webcast, and we can also integrate the two and put the 2D program switch as a floating window inside the 360 environment. And so we call this hybrid VR. And we just did last week the Empire of the Sun concert, a pre-Coachella event at the Shrine Auditorium in LA. And the truck's here at NAB on Tuesday and Wednesday, and everybody's welcome to walk through, and we'll be playing back the concert.
Awesome. Yeah, I think Corey and I got a tour scheduled for tomorrow, I believe. I can't wait to get in there and check it out. We got a bunch of Ursa Mini cameras that we're putting into our studio to have it all 4K. You're right, the 12G SDI really has led things, it made it a lot easier, whereas, you know, a lot of these IP solutions that don't quite trust yet The AIM certainly seems to be further along than the NDI workflows, but that's a whole nother panel, a whole nother discussion.
I would just say that to follow up on Jay, it's the goal of the truck is to do what both of our companies I think do really well, which is create these hybrid operating environments, right, for digital media companies. Maybe they're not traditional broadcasters, right? So the big broadcasters are used to working in a outside broadcast vehicle, mobile unit. Some of the digital companies aren't, right? The Facebooks and haven't had a tremendous amount of experience in
that's really one of the expertises
production.
that you bring in.
Correct.
is bridging that gap between traditional broadcast and digital media. Talk a little bit about Skyray's involvement with that.
And that's really the goal, right? Is to merge and to help companies bridge that gap, to create new cutting-edge technologies, and educating broadcasters and broadcast operators who operate in these vehicles. Sometimes a lot of them that I've hired, a tremendous amount of mobile units. They're wonderful for broadcast jobs, but they're not necessarily wonderful for doing live encoding and on-site. I'm sure your company has a lot of experience with this, where it's just not set up for that function. So we really wanted it to address the needs of the customer. And very specifically target with the best-in-breed companies like ours, and give them the tools that they need to do cutting-edge, immersive broadcasts. And it's much more than a catchphrase, right? It's actually having the tool sets to be able to function in that environment.
And that kind of picks up on what you guys did at Red Bull with, the best entertainment is now online, in my opinion. I mean, certainly as far as live goes. There's some live shows that happen that that are fun to watch on a Friday night or whatever, Saturday night, but they're not anything as mind-blowing as some of the live broadcasts that are going on and that have been going on with Red Bull TV and other media outlets.
Well, I think, personally my goal and where I think the industry should go is just to blur the line. Right now the lines are blurred. If you're walking around on your phone, or you have an iPad, or you're at home and you have a smart TV, and you still love your cable box. I still love my cable box, but I'm practical about it. That you're out and about most of the time. It's going to have to be a mobile device of some sort.
Right.
So I don't think it's anything revolutionary that we're saying. It's just giving the producers of content the right tools that they need to reach everybody.
Yeah. Well, that sounds awesome, and I really appreciate you guys for coming on the show today. That's all the time we have, unfortunately. I want to thank Teradek for letting us hijack the show again this year, and we're back tomorrow, the same time, same place, with a special segment on successful live production workflows. You guys can maybe come by and check that out if you're not too busy. Check us out on all your social channels at LiveX Production or at livex.tv. And once again, I'm Rob Baynard, producer at LiveX. This has been Scott Gillies of Skyray and Jay Namath of Flightline Films. Thanks for watching, and take care, guys.
Thanks for having us.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces, and we're using a drone, we're using a Razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000, and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're going to have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live grade, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Alright, we got 5 minutes. Alright, iPads are up. Got it. Camera moves. Got it. Alright, back to 1.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach. Speeding. Camera. Camera speed. Marking. Last look.
Camera set. And action.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX, and we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Live in 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online. Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Videos ready.
We're live.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
Do you have her number? You don't?
No, after this.
Welcome everybody to the 2017 edition of the NAB live show stream from the Teradek booth. Today we're going to be talking about VR production, and I've got a pretty stacked table to my left. I'm Mike Nichols, Able Cine Business Development Manager. To my left, we've got Ben Schwartz. He's a director in the VR world. To his left, Louis Smithingham, who is the president of 30 Ninjas, a very well-known VR production company. To his left, Casey Sapp, president of Virtual. And you guys, we're going to talk a little bit about VR production and how it kind of differs from traditional 2D production and what sort of nuances go into the conception of creative for VR as opposed to 2D production. And, you know, just talk a little bit about your experiences and what type of rigs you've worked with and what's exciting and what's on the horizon. And you know, maybe let's start off with what's this show specifically? You know, because last year there was a lot of hype leading up to NAB 2016. We're going to see VR cameras, and it was kind of a little bit of a letdown. But you know, this year you can't walk more than 5 feet without seeing a new VR camera. So, anything that you've seen thus far from the show that's kind of been exciting?
I'll start. I mean, I think we were talking earlier. We're all pretty excited about the Yi Halo, which is their Google Jump solution. Actually, Lewis had a chance to shoot with it. It looks pretty great so far.
I mean, we shot the sizzle reel for it that's out right now, and in the pre-pro meeting, we were going over the budget, and I was like, how much should we budget for a roto? Like, let's all be honest. We're all friends here. Everything gets roto, and they're like, oh, no, you don't need to do that. And I was like, yeah, but we really do. How much did I put? And I put an extra line item in, even though they told us not to. And then we got the footage back, and it was really confusing because, you know, all these cameras are amazing. Ozo, John, they all use an algorithm called stereographic optical flow. And it produces great images and great stitching, but it does produce errors. And the stereo sometimes needs to be reconfigured. And the footage we got back was perfect. Like, in shots where I deliberately expected it to fall apart. And we were able to aggressively push the envelope further and further and further. And so that I'm really excited about the stereo and the stitch on that. I think we're all pretty big fans of stereo here and advocates for stereo. You said, what did you say before we got doing stuff?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of niche cameras here. No camera can do everything. And so while there's light, there's big, there's fast, there's something going up in space, there's someone that go underwater, there's some with great color depth, there's some that live stream. We had a lot fewer choices last year, whereas now we can actually go through a whole production and choose the right camera for the shot instead of kind of putting a round peg in a square hole. We're really excited about 3D because that's where the professional production companies are going to play. And 2D is going to get solved, and it's already solved. And so for experimentation, for Facebook, for social media, but for the big cinematic stories and what brands and agencies want, it's not going to be, you know, a camera that you put in your pocket all the time. So I really like to see, you know, Halo and what else is out there. And we've brought a camera as well, which is a small part of a lot of different productions. And so it's a great time to be here, and it just keeps getting bigger.
Great. Yeah, you know, there's two schools of thoughts with stereoscopic VR, and I'm of the belief that when it's great, and it takes the immersive aspect of, you know, what we do to like the next level. So I think, you know, with the gear that's out there and the gear that's on the horizon, when you're approached by a client for a shoot that might not be necessarily educated in how to craft a creative for 360, how do you deal with that? Like, what sort of approach do you take with a client who might not necessarily know how to conceive a creative in 360?
Well, I would say I probably would start by asking them, you know, what the shoot is about, you know, what they envision creatively, you know, what they envision the utilization of 360 is going to be. You know, do they think it's going to be static? Is it going to be moving? What's the physical environment that we're shooting in? And once you have a better feel for the content of the shoot, you're able to then sort of go through the options. You know, okay, here are your possibilities. You know, these are the options that you can rent. And you kind of tick off the pros and the cons of each, you know, workflow, budget, size, and usually once you do that, you're able to kind of hash out on a case-by-case basis, you know, what the best option is for your client.
Yeah, I think we do something very similar. It ends up being a lot of hand-holding, and I feel like education is a huge part of my job. I have a playlist that I send out, say, like, here, watch these, and our company has a very different idea about how to do VR and how to do 360. A lot of it, so this is controversial. My personal belief is 360 video isn't VR. It's not. It gets closer when you have stereo and ambisonic sound, and that's not to diss 360 video, but when you accept that you don't have to constantly obsess over like giving this illusion that you're a paraplegic with a head, like an owl head, which is what a lot of 360 video does, you can then open yourself up to a lot more tools. And so most clients come to you with like, so I want to have a scene in a jacuzzi, and I want to be in the middle of the jacuzzi and spinning around constantly. Or I'm in the middle of a table, and it's like, it's going to be weird. What if we moved over here, and then we're able to cut here? And I think it's just a lot of education and then play and figuring things out. We advocate pretty strongly for doing mini tests to get people up to speed. We use storyboards really heavily, and we use datas a lot to do that. Casey?
Yeah, I mean, agencies, they know what they want. And so agencies are a different ball game. But when you're going direct to client, I kind of run more strategy and initiatives for virtual. I try to stay out of the technical because it's changing so fast. And I just want them to believe this is important to us. This is what they need, whether it's good or bad. They know that they need to take a step. Now, the question is, what kind of a step? And then if it's small, we do experimental films, and those have all gone extremely well for us when they're ready for something like that. And sometimes they just want to go out of the gate and they want to go big. And so it really is, as long as they buy in that this is something that they may not get right the first time, but it's going to go from 360 to volumetric and volumetric to something else. And so this is the first step, and they need to take a step. Wherever that step is will help them get there. And so far, we've had a lot of really good results just going direct to client in that way.
So let's backtrack for a second. 360 video, VR. There's some schools of thought where you could use VR as a catch-all to describe 360 AR, even VR, even MR now, which is something that's becoming more and more defined. I personally am of the camp that I think stereoscopic 360 video, I feel comfortable saying it's VR, but I think 360 mono, I try to make the distinction. This is 360 video.
Well, I'll add something in. What's the guy from Oculus who did Wolfenstein?
Oh, Carmack.
John Carmack said at OC3 last year, if it's compelling in a headset, then it's VR. If it's not compelling in a headset, it's not VR.
I would agree. I think it's a very common debate in VR circles. What qualifies as VR? Some people will say that it's not true VR unless you have like the fabled 6 degrees of freedom to move around within an experience. Even stereo 3D doesn't really meet that expectation. Me personally, I think the easiest way of thinking about it is, is it designed for a headset? Is it designed for Oculus or HTC or Gear? And if it is, then it's VR. Now, there are various degrees of VR, obviously. Qualitatively, there are not very compelling experiences and more compelling ones.
Yes.
But I think that so long as you are thinking of the headset as a final deliverable, whatever it is, even if it's mono 360, I think it can be called VR, if not, very interesting, compelling VR.
I love this topic, honestly, because, if you look at the Eskimos, I love to give this example. They have 100 words for snow, right? And we only have one. They've been living in snow their whole life. So they care about, what snow is dirty and what snow they can drink and what snow they can sleep in, right? So when we start living, in the Western world and in VR, we're going to care about what the differences are. We're going to care about the plates. We're going to care about, what's LiDAR, what's not. And we were going really in depth a couple minutes ago, farther than even I could go. But at the end of the day, because of where we are in the market, it's fine to say that 360 is VR. And I agree with Lewis's definition, but it's going to define. And I think we're going to go out in the consumer world in a couple years, and they're going to be like 360, they're going to know what that is, but. Yeah. No one really knows right now, and it doesn't matter.
You hear terms bandied about as buzzwords, but the problem is, I think, when you start adding what are actually technical terms as buzzwords, then it starts getting, well, you can disagree. Because I think what is VR is a philosophical question. Michael Hyman's a great book, Metaphysics of VR, that goes into what is VR. But when you start saying it's volumetric or it's light field, then there's you have to look at those are actual technical terms.
Also, I would say that there's an interesting phenomenon in VR production, which is a lot of people like to have this argument, what is VR, and they spend a lot of time talking about, the various technical aspects of the medium, and much less discussion about storytelling, what makes compelling stories in 360. How is it different from traditional 2D film grammar? To me, that's actually really the much more interesting conversation, but it's not one that you hear as often as, what is VR? Is 360 video VR? It's just, I don't know. It's kind of a funny paradox.
I subscribe to this concept of universal stories. I think there are very few stories that are only interesting in one medium, unless they rely heavily upon time, thinking of cinema as a sequential art form that is time-based. Unlike cave paintings aren't time-based, comic books aren't time-based. So there are certain stories that can exist there, and I suppose there are certain stories in VR and 360 that can be told because they use peripheral or tracking of some sort. But I think it's you know, the same story that's going to be good in a comic book is likely going to be good in a movie or in VR. I mean, that sounds simplistic.
Actually, can I ask you guys a question? This is something, a word that gets thrown around a lot in people talking about VR is empathy.
Well,
exactly, which is a word that I think is like every time you hear the word empathy in a VR panel discussion, you got to take a shot, you know. So it's like
I walk out.
It's identification.
Right.
It's connection, and there's the presence technology offers that. And, you know, there's been a lot of panels that have talked about these topics, and it's you know, when you've been in it, it's just kind of, like you said, it's a drinking game.
I got a better word that starts with E that maybe we should start talking about a lot more is entertainment. I'm not going to feel empathy until I'm entertained. And, like, a lot of these pieces have these grandiose concepts of really good, like, social change, but they're boring. And, like, I'm sorry, like, if you look at Errol Morris, who got a guy out of prison because his film's amazing, or you look at the West Memphis 3, who are only out today because of that documentary. I mean, they were innocent the whole time, but they're out because of the documentary being amazing, compelling, interesting, entertaining storytelling. I think instead of worrying about making people feel a thing, we should make them stay for 30 seconds or more first. That sounds mean.
But clearly we're all passionate about it.
Yeah.
And we know there's something there. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't meaningful and impactful to us. So it's maybe not about empathy for everyone, but there is an emotion and there is a connection that we all have.
Well, the interesting thing that I've found as VR and 360 production has...
We can just say VR.
Okay. as VR has kind of taken shape and become more of a real thing as opposed to, oh, let's kick the tires on it and see if it's something. It's the first medium that really needs to have someone that's not just divided technical and creative. You have to have skill sets in both arenas. Otherwise, you know, you couldn't do the things that you'd want to do. You want to entertain somebody, but you know that in order to entertain them, you need to add certain technical elements to the production that someone who is, you know, an off-the-shelf VR producer might not have access to. So
it's very interesting, and for that reason, when Virtual was created about 2 years ago, we focused on the technical, and so we've actually done and are doing work with Lewis and 30 Ninjas because they are extremely good at creative, and that's just something that we haven't had the time or the bandwidth to focus on, to do the others really well. And so when we try to do native 3D, when we try to focus on maybe underwater, which is what some people know us for, we try to do that at the best we possibly can, but it's hard. It's hard to do creative well. It's hard to do technical at the same time. And if you're not really good at one or the other, you're going to miss, you know. So it's a really good point, and it's very different.
My primary job function is as a translator. So I have a very technical... Doug has written physics papers. He's an incredible engineer, but he's a creative. My partner, Doug Lyman, did Born at Any Edge Tomorrow, and we also work with Simon Crane, who's an amazing stunt coordinator, and then Julina, who's also an amazing creative. And my function is to run between people like Virtual or Source Sound or The Molecule and translate creative thoughts into actionable technical thought and then relay between the two and figure out ways that we can create something that's technically feasible and doable, but also creative and interesting. And I think you hit on something really interesting where it's, I mean, I came from Post. I was a bullet time guy, and it's this place where finally Post has the respect on set for a second.
Right.
Which is exciting, and it's, I feel like VR is more collaborative than any other film set I've ever been on, where everybody's working and everybody's sharing and learning from each other. And that, at least the fun sets are like that. And I like that. I mean, Invisible was like that.
It was, yeah. I mean, I would also say that VR, when you're shooting VR, the process lends itself to just being careful, really taking your time, thinking about what you're doing before you do it. You know, we've all worked on, you know, really just kind of crazy run and gun off the cuff VR shoots, and they can be done, but that's how you introduce mistakes and, you know, that less than optimal viewing experiences. So it is definitely a medium that lends itself to people that really care about the technical side and really want to talk about it and think it over and make sure that it's perfect. Because if it's not perfect, your viewer is going to know it. Even if they can't quite say why, they'll say, hey, there's something off about that experience.
True.
Not to mention the fact, and this is kind of an abstract addition to the conversation, but you kind of want to like the people you're working with. As you know, and as silly as that sounds, I mean, there are moments when you will be in close quarters for an extended period of time. I mean, Lewis and I went on a shoot, and we were spending minutes lying down in the field next to each other. You know, that's
holding hands the whole time.
It sounded romantic, but we were actually just out of view of the camera.
The sunrise too.
It's actually one of my favorite things about working with people for the first time on 360 shoots. It's done. Just so you know, the main part of shooting 360 is hiding behind trees. You know?
Yeah. I mean, very narrow trees.
Exactly.
Underwater, Casey does a lot of underwater. And underwater 360 is even worse because you're hiding behind rocks from sharks. Which just is not fun.
Or you're just painting them out later.
Yeah.
So.
The bubble trails.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. I think that's my favorite part is with 360 is everybody I work with is my friend and we hang out. I don't have to work with them. We have tiny crews even on big budget shoots. And so we're all friends and everybody touches gear and everybody hangs out. And the lack of video village means that like class divide starts to fall apart.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. And you know, thus far it's a fairly tight community of people in 360 VR production. And so we all know one another. You know, there's one right there. There's Jason Diamond. You know, it's a small community of people, and there's a lot of mutual respect and people that are helping one another. You know, whether it's on Facebook or however. So I've found the community of VR production to be really quite nice.
I mean, every crappy VR piece is another dead client. Every time a client has a bad experience, every time a client releases something they don't like in 360 is another client lost, potentially forever. I always say a rising tide lifts all boats that don't have holes in them. And it's so true for 360 because you get a lot of people who are hobbyists that decide that we were all from fairly intense technical backgrounds and I still feel like my job is really hard all the time and I feel barely qualified, although I've spent years doing point clouds and bullet time. And you get these people who come in thinking it's easy, and it's not, and then clients walk away with having spent an absurd amount of money with something they don't like, and every time that happens is a time that we all lose money. And so the more we can do to get together, if my friend, who's even my competitor, is making a piece and he needs help learning how to do this, you're short a guy, here, let me get you somebody, let me refer you, and then you're able to create a community that learns more. Because the more out, nobody has 1,000 hours yet. Nobody has. A couple people have over 500. Probably 6 of us on camera.
I don't know.
I mean, it's low.
Yeah.
And the more that the community fosters education and intelligence among everybody, is the more we all live together and we make more money together longer.
Well, it's funny. You said the sort of the amount of bad VR is
painful.
Detrimental. And I think the reason is because, traditional 2D acquisition format shooting has had over almost 100 years of being refined. And it's there. It's not 360 VR is not going to overtake that. But we're at a point now where, and I think you guys would agree, people are spending money now on it. And it's critical that the stuff that's created now is good, because I feel like if there's a dip in quality because the pool of talent has gotten watered down, I think that money that's being spent now might get a little, the spenders might get a little gun shy.
Yeah.
So, okay, on that note, what makes bad VR?
There's 2 ways. So are you talking story or are you talking technical?
Let's approach it from both. Give me a story element that would, in your opinion, make it for a bad VR.
It's a very broad question. I mean, I think there are a lot of people that we're in this stage right now with VR production where, as you say, production companies are spending money. They're throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. So not everyone always knows, including us, right off the bat, what's going to be a compelling VR experience, what isn't. I don't know if there's necessarily one answer to your question. But I will say that from my perspective, I think what makes compelling VR experiences for me is the same thing that makes compelling 3D movies or any kind of stereoscopic immersive experience, which is
a strong sense of place, a strong sense of immersion in a place. If you are telling a story in 360, you are, by the definition, emphasizing the surroundings, the environment of the story in which it's being told. And so if the environment, if the space in which you are in is important to the experience, is important to the story, then I think 360 and VR have the potential to enhance that.
I mean, I think it's all about expectation. And if someone's going to release it to one of the main stores, and they're going to put advertising and marketing dollars behind it, and they're going to say it's groundbreaking, you should expect that, right? And if it's just going to throw up on YouTube or somewhere else and saying this is a test, you know, and there's footnotes, then you're a lot more forgiving. But when the big companies are pushing some of the really high budget stuff out, and that's I think where it hurts the most, honestly. And so it has to do with properly describing it and putting it in the right place, and the curators really managing that properly. And I think sometimes things get pushed out to the wrong crowd at the wrong time. But there's nothing wrong with creating content. It's just, if you're going to show someone their first VR experience, you really want that to be good. And sometimes that doesn't always happen.
I mean, I'll swing negative. You guys swing positive. I'll be the crank. So there are canaries in the coal mine. Number one, anytime a head-mounted rig is brought up, warning bells go off really, really loud, because I've yet to see that done in a way that is not nauseating or awful or money hemorrhaging, because the way you stitch those things, it's just going to cost some money, dude. Anytime a camera's put in the middle of the table, anytime the camera's put in the middle of a jacuzzi or in the middle of like anything, honestly, because I don't have a swivel head and I don't have 8 eyes, so I'm not going to be able to look back there and look here and then look here and look there. And then anytime we talk about unstabilized motion, I get worried.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say that there is a certain hackneyed approach to 360, which is probably it probably comes from people that really haven't thought about it very much. You know, what makes compelling VR versus what doesn't. It's the same with 3D. You know, you saw a lot of really terrible and gimmicky 3D where the storytelling was really focused on, you know, things that came out of the screen, you know, throwing, you know, severed heads at the screen and stuff like that, you know, versus really creating the opposite, you know, space that recedes away from you and creates a sense of depth and immersion. That's a much more kind of subtle and compelling use of the technology. So with VR and with 360, you see people that they have these conceptions of what the tech is or what it could be, and it's really not based on experience or reflection. They think, okay, I'm going to put the camera on someone's head, you know, which is, I think we can all agree, probably the worst use of the technology.
I mean,
that there
prove
is.
me wrong. Please prove me wrong. If somebody can do that and do it in a way that isn't nauseating and doesn't hemorrhage money, doesn't do the dreaded $10,000 a minute.
Right, but also like Lewis is saying, you know, putting it in a table, people that try to compose for full 360 degrees, that's not always such a good idea, because, you know, your head can't swivel around.
We're not owls.
And if you're not sitting in a swivel chair, you're going to miss, you know, 50% of the story. So a lot of the times, it's really much more useful to just compose, you know, as far as your head can turn, whatever that is, 130 degrees, and let the rest of it just be space.
Yep. Just give them presence. They did it well.
Yep.
I don't think we need to talk about what technically makes bad VR, because I think we all know, you know, it's...
Yeah, we don't need to talk about rotoscoping.
Do we think that the world is ready for a VR narrative feature?
There's already one.
Conceived for...
the Christ one?
Well, Invisible was wasn't a feature, but it was...
Well, it might have technically been a feature.
There was a director's cut.
It really is about...
There was a director's cut.
It really is about adoption. And, you know, I've heard that a very well-known director who spent a lot of money on a virtual reality film is just going to wait 9 more months, because it just means that many more headsets.
Yep.
And so I think the more that people have access to headsets, the more likely chance there's going to be. Even if someone made the best possible piece of content, it's chicken or egg, I think it's not going to drive people to buy a headset. I think it's got to be easy. It's got to be fast, cheap, and easy. Pick two, right? It's got to be cheap and easy. And if we get that, there will be a lot of really good narrative document pieces in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's coming. There are headsets now available that I would watch and do spend time in willingly, not like outside of work. Like I spend hours in PlayStation, and the Pixel is super comfortable too.
Yeah, and I'll say too that, I mean, you know, we all have spent a lot of time in VR headsets, and we, I think, are able, the thought of spending, you know, a feature-length amount of time, 90 minutes or however, in a headset would be daunting would be physically impossible for someone that hadn't worn a headset before. For us, we could do it, but I think for someone that's new to VR, I think you're looking at much shorter spans of time. You know,
I will say this, though. We have a Star VR headset at our booth,
pretty cool,
which has double the field of view. And I feel a lot more comfortable watching experiences for a lot longer time because it's a lot more natural and comfortable. So even little things like that, to having the same stories that are out there, like Invisible, just with a more natural field of view, would make all the difference to people in the world.
And the what is it? The refresh rate as well. I watched Invisible in a PlayStation the other day, and I've watched it in a Pixel now, in a Daydream, and it's a very different experience. And it's also about engaging content. There's not much right now in terms of narrative budgets. I think ours is the biggest in terms of non-commercial and longest, and there's not. You need money to blow things up. So my partner, we make action movies. So you want to blow something up, it costs money. 50 grand an explosion minimum. And to create HBO-style content, you need production value. And it's going to be like, we're in this weird where it's like, people spend time, but there's not enough stuff to spend time with. Sort of gap. Even the games. You played the Star Wars game, by the way?
I have not.
So sick. You?
Well, no. Well, I don't have time for anything aside of work. So taking Invisible, which is a series that why don't you tell everybody what you did on Invisible? What your role was with Invisible?
What didn't I do at this point?
Well, not what you did, because you probably did everything. But what
my
your
technical role?
Yeah.
VR producer, director of photography, editor, VR supervisor.
Okay, so you didn't do that much.
Nah, nothing. I was barely on set ever.
Maybe the
post supervisor,
the temporary answer, because we all agree that wearing even the most comfortable headset with the expanded field of view is still it's a 30-minute or less.
It messes up my hair.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even kidding. Like,
I don't have to worry about that.
10 minutes ago, we're at his booth, and I really want to check out the Star VR, and I'm like, sorry, dude, I'm on camera in a minute. I can't do it.
So I neglected to introduce the fourth member of our panel, Lewis's hair, which is taking on a life of its own within the community.
It's perfect.
But jumping back to Invisible, you kind of have to think that
Ben was on Invisible too, I should say.
Yes, Ben. Now, but what'd you do on Invisible?
So on Invisible, I was in charge of all the GoPro rigs. It was Lewis. What was the percentage of John versus GoPro?
It depends upon the shooting. So the first round of shooting, the GoPro ratio was really high. I would say it was closer to 40%, maybe 45%. The second round, it narrowed down. Of the Ultimate Picture, episode 1 is pretty heavy duty on GoPros.
We tended to use a 3-cam GoPro rig with Intania lenses whenever we wanted to get closer in to the action than the John allowed us.
Yeah.
So usually in Invisible, whenever you see any kind of a close-up, that's a GoPro shot.
With one exception, maybe, yeah.
Well, that just illustrates how, coming from a technical background and transitioning into someone more creative as you're directing more pieces, you have to have that I believe that to be a successful VR director, you have to have a technical background.
Yeah.
You just have to, because it will allow you to, or you bring someone on, to be your technical voice. But in this early on stage, it doesn't always work where you'll have the resources or the access to bring on someone like a Lewis.
Or Ben or Casey.
Yeah.
You do run into issues where you have directors who just are not technical at all. And they tend to have trouble with it because it's a technical medium. I'm not saying you have to understand stereographic optical flow, but you do have to be somewhat. All the directors that we work with are pretty technical.
I think at a minimum the directors have to be technically inclined.
Yeah.
You know, there are a number
Aware of it.
Aware, yeah. I mean, there are a number of directors out there. In my, in a previous life, I worked as a DIT, mostly on commercials, and there's a whole range of directors in terms of technical facility. Some are super technical, and some don't care at all. In fact, they're really hostile when you try to get them to think technically.
Don't tell me about that nerd stuff.
So yeah, and so in VR, that attitude really doesn't work. You have to always have at least one eye on the technical side of things, or you're just going to fail. And I think that when I'm working on VR sets with directors who come from more traditional, film and 2D backgrounds, a lot of them really, really bristle because they realize that everything they know and everything they've learned over however many years really doesn't apply anymore. It's a new grammar, it's a new language, new ways of working on set, brand new ways of lighting for DPs. Everything has to be unlearned, and that's hard for people who've been at it for a long time.
Yeah, DPs have a real hard time with that.
And what about when an agency were to reach out to you, when they have their very specific parameters for their clients? This blue needs to be this specific blue, and obviously the tech doesn't allow for the color control as traditional, at least not yet, but it's getting there. How do you navigate that when brands reach out to you?
It's about trade-offs and what trade-offs they're willing to make, and if they're not willing to make any trade-offs, are they willing to have the budget to do whatever that's necessary for that shot? And a lot of agencies, being a production company, they'll take a huge fee, and you get squeezed quite a bit to do good work. And so I haven't really seen a lot of quality agency examples. There's some. I mean, Art of Patron was one that we did early on, but people just need to understand the budget to make a shot happen.
I didn't know you did Art of Patron.
So the guys that we have at Virtual did Art of Patron.
Great.
Yeah,
that piece is awesome.
Yeah. So, and by the way, we did Lewis's logo for 30 Ninjas as well.
Oh, very nice.
So we had for Invisible.
Yeah.
So we had a part in that as well.
The vanity card.
So, yeah, I mean, agencies, they know where the money is, but trying to make a good story and work within those parameters, if they don't really have a lot of experience there, they're very hard to work with. And so you're seeing a lot more agencies have that VR person, and it's getting easier to talk with them because they're more aware and sensitive.
Early on, we had a brand tell us, we want to shoot VR, but we want to make sure everybody's looking in the same spot at all times. So can we not have them turn their heads? And I was like, no. We'll just black it out everywhere else. What?
Yeah. Agencies make promises that you're expected to fulfill.
Yeah.
And so I'm pretty sensitive to those, but there's some good ones out there that are worth working with.
I think it's important that individuals like yourselves and your contemporaries just keep driving the point home that they need to have someone in-house. Agencies need to have someone in-house that has an understanding on how to, I guess, like you would say you do, translate.
Yeah, just translate.
Because early on with VR production, there was an instance where there was a very specific brand had come through with a very specific request, and there were few people that could help them navigate it. And I had a discussion with them saying, don't do this. It's not really, this is not how you want to. And they ignored it, and the problem is that the blowback comes back onto you guys, because no matter what, you can scream into the wind, but if they don't listen, you're still at their mercy.
But you don't have to shoot it then.
Yeah,
well,
and that's
I think we're at a point now where
I hate to sound like a jerk, but I've started getting to the point where, like, with branded stuff, it's like, look, we're not going to do it that way. You can talk about it like that. It's not going to happen. I just did a piece. But then there are, that does happen where brands are like, we're doing it that way, and you're like, no, I'm not shooting it then. But I just did a piece, I directed a piece for Vodafone with McCann Erickson.
Which looked great.
We did bracketing, HDR bracketing, which I was very proud of. And it was in Romanian too, so I was directing in a foreign language that sounds like a mix of German and Russian and Spanish or Italian.
Doesn't it seem like you're directing in a foreign language anyway?
It
with
does,
VR?
but it was like, the point I'm getting is they had a brand person
who knew it. This guy called Platon, and he knew VR enough to be like, I know what a nozo is. I know what this is. And basically, whenever there was a discussion, he would go, and he would just talk to me.
That's great.
And you're seeing that more and more, but the last 2 years it's been very hard.
It's been
to
awful.
Very hard to find that. So.
And I would say that for me as a freelancer, I don't necessarily have that same luxury of that you guys are talking about. But I will say that if somebody comes to me with an idea that I think is bad, or is technically unfeasible, or if there are better ways of achieving it, then I will really try to talk them out of their bad idea nicely, and really try and convince them that, actually, I think you might be coming at this from the wrong angle. I think there are better, more intelligent ways of doing it, and more often than not, I find that they're receptive to it.
Can I ask you a question, Ben? So as a freelancer, I was a freelancer, now I have a company, and one of the things I ran into as a freelancer, you run into this problem where, like, because you as a freelancer have no control over a post, you may shoot something in the most beautiful, amazing, shoot all these beautiful plates and everything is great, and then it gets handed over to some 14-year-old at the company and garbled. How do you handle and work with post-production to make sure your work that you shoot well, because I know you shoot good work, ends up, like, I saw your whiskey piece and it looks good.
Yeah, it was the same as a DIT. When you leave the set, that work is out of your hands. So all you can really do is your best, and know that the footage that you're handing people is technically as good as you had hoped it would be. Once it gets to post, if you're not involved in post, as I tend not to be, you sort of have to absolve yourself and kind of wash your hands and be like, I wish I could have more involvement with this than I do. There have been a number of pieces that I've worked on that have really disappointed me, because I had high expectations for them. They didn't quite turn out. Conversely, pieces that I had low expectations for really blew me away because they were posted so well. And so I think that, on every piece I work on, I always try to keep in touch with production via email. Hey, how's it going? Just want to, any questions? How's the footage look? They usually appreciate that kind of input communication, and sometimes I think I'm able to offer opinions and feedback, particularly if they share footage with me in post, and help evolve, the post process that way. But certainly as a freelancer, you just kind of have to cut ties.
Terror.
Yeah.
So last thought here now. This is a good one. What do we want out of the tech and the creative? What do we want out of the next step of VR production? What's missing right now?
Compression algorithms.
No, you're right.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but if we had better resolution on mobile, a lot more people would be seeing really quality stuff.
You have this weird quality drop, or like, I can't think of the word now, but people are used to watching 4K TVs and gaming in 4K, and then they put on this headset that they just paid $500 for, and it looks like garbage.
Yeah.
Relative garbage.
Well, I mean, compared, like, it looks like 480.
Right.
Yeah.
I really am hoping for a united front among really all developers of the technology, cameras and headsets, because I would really hate to see this technology torpedoed by a format war, much as, well, there are a lot of things that killed 3D in the home, but one of which was nobody could agree on standards. Are we going active? Are we going passive? And I would really like to see people that are involved in the distribution of this tech really all on the same page, not really trying to one-up one another, and really all working together to really get this technology in the hands of consumers, because right now, let's be honest, it's not. It's still a fairly limited niche market. I think the potential for it is enormous, but I think there's any number of things that can trip it up along the way.
I mean, the Zcam and Google have a great pipeline, right? And everyone wants to use those cameras that aren't extremely technical because they can kind of handhold through that whole process. A lot of people want more pipelines like that for cameras, except, like we said, not every shot allows you to shoot with those cameras. You got to sometimes shoot with bigger ones, or one's in space, one's underwater. But I think the future is that you can match the creativity and the creative and the technical when you can send that up to the cloud. And You don't have to worry about, messing that up in VFX or some guy who doesn't know how to stitch, and so those cameras offer, I think, the future of the next couple of years of pipelines for cameras, because it just saves you a lot of money and gets you to where you need to go faster.
To that end as well, having grown-up internet speeds in the United States would be awesome. I spent 3 weeks in Romania where my hotel room, which was it was a nice hotel, but it wasn't the greatest. The Wi-Fi had 200 up. So, I mean, the rest of the world's there, and we wouldn't have to worry so much about compression if we just got onto reasonable internet standards in the United States. It gets absurd how slow it is. And then headsets also, but that's just a general.
Yeah.
And also, we were talking at the beginning about the Yi Halo and the Google Jump platform of cloud stitching. I think cloud stitching in general is a pretty excellent service.
The best.
And stitching, anyone who's ever done it manually, whether it's in AVP or in Nuke, knows it's really, really hard work. It's very painstaking work. I don't know whether or not it's ever going to go away or not as a manual task, but I think that cloud stitching is really beneficial for all of us as content creators.
It's uniquely frustrating stitching as well, because I've come from posts where I've done a lot of roto work, and rotoing you can always get it right, but stitching you can't always get it right, and that really is a bummer. But I think
it'll get less.
It'll get less.
2 or 3 years from now, maybe 15% of shots instead of 50%, but it'll always be there.
You'll get to this thing where, I think, in Soho, our office in Soho, you throw a stick and you hit a roto artist, but I can't throw a stick and hit a stitcher, and so I lean towards optical flow and cloud stitching because, quite frankly, I can outsource stitching easier.
Yes.
Or rotoing easier. It's much easier to outsource that than outsource a stitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, look, there's a ton of new tech here.
You should see his camera, by the way.
Yeah, Casey's camera. You want to just really talk about it really quick?
For those of you guys out there, we built an underwater 3D camera. It also does broadcasting. We've got some stuff on the horizon for broadcasting, and there aren't any other underwater 3D cameras. It's large, it's intimidating, but there is a group of people in the world who really care about it, and we're really excited, and that's why we're here.
It's a blue Imperial probe droid.
It seems to be a design theme that follows a certain sci-fi genre of films. But I want to thank you guys for coming. This was great. Nothing short of spectacular with the talent sitting to my left. So Casey, Lewis, Ben, you guys are going to go off. You're going to see what else is out there, and I suspect next NAB will have 16K, 24K, and full 60 OF, and everything will be great, right?
But we're still dealing with the same problems. If anybody's watching this and you know about LTO and you know a good deck here, you come to me because I need a new one.
Well, thank you guys for coming, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, everybody.
We do need to talk about LTO.
Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online. Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Videos ready.
We're live.
Alright, we got 5 minutes.
Alright, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it. Alright, back to 1.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of NAB 2017. This is Teradek's live coverage here at the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, in Central Hall. I'm Michael Artsis. Thanks so much for joining us. We're in the Vitech Video Group booth, and it's truly remarkable to be here this year. It's just unbelievable, all the different things that are going on, all the new innovation. Facebook is here. Who ever thought that Facebook would be at NAB, and they're doing remarkable things with Facebook Live. They want all your content on Facebook Live. They're giving you the tools to do it. It's really tremendous. It goes on from there. It never ends. The distribution platforms are there. The equipment's there. The tools are there. And speaking of tools, I'm really excited about the fact that we have Matthew's Grip here. Matthew's
make some of the greatest products, but they have a new tool, right? It's called My Way Grip, and it really is a way to integrate and make interchangeable all their different tools. So Matthews makes the greatest grip products on the planet. You want to hang something on set, it's Matthews. You want to clamp something to a car, it's Matthews. You want to hang something off a tripod or a stand or something like that, it's Matthews. You want to put something on tracks, it's probably Matthews. Tyler's here from Matthews. We've got Jay, who's a grip, and Richard, who's a grip. And you guys have worked closely with Matthews to create this new way of doing things, which is just truly remarkable. And it's great for the independent filmmaker or broadcaster and people who are just getting into the business all the way up. But it's especially great for those independent filmmakers, right?
Yeah, it's anybody really in this industry is going to appreciate My Way because it's lighter, it's faster, and it's just a better way of doing things. These guys had this brilliant idea, Jay and Richard, of taking what Matthews has done over 40-something years and making it better and easier to use and more interchangeable. So together they created My Way Grip and partnered with Matthews to bring it to all you guys. And
here's the thing I think that's so amazing is Matthews products. I mean, the knuckle is really well known. You've got all the products across all of the different product lines, right? And yet now you've figured out a way to say, hey, maybe, and you guys, to your credit, figured out a way to say, hey, you know what? Maybe this product is really good, and this product is really good, and this product is really good, and to connect them I need this product, but why do I need to buy these 4 different products when I really could just have these 2 ends that I need and somehow connect them? And so, I mean, is this a perfect example of what we're talking about?
That's kind of sorry to interrupt, but that's kind of a different product.
Okay.
We're headed towards interchangeability with everything we do. We want it to be faster, lighter, and interchangeable, so you can manipulate things easier on set and get the job done. That is called the Infinity Arm. It is the world's strongest articulating arm, and it has interchangeable tips that allow you to interchange whatever it is you might need to rig a monitor or a light.
So this seems like it's really a great answer to the Israeli arm, which has been the industry standard for so many years, but yet is very flimsy, hard to tighten, and what happens no matter if you buy a $40 or a $400 arm and you put a monitor on it, and all of a sudden you're on the shoot and you move the camera a little and it goes boom. Yeah. Now your monitor's done, and what do we do now? So that is actually not only the interchangeability, which I think is great, but the actual durability of that. I could tell immediately how well that's built, that is something that is really perfect for a perfect answer for the Israeli arm, so you don't have to worry about breaking your gear. So you guys have some cool tricks in that tool bag then to show off. How did you guys think of doing this?
Well, I'm a gaffer, lighting director. I was doing a TV series.
Yep.
I asked the grips to put a baby plate on the ceiling to hang a Celeb 200 from. And just like any gaffer out there, I got busy. I wasn't paying attention to the plate that they were screwing to the ceiling. By the time they had it up, I turned around and looked, and they had a baby plate up there with a 12-inch pin. By the time you hang a light on that, the light was in the shot, and they had to change out the plate. So they had to go searching for one of their smaller baby plates with a shorter pin on it. They were all being used. Right then I thought, well, if you could just take the same plate and just interchange the pin to any length, any size, any shape, you'd have something that'd be a lot quicker. So this is what I came up with. Richard's a good friend of mine. He's a key grip who I respect and greatly. So I called him right away and I said, Richard, I got something I think we need to do together. Without hesitation, he said, great, let's do it. What is it? I sent him a little sketch.
He sent me a sketch. Before the ink was dry, I was
hours in my computer designing the parts.
You got it right off the bat, and by the time we wrapped that night, he had sent me a picture of that with different size pins,
Different shape pins.
90s, juniors, whatever you want.
So
Awesome.
it basically takes, and then, to expand on it, the Mathellini has the same adapter. So you can interchange any pin, any shape.
Quickly.
So it's kind of limitless.
This is
like Felix's bag. You can just keep pulling different options out of here.
So you guys ever machined or made any products before?
Well, I have. Richard has as well. I've got a milling machine myself, a lathe. I've made all kinds of things over the last 33 years of being in the business.
So how do you go from you have this idea and you've designed it to a prototype to then it working to then going and getting Matthews on board and having them want to partner with you? Because I would think that in many cases it'd be hard to get them. They have they have a huge reputation for a lot of years, and they've got to put it through a lot of rigorous testing and all that stuff, I would imagine.
Well, I've never had many dealings with Matthews because I'm a lighting director or gaffer. But Richard has had a long-standing relationship with Matthews. When I brought Richard in as a partner,
I developed the Max Menace arm, which Matthews embraced and has subsequently won a technical achievement award through the Academy for its invention and development through Matthews. And I have several other products that I've developed that Matthews has embraced. And so when Jay contacted me about this, I kind of knew immediately what was going to happen. Jay and I got together. We started working on the patent immediately. I started working on, doing some prototype manufacturing. And once it was kind of all in place, we then got together and then had a meeting at Matthews with Ed and Tyler and the principals there, and I think they embraced it immediately. Some of it has to do maybe with my track record from other products.
It helps. It definitely helps.
Definitely helps.
It does.
And I think you've got a great product here. Matthew's stuff is phenomenal. I just built a studio at the South Point Hotel and Casino just across town here for Brent Musburger. It's his new project, Vegas Stats and Information Network. I designed and built a studio. We got it running in 2 weeks.
Wow.
And we used 28 of the Matthews clamps and arms with the baby pins to hang the lights. They're actually about to build a secondary studio, and we're going to be ordering like 8 to 12 more of them.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. And I was wondering why it was hard to get them at the time. Everybody was sold out of them. And I think that the reason is because you guys were in the process of releasing this product and changing the way things are done a little, so maybe supply was a little scarce. But you guys at Matthews and what you guys have invented is certainly the greatest grip products on any set anywhere, and everybody uses them. That's the thing. I don't think I've ever been on a set that didn't have 5 or 10 Matthews products, and probably a couple of things you guys have designed even before this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely makes rigging lights or grip gear on a set a lot more versatile.
And one of the big advantages of this system is it actually saves space and weight, which now becomes a real factor. A lot of film productions, they want us in smaller trucks. There may be limits in locations as to how big of a truck you can put stuff into, but you still need the same tools.
Right.
So this allows us to, have smaller space, but have all the options needed, because every time you go into an environment, there may be different needs as far as hanging lights or what you want to accomplish.
Sure, and I think that, even now, you see a lot more, especially at NAB even, you see a lot more video walls, visual displays, projection mapping. All those products have to be mounted as well and are using Matthews in one way, shape, or form and can really benefit from this product as well. A lot of that stuff has to be assembled quickly and taken down quickly. And also, as we start to move live broadcasts into more venues, you have a lot of need to do all sorts of gripping things. Like, take this set, for instance, right? 10 years ago, this didn't exist. 8 years ago, it did. and it's changed its shape and its form and the way it is, but it's got to go up relatively quickly. It's got to be relatively versatile, and it's got to come down relatively quickly. And so that's where these kinds of products can really help out.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's a Cheeseboro, right?
Well, it's a grid clamp or a Cheeseboro.
Yep.
But you know, with this patent pending collar on it.
Did you?
see
is that new?
No, this grid clamp's been
No,
around for a
not
while.
the
but
Cheeseboro.
It used to be a junior pin,
Yep.
a junior receiver, or a baby pin.
Right, but I'm saying, is that new to put that on top?
Yes.
Wow.
So now, it's one does both.
It's a baby, it's a junior, it's a right angle. You can put a 1/4-inch pin, a 3/8 inch pin.
So what's great is now you can buy,
90.
let's say you need 50 Cheeseburos, you can buy 50 Cheeseburos, and when you need one for a baby pin or that right angle, or you need one for something else, you don't have
We
to...
don't have any
Instead of buying the whole clamp again, you just buy the adapter.
Oh my god.
Which is, way less expensive.
Way less expensive,
So
plus you might have it in your bag already. You might, at least the Cheeseburos you don't have to buy over and over again.
And with gripping, I'm no Richard or Jay, but you never know what you're going to have to do until you're there.
Well, no, that's,
and
it's on the fly.
you're on the fly, and this allows you to be way more creative with what you need to do.
Tell me about the red strap there. That's the safety cable?
Safety cable, yep.
And is that on every hanging point, really? Every one of them?
It's for the lanyard itself.
Oh, I got you.
For the quick pin.
You don't want to lose this.
Right.
This is an integral part of it.
How long did it take you to design and develop this?
Well, right away I kind of had it in my head.
Well, I know. So it took you like 20 minutes to sketch it out. It took him.
By the time I called him,
yeah,
he said, "Make me a drawing." I sketched it out. Took me 8 minutes.
Right.
I took a picture of it. Sent him the picture.
Isn't technology amazing?
Oh, I know.
I took a picture of it, sent it to him. He had it. So in 12 minutes, you had an idea, a drawing. Wait, you had an idea, a phone call, a drawing.
That's right.
A photo of that drawing sent to him. You didn't even have to find a fax machine.
I put it in my computer.
He put it in his computer.
Drew it.
You drew it.
I sent it back to him.
Hold on, that's a little bit more than 12 minutes. Now but you had it in 12 minutes.
Before we wrapped that night, he had a blueprint drawing.
And 3-4 hours later, you had a blueprint drawing of it, and then that's unbelievable. And then how long to make it, like to make the first one to test? Or you just went to Matthews with the drawing and said, we want to do this?
No, we made some prototypes.
We made some prototypes, but we actually designed it, and these are the exact dimensions of our original design.
It's been just about 2 years.
So it really took
from then till now.
Right. So that's what I was saying. Is how long did it take to kind of develop it
Well,
to say here it is?
I think it's less than 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, okay. We both work on
almost 2
films
years.
too, so kind of a little bit of a hiccup maybe in time. But while we were working, I didn't do the machining myself, but I kind of found some machinists to make some parts
Very
from
cool.
designs. And
somewhere in here, I have the original drawing that I sent.
Oh,
That's
I
pretty
have it on
cool.
my phone still.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, you can print it out and frame it. Guys, thank you so much for coming on. It's a great story. The products are phenomenal, and this is really important. It makes all the productions more efficient, better, safer, and ultimately more inexpensive, which allows us to focus on the things that are really important on in the creating of the content. So thank you guys very much. This is your live continuing coverage of NAB 2017. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a whole lot more right after this.
Dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get moving. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I've got the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's do a mic check. Got it. Videos online. Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Video's ready.
We're live.
Alright, we got 5 minutes.
Alright, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera moves. Got it.
Alright, back to 1.
Select sync.
Quiet on set. Tap.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Videos online. Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Video's ready.
We're live.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of NAB 2017 right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're in Central Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center in the Vitech Video Group booth on the Teradek set. This is Teradek's live continuing coverage. I'm Michael Artsis. Thanks so much for joining us. We have some very special and great guests here. I am so excited. The Cartoni Company was started in 1936, and they've been part of the film and broadcast industry ever since. One of the most illustrious and well sought after companies in the world. Everybody knows Cartoni. They know the brand. They know the products. It's really got such a stellar reputation. If you've done anything in filmmaking or broadcast, you know Cartoni. Elisabetta Cartoni is here with Steve from Cartoni. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here. It's an honor.
It's an honor to have you here. Your grandfather started the company in 1936.
Yes.
You're a third generation owner.
Yes, absolutely.
It's something that's very hard to do these days.
It is. It is. It is hard to keep on inventing new stuff. It's hard to keep a company running, especially in a country like Italy, where we have had our ups and downs, and it's not the best possible condition for having labor and a factory.
And you deal with all sorts of importation and exportation issues, all sorts of sourcing parts, I'm sure. But it's, you've been able to keep it going, and I think that's something that's really, really not easy to do, but is remarkable. And it's remarkable that you've been able to keep the reputation going, because, a lot of people try and skimp on, product or change the way things have been done. And that's when things start to fall apart, but you've been able to keep it going.
You see, our focus has always been to stay on our technologies, on our know-how, and basically we make everything in-house. Even stuff that we could buy from other countries or other factories, we still make them in Rome in our factory.
When you were young, do you remember going to the factory and seeing your grandfather work and then, obviously your parents work?
Yeah. Unfortunately, my grandfather died very young, but my father, who was handling the business at that time, I remember when I was a young girl, I might have been 6 or 7, and I had gyro heads under my bed. This is the way Papa was using to stock them under our bed.
Wow. Now, did you know you wanted to go into the business, or did you, because that's always also a hard thing for, business owners to figure out if it should, if the child wants to do it, and then if they should, and if they're good enough or smart enough, or if they have really, because you have to be passionate, especially to keep the business going. You can't just say, well, I'll do this because it's the family business.
It hasn't been easy at all. I have a degree in philosophy, so I would have loved to be a teacher and and a writer, but my father needed me, and I started helping him in the spare hours I had from the study, and then at the end I was compelled to follow it.
Well, it's a good thing, and I think that the entire filmmaking world is thankful that your father needed you, because we all need you. Steve, you wanted to show off the Dutch head that you guys have, and it's remarkable. First of all, I just want the viewers to understand that as you were getting this ready on set, you were so confident in it. That's an Arri Alexa on there. The whole thing weighs a ton, but you just swung that thing around like nobody's business, and my heart skipped like 4 beats. Not just one, it skipped like 4 beats, wondering if that lens, that camera, and the entire setup were just going to go flying, because you don't know, and you were just right on it.
Well, after being with Cartoni for 25 years, I'm confident with everything we do. The Dutch quickly started, the Dutch look has been around forever. Back in the old days, it was actually 2 O'Connor 100s stacked on each other. That was the old days of Batman, when they would give that funky angle when they were doing their fighting. In the early 90s, when Cartoni first came to the States, Denny Claremont came to us. We were doing our demos and said, we need something called a Dutch head. And Mr. Cartoni was there, and they talked for a few minutes. 3 weeks after he returned, after he got back to Italy, he sent us the first Dutch head. First thing was the Claremonts were amazed that a Dutch head came out within 3 weeks. And then once they put it to use, the rest is history. Every major rental house had a Cartoni Dutch head. Most user had it. Almost every cameraman has used a Dutch head from Cartoni, one of our Dutch heads. Well, as the years gone by, we tried to figure out what can happen next. Elizabeth has been really pondering what to do. And when we introduced our NAB'25, which most cameramen know, our big Lambda head, that we were asked for a third axis. And that's when the idea hit her, when she created the third axis for the total Dutch head. And if I may now?
Yes, please. And I want to say, we've got a friend in common, a good friend of mine who is an amazing camera operator, was the camera operator on Dexter and True Blood, and does a lot of Grey's Anatomy work and works with me a lot. Eric Fletcher swears by Cartoni. If it's not Cartoni, he does not want to use it. And obviously there's good reason for that.
Yeah, Eric has been a big supporter of ours. The SOC actually honored our Lambda line of heads last year's for a Lifetime Achievement Award, I think it was.
Yes.
And so what we have here is a Dutch head that you can actually put on a nodal point, the optical center, and rotate it 360. And there's no other head out there on the market that will allow you to do that on a standard pan and tilt head. So here we have the O'Connor 2575. Unlock it, and now we could do, as I locked it. I locked it. Aha! There we go. Excuse me there.
See, if it was a Cartoni head, I'd give you a hard time.
But
if you were struggling with a Cartoni head, I'd give you a hard time. But the O'Connor, it's not your head, so it's okay.
So now we can have just a real oddball shot, following people around, give a little bit of a cycle look, and perfect balance all the way through.
So, I mean, obviously we know that has a certain amount of use in horror films. It has a certain amount of use in space films, right? Especially with the 360, it can give you the feel of the astronauts, tumbling all around. It certainly can do, there are certain jobs it will do very well. But what are the things that people don't think of using this for that it might work perfect for? What kind of shots would you think about that other people haven't?
There are documentaries, there are architectural reports, there are fashion shows where it will be very interesting to use that type of head. Some advertising with tabletop work from above. There is plenty of use of the Dutch head, and especially when it is so easy just to put it on an existing head.
Right.
It is something that we hope that every crew would want to have in the box and just be ready to use it.
Well, and I mean, it only took you about 3 minutes to set this whole thing up.
Absolutely.
And again, this is an O'Connor pair of sticks and head, and you haven't used that before, so or maybe you have, but you're not that familiar with it. So I think that's very interesting, that it really is ready to go on any, as long as it can bear the weight, it's ready to go on any head and any pair of sticks. I thought the most interesting thing was that Steve said that you felt that the company needed this and you designed it. Does that happen a lot?
It does, because I helped a lot my father in his former designs, and I was the one translating the patent language in English when we applied for the patents in English. So I'm quite familiar with what the problems are, and also being in this world for so many years, I got great friends among the great director of photography and operators, and they come to me and talk me about the needs, about the imagining shots that maybe are not possible yet, and so this attracts me a lot to think about what tool can I get them to be more creative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
one of the things about Cartoni being a small family business is exactly what Elisabetta said, is that over the Eric Fletcher, for example, over the years, camera operators come and say, hey, can you do this? Can we do that? And Brazil, the movie Brazil, you guys made the first, what we call multi-mode, where they put 3 different parts of the head together to go on the ground and make all kinds of, it's kind of like a predecessor to a Lambda.
Yeah.
And it was only used a few times there, but they're always constantly innovating and listening to what the cameraman needs.
Well, and you're constantly in touch with the operators, which I think is good. Do you visit sets a lot, both of you guys?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's important.
In Rome, I do a lot in Cinecittà, where I have excellent friends from the AIC, the Italian Guild of Cinematographers, and they have been a great source of inspiration.
I'm glad the SOC.org recognized your work, and of course that you guys are involved with them. It's really, truly remarkable. The Society of Camera Operators is a great organization. I'm glad that you guys do such remarkable work, and I can't thank you enough for all of the viewers out there and all the people at NAB who use your products and really love them. Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story and spending some time with us.
No, thanks to you a lot, and I promise we will keep on going with this same philosophy.
I love it. That's wonderful. Do you have kids that are going to be involved in the business in the future?
I hope so. I have a daughter, but I don't know. Maybe.
Talk her into it. Tell her you need her help. That was your dad's trick. It seemed to work well.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's Steve, right? I mean,
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to see the family name continue.
Absolutely.
And they've kind of adopted me already.
There you go. Well, you guys are terrific, and in all honesty, you make great products, and we need the products, and we love the whole line of products. Check out Cartoni. They make phenomenal products, and I'm glad we got to see the Total Dutch here. This is your live continuing coverage of NAB 2017 here at the Las Vegas Convention Center in the Teradek set. We'll be back with a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX, and we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system, because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and program with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
Alright guys, dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes. Let's do a mic check. Got it. Videos online.
Get it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Video's ready.
We're live. All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it.
All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera speed. Target. Alright, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live read, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX, and we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company, and we do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system, because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
Alright guys, dig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get here. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Last 5 minutes.
Let's get a mic check. Got it. Videos online. Give it up for
Running title.
Switching to camera 1. Video's ready. We're live. All right, we got 5 minutes. All right, iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it.
All right, back to one.
Good luck. Thanks.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speed.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're sending a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element of teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time. It makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using two Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live grade, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system. And when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
Hi, my name is Corey Benke, and I'm with LiveX. And we're here at the DJI launch event. LiveX is a live streaming services company. We do live broadcasts and live streaming for events, sports, music, anything that's live. One of the things about launching a product for a global brand like DJI is they need to go to multiple platforms to hit their users everywhere they are. Instead of choosing one platform, clients and customers and brands are choosing multiple platforms so they can get to where the people that use their products and like their products live. So one of the biggest challenges with this stream was that we had to go to over 10 platforms. And really, when it comes down to it, I felt really comfortable getting the T-Rex system, because in one 3RU rack, you're able to get multiple encoders where I would need a box that is 9 times bigger than the T-Rex system in order to get the same reliability and the same quality of the encode.
So let's break down the technical workflow of our setup. We ingested the program feed with English audio into T-Rex cards 1 through 4 and programmed with Chinese voiceover audio into cards 5 through 7. Because this was a high-profile event, T-Rex helped us ensure maximum redundancy. We had each card encoding at different resolutions and bit rates for backup. The English language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the East Coast, while the Chinese language feeds were sent to a Sputnik server on the West Coast. We did this to reduce the latency of our transmission to China. From Sputnik, the feeds were then controlled by Core, Teradek's cloud-based management system, with a simple drag-and-drop UI. Streams were deployed to a variety of platforms. In the US, DJI's Facebook page, YouTube channel, and main site. In Europe, to DJI's local Facebook page. And in China, to DJI's official site, Youku, Weibo, NetEase, Yakai, and Tmall.
One of the things that I really like about Core is its simplicity and ease of use. By using T-Rex with Core, we're able to constantly monitor the stream, see the health of the system, see where our problems are, see how the bitrate's doing. And one of the nice things is that you control the end-to-end experience. You control the encoder, you control the Sputnik servers, and you control the decoder or whatever platform you're going to. It's really simple to drag and drop onto your encoder. So I see all my encoders, and then I can see all the destinations that I'm going to. So I can have my primary backup, like everything in one UI. Before, I would have to have a monitor for every encode station. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really good solution, especially when you need multi-distribution. In live streaming, there are no second chances. We have to bring it. Our clients expect us to deliver a stream to millions of people worldwide. There's a lot of time, there's a lot of effort, and when it comes to manpower, when it comes to redundancy, when it comes to reliability, that's really what we're looking for in the tools that we use every day. Using T-Rex and Core today, we were able to give our client DJI global brand exposure for their new tiny Mavic drone. And it was an amazing success.
Gig starts in 2 hours. We gotta get into. Got the amps, got the S4. Are we live streaming tonight?
For sure, I'll grab the video.
Live in 5 minutes. Let's get a mic check. Making a good angry. Got it. Videos online. Running title.
Switching to camera 1.
Video's ready.
We're live. iPads are up. Got it.
Camera move. Got it.
All right, back to one.
Select things.
Quiet on set. Zach.
Speeding.
Camera.
Camera speeds.
Marking. All right, last looks.
Camera set.
And action.
We're doing a lot of car-to-car shooting today. We're out in these crazy wide open spaces and we're using a drone, we're using a razor, other cars, etc. to chase our picture cars. So we need a lot of range so that our director and producers can see what's happening on our monitor. So we're using the Bolt 3000 and it gets 3,000 feet of range, which is exactly what we need out here. So we've got the receiver here on our 17-inch monitor for the director, and you'll see that we have the transmitter way up here. So we got it up as high as possible so that we have a really good line of sight, which helps the performance of the system. We're gonna have somebody up here in the front seat controlling pan and tilt on the shot over arm, and then we're setting a signal out from here to the Teradek transmitter, which will then give us 3,000 feet of range back to the director's monitor.
My name is Nicola Caruso. I'm a camera utility. We're on location at a mansion shooting a TV show called Glow for Netflix. My job is to ensure that the video signal is transmitted wherever it needs to be on set. So it's a lot of running cable and dealing with wireless systems and ensuring that those are all working properly. Running a camera department, you're always trying to figure out what you can do with the people and the equipment you have. If your resources are strained in terms of crew, you look for ways to balance that out. I kind of feel like there's an element the teamwork there. That technology can help free up some of my time and makes it easier to make the set run smoothly. The Teradek Cube is kind of an addition to our normal wireless video package. For all the no latency video, we use Teradek bolts, but it makes my job a lot easier having Teradek cubes on set in addition to that, because it's kind of a set it and forget it setup. All one of our crew members needs to do is connect to a Wi-Fi network and they can view a live signal. It's made my job a lot easier just having the system that's always running, and as soon as I plug in the main monitors with our Bolt system, Teradek Cube, which is connected to the back of that system, powers up the same way. I basically haven't had to think about it all season because I know it's always running. As long as I have power to the video village, I know that I also have a signal going to the Teradeks.
My name is Chris Hoyle. I'm a DIT, and we're using 2 Teradek colors, which are on our A and B red weapon cameras. I work with the cinematographer, Christian Springer, trying to match our A and B shots so that they're both exposed as properly as possible. When it comes to technology, I think one of the most important aspects is efficiency. You need to be able to work in fast-paced environments. The color has just been a huge advantage as far as that's concerned. On the show Atlanta, we had a process where we would underexpose between 2 or 3 stops, and then using live grade, we would lift everything back up. And so the colors were an essential part of that workflow, because without them, we were looking at an image that was just far too dark, and it was a very fast-paced set. Being able to have live grade running wirelessly, being able to have this lift, absolutely essential. Without having the colors up and running, we couldn't shoot the show. Being able to live grade is becoming a essential tool for DITs. Before the Teradek color, live grade was really more of a studio solution. Before with live grade, if you were using an HD link system, that was a hardline cable system, and when you are on location and you're moving around a lot, having an all wireless solution just adds a layer of efficiency that wasn't attainable before with live grade. As a DIT, technology is constantly changing. We're always making investments in new hardware to adapt to an ever-changing presence on set as far as our responsibilities are concerned. And I feel like Teradek really took it to the next step as far as a Wi-Fi wireless solution.
¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? José Luis Ames de cinedigital.tv. Bienvenidos a este primer programa en vivo desde NAB 2017 en Las Vegas. Estamos en el stand de Teradek y gracias a nuestros amigos de VDExpo tenemos la posibilidad de transmitir por primera ocasión 100% en español desde el piso de NAB 2017. A través de estos programas vamos a estar entrevistando a las empresas más importantes y más relevantes en todo el tema de video, y les recordamos que tenemos también el sorteo. Al final de este programa seleccionaremos al ganador, al primero de 3 ganadores de una lámpara Light Panels Astra E 1x1 cortesía de VDExpo. Entonces estén pendientes. Les recordamos que todos se pueden inscribir, pueden seguir participando si no están todavía inscritos al concurso, pueden participar, pueden seguir haciendo las dinámicas para tener más entradas y tener la posibilidad de ganar. Les recordamos que el concurso está abierto a toda Latinoamérica, está abierto a España, también está abierto a Estados Unidos, entonces no tenemos limitantes geográficas. Quien gane va a ganar y al final del programa estaremos dando a conocer al ganador. Y nuestro primer invitado es Marco Brea de Bytec. Él es el gerente de ventas para Latinoamérica de Bytec y nos va a platicar hoy acerca de Light Panels, una de las marcas más importantes de Bytec en materia de iluminación. Hola Marco, ¿cómo estás?
¿Qué tal, José Luis? Muchas gracias.
¿Qué nos platicas hoy con respecto a las novedades que trae Light Panels a NAB 2017?
Como no, precisamente en el marco de lo que mencionabas, Light Panels es una de las marcas más importantes para el grupo Bytec, porque es una de las marcas que trae más tecnología, más innovación, y es precisamente las marcas que más están buscando en este momento la producción independiente y los nuevos estudios, incluso los canales de televisión tradicionales que están buscando hacer un reemplazo de tecnología. Light Panels es la marca premium en la industria LED, y este año en el NAB estamos muy contentos porque estamos expandiendo la línea de Fresneles en cuanto a la potencia. El Fresnel que ven aquí es un Fresnel de 4 pulgadas. Estamos también ampliando y mejorando la calidad de los paneles Astras en sus versiones de bicolor y daylight. Y además estamos mostrando la tendencia para ir reemplazando estos productos de filamento, los tradicionales y demás, por primera vez a un costo muy accesible y a un performance o un desempeño superior por encima de cualquier fabricante de LED profesional que puedas encontrar en la industria.
Ok, de hecho mucha gente no sabe que Light Panels fue la primera empresa en incorporar iluminación LED para efectos de video, ¿correcto?
Así es, José Luis. Light Panels viene de la industria de cinematografía y de producción. En este show NAB en Las Vegas tenemos el gusto de tener a uno de los cofundadores de Light Panels. A la hora que ellos se reunieron en Hollywood, decidieron encontrar una forma de llevar la tecnología LED a las aplicaciones profesionales. Y como tú bien decías, Light Panels fue uno de los primeros precursores de esta tecnología para aplicaciones profesionales. De hecho, el nombre Light Panels salió por los primeros productos que eran paneles de LED 1x1. Al pasar de los años, el concepto de Light Panels se implementó para básicamente cualquier panel de luz. Sin embargo, como fundadores o precursores de esta tecnología, nosotros nos podemos decir con orgullo que somos el producto que tiene más experiencia fabricando este tipo de tecnología, la marca que tiene más experiencia fabricando ese tipo de tecnología. Y como bien sabes, las personas que empiezan a trabajar en estos nuevos LEDs, digamos, aplicaciones profesionales, pasarán por muchos problemas de los cuales nosotros tenemos una vasta experiencia y hemos solucionado a través de los años.
Ok, uno de los temas importantes con respecto a la cuestión de la iluminación LED que mucha gente no entiende y que creo que es importante que platiquemos ahorita es por qué invertir en equipo de marcas de veras. ¿A qué me refiero con marcas de veras? La mayoría de la gente dice, es que el panel chinchín cuesta $200, cuesta $300, ¿por qué voy a gastar el doble o el triple en un equipo de Light Panels? ¿Por qué tengo que invertir en un equipo profesional? Si el otro pues cuesta mucho menos, es mucho más barato, se ve casi igual porque incluso hay clones, pero hay diferencias considerables. Entonces,
por supuesto, uno de los factores principales que nosotros preguntamos a los clientes que se acercan a conversar con nosotros sobre su tecnología, sobre las aplicaciones que usan es ¿para qué necesitan este panel? ¿Qué están buscando conseguir con esta iluminación? Si la respuesta es, este es mi trabajo, de esto vivo, necesito vender mi servicio y que se vea de la mejor forma, Light Panels es la mejor opción. Como bien dices, van a haber cualquier cantidad de luces chinas en el mercado, que se ven igual, pero porque algo se vea igual no quiere decir que es exactamente el mismo producto. Tienen que tener en cuenta que la iluminación es uno de los factores más críticos, yo me atrevería a decir que el más crítico a la hora de reproducir el color, a la hora de capturar una imagen y a la hora de contar una historia. Si tu trabajo en el día a día depende de qué bien se vea una imagen, qué bien se vea un talento o qué tan bien estás contando una historia, la iPaneles te recomienda utilizar los LEDs que tengan el espectro más completo en cuanto a la frecuencia. La cámara va a capturar la imagen en función de la luz que refleja sobre la superficie. Si la luz que emite, si el cuerpo que emite la luz no tiene las componentes completas de frecuencia del espectro, va a ser imposible que la cámara lo capture. Y vas a empezar a ver escenas en donde si tienes más de un panel, cada panel se va a ver de una forma distinta. O si llegas a un set de producción vas a tener que invertir mucho tiempo en ponerle filtros para tratar de que todas las luces se vean iguales. Son cosas que puedes hacerlo en un momento de tu vida, pero si ya su trabajo depende de eso, si tu reputación depende de eso, la iPaneles ha conseguido abaratar el costo para que ya la diferencia entre los paneles chinos y los paneles de calidad de la iPaneles no sean tan abismales. Entonces, este año lo que hemos traído con estos paneles es 50% más brillo que los paneles anteriores, con la misma calidad de LED de la iPaneles que has conocido a través de la historia, con la mejor reproducción de color y con la certeza de que tienes el producto que te va a funcionar hoy, te puede funcionar mañana y que te va a dar la mejor calidad en cada momento que lo vas a trabajar.
Ok, y hablando de esto del espectro de color, ¿qué CRI tienen este tipo de lámparas?
Nuestras luces de LED todos tienen CRI por encima de 95, depende del modelo, incluso algunos están arriba de 96, en las tanto en Daylight como tungsteno. Nuestros paneles tienen la capacidad de ser bicolores, paneles tan pequeños como el que tengo acá, que es el sistema Lycos.
A ver, vamos a enseñarles esto porque esto está bien interesante. Estas lámparas nuevas de Lycos, que estrictamente son Manfrotto, pero están diseñadas y fabricadas por iPaneles, ¿correcto?
Así es importante mencionarlo, correcto. Como grupo Bytec somos dueños o fabricantes de muchísimas marcas en la industria. Yo me atrevería a decir que las marcas premium, top de la línea, son propiedad del grupo Bytec. Manfrotto es una división de nuestra empresa y hicimos un desarrollo en conjunto. Este tipo de panel se caracteriza por utilizar el mismo tipo de LED que los paneles más grandes como el Astra, del mismo tipo de LED del Astra que se está rifando en estos días, y nos permite utilizar en interiores o en exteriores por ser de temperatura variable. Trabaja tanto Daylight como tungsteno. Algo bien interesante de este producto es que es sumamente portátil. Puedes trabajar con batería, Anton Bauer, parte del grupo Bytec, o puedes trabajarlo también con AC. Cuando vas a hacer una producción, por ejemplo, vamos a pensar en reportería, porque estas aplicaciones son muy variadas. Cuando vas a hacer una entrevista en una oficina de un ejecutivo, de un director, de un político, no tienes que estar pensando dónde voy a conectar la luz, si me va a ser suficiente para alimentar todos los fresneles que estoy llevando. Sencillamente puedes llevar un kit portátil como esto, de 3 luces que se alimentan por batería, le pones un difusor y ya puedes hacer una iluminación completa a 3 luces. Con esta lámpara tenemos un CRI de 96 en tungsteno o de 95 en Daylight. Y la reproducción de color, la calidad de la imagen que vas a tener en tus cámaras va a ser óptima y premium a un precio bastante accesible para un kit de 3.
Ok, de hecho hablando de ese kit, hace un rato me mostrabas el kit. Viene en una maleta más o menos como de este tamaño, se puede cargar perfectamente bien en un avión y vienen 3 lámparas, vienen tripiés, vienen baterías, incluso viene una chimera, un softbox de chimera, todo lo que necesitas para poder hacer una iluminación en locación, ya sea con conexión a corriente o sin conexión a corriente, sin ningún problema, a un precio bastante atractivo.
Así es, José Luis. Hoy por hoy las cámaras son supremamente sensibles. Nosotros recomendamos que tengas, así no sea la máxima potencia disponible, que tengas una luz que te dé la mejor reproducción de color, que sea portátil y que sea constante en cada una de las luces que estás utilizando. Este equipo te permite hacer desde entrevistas hasta producción, trabajar en exteriores, trabajar en interiores, siempre con la misma calidad que ha distinguido a la iPaneles. Y como bien decías, el kit que estamos hablando, el kit Lycos, está diseñado para que lo puedas cargar encima del avión como equipaje de mano, y el precio de lista con la opción de baterías está de menos de $2.500, las 3 luces con la maleta, los 3 accesorios que comentabas. Hoy por hoy la iPaneles le brinda la posibilidad de tener la reputación y la calidad de nuestros productos, pero a un precio supremamente inferior a lo que tradicionalmente estábamos acostumbrados a manejar con nuestras marcas.
Ok, perfecto. Ese es en el lado de lo chiquito.
Así es.
En el lado de los paneles, tenemos estos paneles nuevos, de los Astra nuevos, que de entrada el diseño es completamente diferente a los paneles 1x1 tradicionales.
Correcto.
Y hay una nueva tecnología de LED dentro de estos paneles, ¿correcto?
Así es. El panel Astra se caracteriza por tener lo que se llama LED montado en la superficie. Ese LED es completamente distinto al tradicional de 5 milímetros que tenemos en cualquier lámpara de origen chino, por ejemplo, que van a encontrar en el mercado. Les voy a enseñar este Lycos porque tiene el mismo tipo de LED y porque tiene el mismo tipo de lente que vamos a encontrar en el Astra. Este lente nos permite tener reflexión total interna en cada uno de los LEDs. Con esto conseguimos tener mayor potencia, utilizando menos LED, con menos consumo y la mejor calidad de luz. Este año estamos lanzando en Las Vegas 4 versiones distintas del Astra, todas con más potencia que la versión anterior, todas con el mismo precio de la versión anterior, que son las más full del espectro, y todas con el mismo consumo de energía. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que ya si vas a trabajar con batería, vas a poder tener mayor potencia con la misma durabilidad, o si quieres puedes bajar un poco más la intensidad de la luz, tener igual la misma potencia que tenías en la anterior y tener más horas de uso en las baterías. Estas luces Astra revolucionaron la industria no solamente de producción y de adquisición de noticias, sino que también pueden ser utilizadas en estudios. Y eso es algo muy importante porque ya tenemos una luz suficientemente potente para reemplazar a las tradicionales de tubo, a los soft lights tradicionales, a una fracción del precio y a la cual le puedes poner módulos de MX para ser controlados con consola. Entonces son sencillamente una luz muy práctica que te puede servir hoy para hacer trabajo en exteriores, y si el día de mañana quieres hacer un estudio en tu casa para convertirse algún día en un José Luis, pueden utilizar estas luces Astra en un ambiente controlado de estudio, ponerle un módulo de MX y tener todas las herramientas que necesitas para empezar a hacer esa producción de YouTube o esa producción que te permita explorar todos tus conocimientos.
Ok. Y por último, platícanos un poquito acerca, en este minuto y medio que nos queda, un poquito sobre la línea de Fresneles, el Sola 4.
Cómo no. Lightpanels tiene una línea muy completa de Fresneles que van desde un equivalente a un 250, un 650, hasta un 2K. Estamos enfocándonos este año en dos Fresneles muy importantes por el volumen de venta que tienen estas líneas de productos que son más pequeños. Como las cámaras son cada vez más sensibles, los realizadores prefieren tener luces bien colocadas con una mejor calidad, y este Sola 4 tiene el doble de potencia que tenía el Sola tradicional, al igual que el Sola 6C que estamos lanzando este año tiene el doble de potencia. Son luces con CRI arriba de 95, con muy bajo consumo de energía y mucha potencia.
Ok. Para más información sobre los productos de Light Panels, ¿dónde pueden consultarlo?
Para más información pueden entrar a la página lightpanels.com. Pueden seguirnos también en nuestras redes sociales, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, en las cuales van a encontrar información de usuarios que están trabajando y cómo lo están sacándole el máximo provecho a cada una de nuestras luces.
Ok, perfecto. Pues te agradecemos mucho y pues nos vemos mañana con más contenido de Bytech.
Que así sea. Muchas gracias, José Luis.
Gracias. Gracias por seguir con nosotros aquí en el programa de Cine Digital Live desde el piso de exposiciones en NAB 2017. Y tenemos un invitado que todos ustedes ya conocen, llevamos años platicando con él aquí en la expo, Gustavo Brunzer de Adobe. Él es el encargado de todos los temas relacionados con video en español y hoy vamos a platicar con él de todas las novedades que Adobe nos está presentando en términos de video en todas sus herramientas profesionales. La semana pasada ya hubo un anuncio y es lo que vamos a platicar el día de hoy. ¿Cómo estás, Gustavo?
Hola, muy bien, muy bien.
A ver, platícanos un poquito de qué nos trae Adobe, qué juguetes nuevos nos trae Adobe para para esta temporada.
Bueno, acabamos de lanzar versiones nuevas de todos los productos de video. Anunciamos nueva versión de Premiere, nueva versión de After Effects, nueva versión de Audition, etc. Y todas vienen con algunos atributos que los clientes nos venían pidiendo hace tiempo. Por ejemplo, te voy a poner un caso. En el caso de Premiere, el titulador de Premiere tiene muchos años, es un titulador relativamente antiguo, es de hecho una tecnología que compramos. Hemos reescrito un titulador nuevo, ¿no es cierto?, que permite trabajar de manera más natural, si se quiere, al usuario. Típicamente un reclamo, y era un reclamo que yo tenía también, cuando usabas el titulador de Premiere se abría una ventana nueva y tapaba en lo que estabas trabajando, no lo podías ver, hasta que no creabas el título y no lo cerrabas, no podías seguir viendo tu timeline. Ahora puedes directamente sobre un clip, ¿no es cierto?, con la herramienta de texto, que es una herramienta nueva que está en la barra, en el toolbar, puedes directamente empezar a escribir texto. Puedes dibujar formas geométricas, ya sea cosas como rectángulos o círculos, o tienes una herramienta como la pluma, etcétera, etcétera. Lo interesante de esto es que los controles que te estamos dando son similares a los controles que tienes en Photoshop, o en Illustrator, o en InDesign. Es básicamente una tecnología muy similar y ayuda a que haya una consistencia en el uso que tienen, ¿no es cierto?, los usuarios que están acostumbrados. No sé, estoy acostumbrado a hacerlo en Photoshop, estoy acostumbrado a hacerlo en Illustrator, etcétera. Aparte de eso, te permitimos crear un título, animarlo y después guardarlo como un archivo autocontenido.
A ver, ahí creo que tenemos que hacer una pausa en ese sentido. A mucha gente no le queda claro el potencial a simple vista de lo que esto significa. Todo este juego de lo de las plantillas, correcto, de esto, de lo que se puede hacer, digo, directamente en Premiere, o incluso jalándolo desde After Effects.
Correcto.
Esto es una función, créanme, bien importante. La mayoría de la gente, en el momento en el que le dices After Effects, es así como que, ups, ¿no? Crear gráficos, mejor creo un gráfico en Photoshop, lo monto a mi línea de tiempo de Premiere, un fade in, un fade out, correcto, y ahí nos vemos. Porque es demasiado complicado, es muy difícil.
Así es.
Con esta tecnología nueva de las plantillas, platícanos qué es lo que se puede hacer y por qué es tan relevante, ¿no?
Correcto. Mira, lo que puedo hacer es, puedo partir en Premiere, no siento poner un título, ponerle una cierta gráfica alrededor, y después puedo guardar ese componente como un archivo autocontenido. Lo llamamos en inglés Motion Graphic Templates. Eso significa que yo puedo exportarlo, lo puedo compartir vía las librerías o incluso lo puedo enviar por un correo electrónico, etcétera, y puedo volver a usar esa plantilla de título o de bajada de título en otro de mis proyectos. Ahora, como la arquitectura que estamos usando es la misma de After Effects, yo puedo crear este gráfico en After Effects, pero con la gracia que puedo ocultar al editor la, entre comillas, dificultad que tiene After Effects. Por ejemplo, yo puedo crear lo que en inglés se conoce como un lower third. En algún lugar lo llaman viñeta, en otro lugar lo llaman zapata, etc. Entonces le creo una animación, ¿no es cierto?, en que cambian los colores, y etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Pero yo quiero permitir que el editor solamente pueda cambiar el texto. Entonces creo esta plantilla, solamente habilito el texto como atributo editable, lo exporto de After Effects y el editor puede importar eso en Premiere, simplemente cambiar el texto y utilizarlo, por ejemplo, en el caso de deportes, ¿no es cierto?, la bajada de los jugadores de fútbol, etcétera, etcétera. Ahora, yo puedo darle más poder al editor. Puedo hacer que más atributos sean editables. Por ejemplo, que pueda cambiar los colores, que pueda cambiar las formas, que pueda cambiar la velocidad de una animación. Pero en vez de tener que ir a After Effects, hay un panel que se llama Essential Graphics, donde tengo los sliders, los mismos sliders que usé en After Effects, pero resumidos. Entonces, para un editor como yo, Es muy fácil, quiero cambiar la velocidad, le quiero cambiar el color y quiero cambiar el texto. Y ya está.
Ok.
Muy, muy fácil.
Ok. Y hay otro panel, algo que nosotros decimos siempre es que el sonido es el 50% de tu producción.
Sí,
¿no?
o más.
O más. Entonces, el problema que tiene la mayoría de la gente es que la captura del sonido es deficiente, generalmente tiene algunos problemas. Por muy buenos micrófonos que tengas, por muy controlado el entorno de producción, siempre hay que hacerle algo al sonido. Y la mayoría de la gente, me incluyo, somos bastante sonsos para trabajar y entender programas tan avanzados como Audition, que aunque ya tiene cosas sencillas de usar, tiene un nivel de complejidad que no cualquiera puede controlar, ¿no? Entonces, el hecho de tener este Essential Sound Panel es importante. Entonces, si nos puedes platicar un poquito de Essential Sound Panel y por qué también es relevante.
Bueno, en la versión anterior de Adobe Audition, agregamos este panel que se llama Essential Sound Panel. Y lo que permite hacer es a alguien que no es un experto en audio, no es un ingeniero de audio o alguien que sabe mucho de audio, permite, si tiene audio multipista, ¿no es cierto? Tengo el diálogo, después tengo la música, tengo los efectos especiales y tengo el sonido ambiente. Yo puedo seleccionar el track y le decía a Audition, ¿no es cierto? Esto es música. Entonces Audition en el panel me muestra solamente aquellos efectos o parámetros que serían relevantes para trabajar en ese tipo de sonido particular. Lo que es novedoso en esta versión es que estamos trayendo el Essential Sound Panel de Audition dentro de Premiere. Entonces ya ni siquiera tengo que ir a Audition para hacer cosas básicas. Por ejemplo, tengo diálogo y los micrófonos quedaron mal puestos. Entonces, por ejemplo, mi voz se escucha fuerte, pero la tuya no se escucha tan fuerte. Entonces yo puedo seleccionar todo el track de diálogo y decirle que haga un auto adjustment y va a ajustar el loudness de manera automática. Lo que estamos usando es una tecnología basada un poco en machine learning, o lo que se está hablando mucho ahora, ¿no es cierto? Inteligencia artificial, donde hace un análisis, ¿no es cierto?, el loudness de todos los clips y los va a tratar de equiparar de modo que el diálogo que tú y yo podamos estar teniendo se escuche parejito. Pero yo como editor no tengo que entender o saber nada, él lo hace automáticamente por mí. Entonces es súper práctico, súper fácil de usar y viene básicamente con cuatro parámetros: diálogo, música, efectos especiales y ambiente. Por lo tanto, muy, muy fácil de usar.
Ok. Y incluso tiene algo que la mayoría de la gente que necesita, que es quitar el ruido ambiental, ¿no?
Correcto. Yo tengo, por ejemplo, cuando selecciono un track donde hay solamente ruido ambiente, lo selecciono, le digo que es ruido ambiente y me va a mostrar cosas como, por ejemplo, reduce rumble en inglés, ¿no es cierto?, que es reducir el ruido de fondo, reducir el hissing, pero es un puro slider. O sea, por detrás lo que está pasando está utilizando efectos como compresores, limitadores dinámicos, cosas que normalmente para alguien que no es un experto en audio pueden ser complejas. Lo que hacemos es te ocultamos la dificultad y te ponemos un puro slider que dice reducir el hum o reducir el hiss, que cualquiera de nosotros lo puede hacer.
Claro. No, está buenísimo. O sea, la realidad es que simplifica en gran medida el trabajo y la operación, sobre todo para quien no conoce de todos estos temas, pero que al final del día necesita entregar su producto con una calidad de audio decente.
Correcto.
Lo que hemos dicho también en muchísimas ocasiones, tú puedes tener la mejor calidad de imagen, pero si tu sonido se oye así, adiós, la gente no te va a ver, no van a ver tu contenido de principio a fin. Entonces es bien importante el poder contar con este tipo de herramientas. Y también algo que interesa sobre todo a la gente de Enterprise, la cuestión de los proyectos en equipo.
Ok, el trabajo colaborativo.
El trabajo colaborativo. Mucha gente tiene dudas sobre eso. De entrada, ¿qué tipo de membresía necesito tener para tener habilitada la función de Team Project?
Ok, entonces para los que no saben, nosotros lanzamos un sistema de colaboración en la nube que se llama Team Projects. Está disponible para todos los usuarios que tienen nuestras licencias, tanto para PyME, lo que llamamos CCT, Creative Cloud for Teams, como CC, que es Creative Cloud for Enterprise. Entonces, si tú tienes una de estas dos licencias, uno de estos dos tipos de licencias, y de hecho les doy un dato, los que tienen la licencia individual pueden hacer un upgrade de su licencia individual a una licencia Teams, aunque sea una sola persona, y puede colaborar con terceros.
Okay.
Ahora, Team Projects lo que permite hacer es iniciar lo llamamos producciones, donde pueden colaborar múltiples editores. ¿Okay? Eso comenzó en noviembre, yo puedo tener 2, 3, 4, 5 editores trabajando en la misma secuencia, editando el mismo proyecto. Lo que acabamos de anunciar hace 3 días y ya está disponible es la habilidad de, además de trabajar con After Effects. Entonces yo puedo tener una composición de After Effects dentro de Premiere, como hacía tradicionalmente con Dynamic Link, ¿correcto? Pero además estar dentro de un ambiente colaborativo con Team Projects. Entonces puedo tener editores en Premiere trabajando con editores en Premiere, animadores en After Effects trabajando con animadores en After Effects, y también la combinación de animadores con After Effects trabajando con Premiere en una misma producción. Por lo tanto, lo hace muy, muy rápido, muy colaborativo. El tiempo para terminar una producción se hace mucho más rápido porque estamos colaborando en tiempo real.
Ok, y entonces ahora ya no necesitas comprar 5 licencias, ya puede ser una.
Correcto. O sea, si yo soy un individuo, suponiendo, vamos a poner un caso, yo trabajo en una postproductora, yo soy individual, pero trabajo en una postproductora que ellos tienen 10 máquinas, etcétera, etcétera, y yo quiero colaborar con ellos en los proyectos, puedo transformar mi licencia CCI a una licencia CCT y automáticamente tengo activado Team Projects.
Ahora, por ejemplo, tú tienes una productora y a mí me contratas como freelancer, yo trabajo desde mi oficina o lo que sea. Yo actualizo mi licencia y puedo colaborar en proyectos contigo. Correcto. Aunque las licencias sean separadas.
Exactamente, esa es la idea. Entonces tú puedes colaborar, tú puedes ser un colaborador externo, un colaborador freelance, ¿no es cierto? Simplemente te tienen que dar de alta en la producción, decir, queremos que José Luis participe de esta producción, y automáticamente todos los assets te van a llegar, dependiendo un poco cómo tengas hecho el setup, ¿no es cierto? Los assets en la nube o los assets en un repositorio central que tú vas a poder compartir. Así que es una solución realmente fácil de usar, no tengo que instalar hardware, no tengo que hacer nada, lo único que necesito tener es un Adobe ID, ¿no es cierto? Y con eso yo ya puedo colaborar.
O sea, mientras yo tenga Adobe ID y tenga una conexión a internet.
Correcto.
Eso es todo lo que necesito.
Eso es todo lo que necesitas, nada más.
Ok. Y esto está disponible de ya, ¿verdad?
Eso está disponible desde ya. De hecho, la parte, digamos, de colaboración entre Premiere y Premiere existe ya desde noviembre. Y ahora acabamos de agregar After Effects como cliente de Team Project, si se quiere. Y en el tiempo vamos a ir agregando otros de los productos de Adobe como clientes de Team Project, para que todos podamos colaborar y trabajar en un ambiente colaborativo.
Ok, perfecto. Pues ya vieron, esto está bien interesante, sobre todo quien trabaja con empresas grandes, etcétera. Antes las compañías chiquitas no podíamos acceder a esos juguetes. Esos juguetes eran los que solamente las compañías que compraban cientos de licencias tenían. Ahora ya podemos actualizar nuestra licencia, o las 2 o 3 o las licencias que tengamos, y poder trabajar en un entorno exactamente igual que lo que utilizan las grandes corporaciones. Pues muchísimas gracias, Gustavo, y bueno, nos vemos en la siguiente por aquí.
Perfecto, un gusto, gracias.
Gracias por seguir con nosotros y nos acompaña en este segmento Isaura. Isaura es Sales Manager de Atomos y como todos ustedes saben, Atomos está generando muchísimo ruido con los lanzamientos en este NAB, empezando por este que tenemos acá. ¿Cómo estás, Isaura? Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Gracias.
A ver, platícanos. El primero de los productos que obviamente es el que más ruido ha generado, y no solamente desde hoy, sino desde que lo anunciaron hace un par de días, es el Sumo. Platícanos un poquito más acerca de Sumo. ¿Qué es Sumo?
Bueno, en Atomos siempre nos hemos caracterizado por sacar productos luchadores, y este es nuestro nuevo luchador. Sumo es un monitor específicamente diseñado para estar en set o para hacer para trabajar directamente con color en edición. Es también un grabador, no solamente nos permite ver qué es lo que está pasando, ser un monitor de referencia, sino que también nos permite grabar en disco duro.
Ok, utiliza el mismo sistema el mismo sistema operativo que toda la demás gama de grabadores,
Inferno.
¿correcto? Okay.
Es un Shogun Inferno.
Es un Shogun Inferno grandote.
Un Inferno que hemos ampliado.
Ok. Y dentro de las características que tiene un monitor de estos y por lo cual está revolucionando el mercado desde mi punto de vista, es porque no hay ningún equipo en este rango de precio. Ya deja tú con grabador. Simplemente un monitor de 19 pulgadas de 10 bits, HDR, con una luminosidad de 1200 nits.
Exacto. Sí, ya revolucionamos con Shogun, con Ninja. Y ahora queríamos hacer lo mismo, queríamos entrar en el mercado de los monitores de 11 de referencia, y lo hemos hecho a lo grande, llevando el Shogun Inferno a ese sector.
Ok, y de hecho una aplicación de la cual se está saliendo un poquito la gente, todo el mundo ubica a Atomos como el grabador para cámaras. Pero esto lo puedes utilizar sin ningún problema en tu estación de edición como un monitor de referencia calibrado para trabajar HDR, etcétera, por un precio muy económico a diferencia de lo que hay, ¿no?
Bueno, una de las novedades que tuvimos cuando lanzamos el Shogun Inferno es que era un gran monitor. Y tenía unas características que como monitor ya lo hacía muy atractivo, pero se nos quedaba pequeño en tamaño. Lo que hemos hecho ha sido simplemente llevarlo al set, hacerlo más grande.
Okay.
Tiene todas las funcionalidades de HDR como tiene Shogun Inferno, tiene todas las funcionalidades de monitor, focus picking, cebra, false color, waveform monitor, histogramas. Por lo tanto, Shogun Inferno era un gran monitor y él es un gran monitor.
Ok, para que se den una idea en términos de precio, para que más o menos la gente tenga una idea, un monitor HDR profesional de cualquier otra marca anda entre los 38 y los $40,000.
Sí.
Entonces, aquí estamos hablando de que por el 5% de lo que cuesta un monitor de la competencia, tienes un monitor, pero que aparte graba, que aparte tiene todo, ¿no?
Sí, a ver, la principal diferencia, y en esto los clientes tienen que estar claros, es que no son productos exactamente iguales.
Claro.
Es decir, si tú eres una persona que está haciendo una película y estás haciendo la corrección de color y tienes presupuesto, probablemente necesitarás un monitor de $30,000. Pero mucha gente no necesita eso. Hay mucha gente que se había quedado apartada de lo que era trabajar con HDR porque no podía acceder a ese tipo de monitores. Nosotros llegamos. Hay gente que no necesita un monitor de 30.000 euros para trabajar HDR. Esto es lo que necesitan, no el monitor de 30.000 euros. Necesitan entrar en el mercado del HDR, necesitan tener mayor flexibilidad y esto se lo da. Pueden trabajar en HDR, pueden trabajar dentro de un workflow que se adapte a sus necesidades y a lo que sus clientes necesitan, sin ser grandes correctores de color o sin estar en grandes presupuestos.
Claro. Y de hecho también otra de las cosas interesantes que tiene es que tiene entradas XLR. Entonces también hasta te reemplaza una grabadora de audio, ¿no?
Sí. En este caso es exactamente igual que el trabajo que hace con el Shogun Inferno.
Ok. ¿Y qué precio va a tener y para cuándo estará disponible en el mercado, más o menos?
Sale con un precio de $2,495.
Ok.
Y esperamos al final del Q3, principios del Q4.
Okay. O sea que ya en unos meses, me imagino que ya se puede preordenar con muchos de los distribuidores, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Ok. Entonces este es uno de los productos. Y el otro es este que traes acá.
Sí. Es Ninja Inferno.
Ok.
Hace como un mes que lo sacamos a finales de marzo. Ninja Inferno es la combinación perfecta para trabajar con la GH5.
Vamos a hacer un acercamiento aquí. ¿Cuáles son las características del Ninja Inferno? Porque todo el mundo ubica el Ninja como el grabador chiquito, ¿no? Sí. Y esto ya no es el grabador chiquito.
No, aquí lo que hacemos es... Ninja para nosotros es HDMI. Shogun es HDMI y SDI.
Okay.
Lo que hemos hecho con Ninja Inferno es básicamente traer 4K 60p a las cámaras que están sacando esta señal. Entonces, ahora mismo es HDMI 2.0 y tú puedes trabajar directamente en 4K 60p.
Ok. Y tiene el mismo sistema. La diferencia entre el Shogun y el Ninja básicamente son las entradas ahora.
Es la conectividad. Es la conectividad.
Pero fuera de eso tienes absolutamente todas las funciones, etcétera.
Sí.
Por un precio también mucho más.
Y de nuevo tenemos el audio también que va por XLR.
Okay.
Igualmente que en el Shogun.
Ok, con un cable breakout, ¿verdad?
Sí, exactamente. Es HDMI 2.0 y XLR para el audio. Todas las demás puedes trabajar directamente con la cámara en Vlog, en este caso con Panasonic o cualquier otra cámara que salga en el mercado 60p. Sony, por ejemplo, que salga por ejemplo en S-Log, y directamente puedes trabajar en el panel HDR. Ok,
o sea que al igual que en podemos trabajar con HDR, podemos trabajar en 4K 60p sin ningún problema. Por un costo muchísimo más moderado, porque sabemos que este tipo de cámaras, la GH5, etcétera, tienen un códec con un nivel de compresión que es muy difícil de procesar en las computadoras. Necesitas una super computadora. Y acá tenemos ProRes, tenemos DNX, los códecs de producción de siempre, ¿verdad?
Exactamente. Trabajamos directamente en ProRes o en NAB'17. Y es muy fácil. Además, al final solamente tienes que sacar el disco duro y ya te pones a editar. Te encuentras muchas veces con clientes que todo lo que es transcodificar es como un proceso penoso.
Claro.
De esta manera es mucho más fácil y agiliza tu sistema de trabajo.
Ok. ¿Y el precio de este equipo?
$9.95.
¿Y este está disponible ya?
Sí.
Okay.
Esto ya estamos enviando y hay un montón de clientes. Es una combinación perfecta cuando ya al mismo tiempo que compras la GH5, comprar el Ninja Inferno.
Ok. Y recordemos que este tipo de equipos no están casados a un tipo de cámara en particular.
No.
Hoy lo puedes usar con la GH5, pero si mañana compras una FS5 o compras una FS7 o la que quieras.
Cualquier cámara que salga al mercado que tenga salida HDMI limpia 4K 60p, lo podemos utilizar.
Ok. Y también funciona con equipo HD, ¿correcto? Porque hay gente que tiene algunos equipos 4K, claro, pero... Sí. Entonces, no solo... Y además además de un grabador, tienes un monitor.
Sí.
Ok. Y el monitor es un monitor de 7 pulgadas, es el mismo panel, el Shogun.
Es el mismo panel. Toda la gama Shogun Flame, Shogun Inferno, Ninja Flame, Ninja Inferno, es el mismo panel y es la misma funcionalidad en todos los productos. Puedes trabajar directamente en HDR, pero hay muchas veces que tú no quieres trabajar en log. Trabajar HDR es trabajar en log.
Claro.
Aquellas personas que no trabajan en log pueden trabajar perfectamente con el monitor, porque recordemos que son 1500 nits. Entonces 1500 nits en aquellos países, por ejemplo, que tienen tantísimo sol, va muy bien para trabajar fuera, trabajar en exteriores y poder ver qué es lo que estás haciendo.
Claro, sí, porque incluso si no estás trabajando, si no necesitas el HDR como tal, la funcionalidad de poder monitorear esto sin tener que ponerte abajo de una tienda o con una cubierta grande también ayuda en gran medida. Ok, y esto, como me dices, ya está disponible, se puede
adquirir. Lo lanzamos a finales de marzo a Ninja Inferno, y juntamente con el lanzamiento de Ninja Inferno lo que hicimos también fue una bajada de precios para poder llegar a más clientes. Shogun Flame ahora mismo está por $995. Sí. Hemos anunciado también Shogun Inferno por $1.295. Ha sido una bajada importante de precio.
Estaba en 2.000, ¿no?
Estaba en 1995, sí. Ahora lo que hemos hecho ha sido Teníamos muchos clientes que utilizaban ya nuestros productos y que tenían el carry case y todos los accesorios. Lo que hemos hecho ha sido cambiar la manera en que entregamos los productos y pueden acceder a comprar los accesorios de una manera separada, como un kit separado, con una bajada importante de precios que directamente pueden hacer los productos más asequibles y más próximos.
Ok, o sea que es una versión, a lo mejor no viene con el case y con todos viene con los accesorios mínimos indispensables, y ya si tú quieres cubierta, cases, etcétera, pues ya lo compras tú por tu lado. Ok, pues muchísimas gracias y obviamente consideren estas dos opciones, tanto que nos puede funcionar tanto en set como en una estación de edición sin ningún problema. Recordemos que también este equipo, algo que no hablamos, este equipo tiene facilidad de operar con batería.
Sí, es verdad. Hay dos cosas que no hemos hablado. Esta es una, directamente es portable porque puede trabajar con baterías. Y la segunda es que podemos entrar es Quad SDI. Podemos entrar con 4 señales directamente. Podemos entrar con 4, salir con una o visionar 4 al mismo tiempo.
Y además puede switchar.
Sí.
Si no me equivoco.
Sí.
Ok. O sea, además de todo, de grabador y de todo esto, es un switcher. Pues muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos y estén pendientes y chequen la información en atomos.com. Gracias por seguir con nosotros. Este es el último segmento del programa del día de hoy. Les recordamos que terminando este segmento vamos a seleccionar al ganador de la cámara, de la lámpara, perdón. Entonces estén pendientes. Al final de este segmento seleccionaremos al ganador de la lámpara Astra 1x1E, cortesía de VD Expo. Y nos acompaña Cristian. Cristian viene de parte de Seagate LaCie. La gente va a decir, bueno, a ver, ¿qué onda con Seagate? ¿Cómo Seagate LaCie? Entonces vamos a empezar hablando de esa parte. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos, Cristian.
Bueno, gracias, José Luis. Sí, entonces, para empezar con LaCie y Seagate, sí, represento las dos marcas porque estaban dos marcas separadas. LaCie existe desde 25 años. Siempre fue la marca de elección para el mundo video. Y es almacenamiento. Seagate, que es el fabricante de discos duros más grande del mundo, compró a LaCie ahora hace 4 años. Y entonces desde este tiempo estamos parte, mismo si tenemos las dos marcas separadas. Trabajamos juntos del lado de mercadeo, del lado de ventas ahora, producción y sobre todo sobre nuestros productos que desarrollamos juntos ahora.
Ok, o sea que podemos entender que las marcas, que LaCie es el segmento pro de Seagate.
Exactamente esto, sí. Seagate cuando compró a LaCie decidió de guardar los dos nombres separados, de guardar, seguir con el nombre de LaCie, porque somos una marca muy reconocida en el mundo video de todo lo que es creación digital, es decir, de video, audio, fotografía también. Toda la creación digital, que ahora el trabajo de estas personas, todo es digital y hay que almacenarlo en un producto de calidad.
Ok.
Y es LaCie.
Y a ver, platícanos qué novedades trae Seagate LaCie para este NAB, porque vimos algunos productos interesantes hace ratito.
Sí, tenemos varios productos para este NAB. Bueno, trae algunos acá. Quizás voy a empezar con el más pequeño, que es el de Seagate actualmente. Entonces es un disco portátil de 2 terabytes, viene con un protector fuera y es un disco duro, un producto que hicimos en conjunto con DJI, los drones. Entonces realmente es un producto para estas personas que ahora están filmando con drone. Y entonces es un disco de 2 terabytes, como dije, de USB-C. Y la particularidad es que tiene acá un SD card, un lector de tarjeta SD. Y entonces la persona puede salir con su dron, su laptop y este disco, y ya es suficiente para ingestir todo lo que produce el dron. Entonces cuando el dron aterriza, solo hay que sacar la tarjeta SD, ponerlo en el disco con la conexión USB-C. El ordenador va a traer energía suficiente para usar el lector de tarjeta SD.
Ok, entonces vemos aquí que no es solamente Seagate, no es solamente LaCie, están también trabajando de forma conjunta con DJI.
Sí, es un sector que hacemos mucho, estamos desarrollando muchos productos en conjunto con otras marcas. Entonces DJI para los drones, trabajamos mucho con Adobe, por ejemplo. Este producto viene con 2 meses de Adobe Premiere Pro incluido, que es un valor de $60. Y sí, tenemos otros productos en el canal que hacemos en conjunto con otras marcas.
Ok. Y luego tenemos otro producto que también está bien interesante, que es como una navaja suiza. Tiene muchas funciones, tiene muchas alternativas para la gente que hace postproducción. A ver, platícanos del nuevo Too Big Dock.
Sí, el Too Big Dock, que es este producto. Entonces, como su nombre, Too Big es 2 discos. Son 2 discos que hot swap, que se puede cambiar en caliente, no hay que apagar la unidad. Y la grande novedad es que tiene acá el dock, que viene con un puerto USB 3, un lector de tarjeta Compact Flash y tarjeta SD. Entonces, y atrás, el más importante, son 2 conexiones de Thunderbolt 3, uno de USB-C, y también tiene acá un puerto DisplayPort para conectar su pantalla. La idea es con este disco, con este producto, se queda en la oficina o el escritorio. ahora mismo en el mundo profesional todo se va por más movilidad, ¿no?
Okay.
Entonces, este es para usuarios de laptop que es más y más móvil y tiene menos y menos puertos.
Okay.
Entonces, la idea es de tener este que se queda en la oficina. Se puede conectar la pantalla con el puerto DisplayPort, se queda y el usuario solo tiene que llevar su laptop cuando se va para un shoot o cualquier cosa, y cuando vuelve solo hay que conectar un cable que es el Thunderbolt 3 y ya se puede acceder a todos sus lectores de tarjeta, al puerto USB 3 para conectar un disco o su celular para cargarlo, y también a la pantalla con DisplayPort que puede soportar flujos de trabajo de 4K.
Hasta 4K.
Sí.
Okay.
Entonces,
¿Y en los juguetes grandes?
Entonces el grande acá es el 6 big. Entonces 2 big son 2 discos, 6 es 6 discos.
Okay.
La idea es bueno, en el mundo de video, sí, acá son los puertos que son 2 Thunderbolt 3 y uno de USB-C. En el mundo video está diciendo que bueno, la resolución está aumentando muchísimo. Acá soporta 4K, pero existe 6K, 8K ahora, que siempre pide más y más demanda de los productos. Entonces con el 6 Big, es simplemente un producto más grande con más almacenamiento.
Okay.
Y con 6 discos. Y tenemos también, no podía traerlo ahora.
Por el tamaño, claro.
Exacto, por el tamaño, el 12 B, que es el doble del tamaño,
Okay.
con 12 discos y soporta velocidades hasta 2600 megabytes por segundo.
Okay.
Entonces, suficiente para soportar varios flujos de 4K o
Okay.
flujos de 8K, hasta 8K.
Ok. Y estos tienen RAID en hardware, ¿correcto?
Sí, exacto. Entonces son productos RAID. Cuando hay cajas con más de un disco, podemos hablar de RAID. Son unidades puede ir de 2, 6, 12 hasta, no sé, no hay una limitación de discos. Y con RAID es un sistema que podemos usar cuando tenemos más de un disco. Para dos cosas, para velocidad. Es por que una unidad con 6 discos mucho más rápido que solo un disco, y también sobre todo con seguridad. Es decir, que hay un algoritmo especial donde cada disco tiene un backup sobre los otros discos, así que si uno de los discos falla, solo hay que sacarlo, todavía se puede usar los datos, acceder a los datos, cambiar el disco que falló, poner un nuevo y se reconstruye los datos sin perder, sin apagar la unidad.
Ok.
Entonces,
y otra cosa importante es el tipo de discos que tiene esto. Porque
exacto.
no son discos duros comunes y corrientes, ¿correcto?
Exacto. Sí, puedo mostrar acá, es el mismo en el 6 Big. Desde que estamos parte de Seagate, son discos de Seagate, Iron Wolf, que son discos de Enterprise Class. Entonces son discos diseñados para funcionar 24 horas al día, mucho más robusto que un disco de PC o de laptop, de cómputo. Soporta un cargo de trabajo hasta 6 veces más que un disco de PC. Y tiene 5 años de garantías también.
Ok. Pues ahí está la diferencia y el por qué tenemos que invertir en un equipo profesional. Nos da una gran tranquilidad el hecho de saber que no tenemos ningún problema, que el equipo, por lo menos en teoría, nos va a funcionar durante un tiempo probado de 5 años, y si es que nos falla, tenemos la seguridad de que el RAID va a evitar pérdidas de...
Exacto, el más importante yo creo para profesionales de video, foto, son los datos, es el fruto de su trabajo.
Claro.
Y no se puede perder.
Okay.
Entonces, con equipos como este, hacemos todo para proteger esos datos.
Perfecto. Todo esto ya está disponible, me imagino, y para más información, ¿dónde pueden checar?
Muy importante, estamos anunciando estos productos, estos dos, durante este NAB Show. Este ya está disponible, va a ser disponible este verano.
Ok, perfecto. Pues Cristian, muchísimas gracias por habernos acompañado.
Gracias,
y para más
José.
información pueden checar la página de la CI. Y ahora sí vamos a la parte del concurso. Vamos a seleccionar al ganador de la lámpara en este momento. Entonces, están viendo ustedes ahorita en pantalla el sistema que tenemos y vamos a seleccionar al ganador. Por favor. Vamos a ver. Tenemos aquí un detallito. Parece que hay un detalle técnico aquí con el tema del sistema. Están revisando, vamos a ver, no está jalando, pero bueno, si no ahorita hacemos el concurso fuera de tiempo, tenemos el tiempo ya ahorita medido. A las 6 de la tarde tenemos que cortar porque a las 6 de la tarde acaba aquí la expo y empieza el sonido. Entonces vamos a hacer el concurso, vamos a dar a conocer los resultados por las redes sociales en un ratito más, y de todas formas mañana arrancamos el programa mencionando al ganador. Pues muchísimas gracias por haber visto este primer programa. Les recordamos que estamos al aire también mañana a la misma hora y el miércoles aquí en el stand de Teradek. Muchas gracias y nos vemos mañana. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Adiós.